As the war approached, 80% of the kingdom's troops gathered at the northern border. In early June, the order to assemble came. The nobles of Kadlo province first gathered in the provincial capital for a 3-month training, and then reorganized for the second time according to the organization of the kingdom's army. 7 days later, when Wylan led his army to the provincial capital, there were no less than 30,000 troops gathered here. Unlike previous wars, this time the war between the two countries, the participating nobles took out all the most elite forces in their hands. The larger the scale of the war, the more opportunities to gain military merits, and the more nobles are worth making friends with. As soon as Wylan arrived at the training camp outside the provincial capital, Viscount Moncas came to visit with several nobles. "Viscount Moncas, what are you doing? Is it convenient to go in and chat?" Moncas said to Wylan with a smile. Wylan lifted the curtain and said enthusiastically, "Please come in." After entering the tent, several people sat down quietly, waiting for Moncas to discuss things with Wylan, and they listened on the side. At this time, Wylan barely remembered that the 3 nobles following Viscount Moncas were all viscounts, but they had only met a few times and were not very familiar with each other. "Wylan, my army suffered heavy losses in this exploratory operation. I am afraid that I am unable to take on the position of chairman of the Noble Council of Cardero Province. I hope you can take over the banner." Moncas removed the superficial disguise and pleaded with Wylan. Whether this middle-aged man was expressing his true feelings or another layer of disguise, Wylan could not tell. However, taking over the banner of the leader of the nobles of Cardero Province would still be of great benefit to himself. The kingdom's reorganization of the noble army generally puts the noble armies of the same province together. If there is a shortage of people, the noble armies will be drawn from the nearest provinces to fill the gap. If he replaces Viscount Moncas and becomes the chairman of the Noble Council of Cardero Province, it is very likely to take over the position of the legion commander of this legion formed by the noble army of Cardero Province. Faced with Wylan's silence, Viscount Moncas was not anxious. He sat quietly and let the other party think slowly. Since the founding of the Kingdom of Ilia, there has been a rule that the strongest noble in the province serves as the chairman of the noble council. This is a decree written into the noble code. Moncas's own strength has been damaged, and he still occupies this position. Before the second reorganization, he will definitely be held accountable by the kingdom's military and deprived of the position of chairman of the Noble Council of Kadlo Province, rather than being questioned and losing face in public. In the future, it is better to hand it over now, so that the other party can remember his goodness. "Sir Moncas, I will take over the position of chairman of the Noble Council." Wylan's face was firm, as if he had made some major decision. Everyone is an old fox and naturally caters to Wylan's attitude. The other viscounts who followed Moncas sent their blessings and expressed their congratulations. That night, the news that Wylan took over the position of the chairman of the Noble Council of Kadlo Province spread throughout the training camp. The viscounts and powerful barons kept silent, and the weak barons did not dare to speak out. Everyone tacitly accepted this fact. On June 15, the training camp gathered more than 60,000 troops, just the number of a full-strength army in the kingdom. Among them, 9 viscounts sent troops accounting for 35,000, and the other 54 barons sent only 25,000 troops. All soldiers met the minimum requirements of the noble army and were all professionals. In order to meet the requirements of the army, some barons sent their own collateral children and some direct children into the army. Compared with being deprived of the title, the lives of family children are not so important. Although the kingdom called on the nobles to send troops, the noble dared not to voluntarily send troops unless he wanted to be punished later. His cousin Brian also sent an army of 300 people, meeting the minimum requirements for the baron to send troops, but there was no general leading the army. Seeing this, Wylan asked Cassius to transfer some officers from the Kixing camp to his cousin Brian's army. Anyway, now he has become the chairman of the Noble Council of Cardero Province, and if nothing unexpected happens, he will also be the leader of a legion. At that time, he can use some permissions to incorporate the 300 soldiers of his cousin Brian into his own army. From June 15th to September 15th, this 3-month training gave the loose noble army a new look. The biggest change was the baron's army, and its combat effectiveness was at least improved by one level. On September 16th, there were only 13 nobles in the central tent who were qualified to enter this tent, and the others could only wait outside for the news of the reorganization. The two young men in charge of the reorganization were officers from the military with high-level silver strength, would stay in the reorganized legion, serving as staff officers and liaison officers respectively. My lords, according to the order of the kingdom's military, the 60,000 noble troops of the Cardro province are reorganized into the 135th Legion, which is composed of 2 armies, each of which is composed of 6 battalions, and each battalion has 5,000 people. Viscount Kixing Wylan Axe is the commander of the Legion and concurrently the commander of the 319th Army. Monkas Loic is the deputy commander of the 135th Legion and concurrently the commander of the 320th Army. Alcott Axe is the deputy commander of the 319th Army of the 135th Legion. Algernon Barrett is the deputy commander of the 320th Army of the 135th Legion. 9 Viscounts. 2 served as army commanders, 2 were nominal deputy army commanders. The remaining 5 served as battalion commanders of their respective troops and also served in some positions in the Legion headquarters, as long as they were Viscounts. They were more or less in the Legion headquarters, and those barons naturally did not have such honors. Rovi Budball is the staff officer of the 135th Legion. Zachary Axe is the liaison officer of the 135th Legion. Hearing the last person's name, Wylan looked over with some curiosity and found that the other party was also looking at him. The two looked at each other and smiled at each other. I really didn't expect that I could meet my own people here. The 3-month training was completely closed, and it was impossible to obtain information from the outside world. Unexpectedly, one of the 2 officers sent by the kingdom's military was actually a member of the Axe family. Thinking of this, Wylan couldn't help but think of his old father. Could it be that he used some connections in it? According to the order signed by His Majesty the King, the 135th Corps will be under the command of the 27th Corps. The commander of the 27th Corps is Bulborn Silves, the deputy commander is Madmanchi Colombo, and the staff officer is Bauman Axe. It is under the command of the 131st Corps, the 132nd Corps, the 133rd Corps, the 134th Corps, and our 135th Corps. The 27th Corps is under the command of the 6th Headquarters and has 5 corps under its jurisdiction. Our 27th Corps is one of them. The commander-in-chief of the 6th Headquarters is Alfred Silvis, and the deputy commanders are Alex Simisi, Assad Laytend, and Ivlios Akers, under whom our staff officer Ro Butabal spent 10 minutes giving a general account of the situation of the 6th Headquarters. According to the King's order, whether it is the Royal Army or the Noble Army, during the war, the organization number shall prevail. For example, the 16th Silver Knights commanded by Medmonkey Colombo was designated as the 131st Legion during this war. Another example is the 11th Magic Legion, which was reorganized into the 81st Legion. Within the army, the number of the army after reorganization shall prevail. The names of the troops in peacetime will not be recognized. In total, there are 25 legions under the 6th Command, including 3 Magic Legions and 5 Knights. The remaining 17 are all infantry-based legions, with a total strength of 115. 10,000, including 500,000 in logistics. The number of troops under the command of the 6th Headquarters reached 1.65 million. Lin calculated in his mind that the kingdom's investment in troops this time reached more than 6 million, and the logistics force was nearly 3 million. The total force reached tens of millions. It was really a national war. It was more powerful than the kingdom's war against Iron 40 years ago. The Furnace Dwarf Mountain Kingdom sent even more troops. In a land of 13 million square kilometers, the population of 300 million is almost 30 to 1. What made him curious was how could Grandpa Ivlius, Earl of Hurricane, be in the 6th Headquarters? According to the Division of Regions, shouldn't he be in the 5th Headquarters? However, with someone above him, this war should be much easier. In the conference room, several other Viscounts were extremely shocked after learning this information. From the family name, We know that the liaison officer of the 135th Army Corps is a tribesman of his own legion commander. The Corps headquarters also has a tribesman of his own legion commander. Even the 6th headquarters has a tribesman of his own legion commander. Monkas couldn't help but feel grateful for his previous decision. Giving the position of Speaker of the Noble Council of Cadro Province to Varen was perhaps the most correct choice in his life. Except for Varen, Alcott and Edgar had already made up their minds. Varen asked them to go east, and they would never go west. He said whatever he said, and he firmly supported it. September 16th to November 1st. This month and a half is the running-in period. Staff Officer Luo Y continued to recite the order document without being disturbed by external affairs. We will set off on November 2nd and arrive at Salep on December 1st. The provincial capitals gathered together and returned to the 27th Corps. The above is the entire content of Order No. 135. Luo Y closed the document, handed it to Wylan, the Legion commander, and gave up his position. After taking the document, Wylan came to where Luo Y was standing, briefly explained a few words, and then dismissed the meeting. It's not that he doesn't want to say a few more words, but there is nothing to say. Top priority is to determine the positions of the lower-level nobles and twist the 135th Legion into a single rope. After returning to his tent, Varen asked Kyle to stand at the door to block the nobles who wanted to visit him. Since my grandpa is in the 6th Command, it shouldn't be too much to ask him for a few soul-level powerhouses. I just don't know if my elder brother is here. However, in this kind of war, my father must have called his eldest brother back. He should not be seen in the 6th headquarters. After returning to his tent, Wylan began to think wildly, and his thoughts continued to wander. Outside the camp, many nobles wanted to come and talk, but Kyle kept them away on the grounds that their master was busy with affairs. 1.5 months later, the troops set off and went to the provincial capital of Serot Province for assembly. A military camp 50 kilometers outside the city of Serot Province is the headquarters of the 27th Corps. After the arrival of the 60,000 men of the 135th Corps, all the troops of the 27th Corps were in place. On the second day after arriving at the Corps station, before I had a good night's rest, my third uncle came to the door. Wylan, come out quickly. Inside the camp, hearing the familiar voice outside. Wylan reluctantly got up from the bed and put on his clothes as quickly as possible. Third uncle, I haven't seen you for a while. Wylan looked at his third uncle Bamond and said with a wry smile, although I haven't seen you, I hear news about you all the time. Bamond dragged Wylan into the camp, sat down on the bed and said, it's amazing. In less than 12 years since I left, you have actually. It's incredible to be able to hold the position of Speaker of a provincial noble assembly. I like to hear it. Third uncle, please say a few more words. Wylan looked at Bamond, blinked, and said very simply. Bamond suddenly laughed angrily. My skin is itching. I happen to have a task to check the strength of the commanders of each legion. I think the weather is good today and you look very good. It's better to choose a different day than to hit the sun. Let's do it today. After saying that, Bamond stood up and walked towards the outside of the camp. No, third uncle, I was wrong. Wait a few days before talking. Wylan held Bamond's hand and begged. Bamond, a low-level soul knight, lived there with Varenla. He just wanted to tease his nephew, but he didn't really want to do it. He immediately returned to the bed and sat down. Seeing this, Wylan took out a bottle of glowing wine and put it in his uncle's hand. When you apologize, don't work so hard when you check my strength later. For the sake of this thing, I reluctantly agreed. Bamond shook the wine in his hand and said to Wylan, Uncle, I will go to the 6th Command in a few days. If the commander asks, remember to help me say it. Okay, leave this matter to me, just rest assured. Bamond patted his chest and agreed to his nephew's request. By the way, uncle, my father is there, do you know? My eldest brother is in the 3rd Command, holding a position of deputy commander, and at the same time serving as the commander of the 13th Corps, with a magic corps, a knight corps, and 3 corps under his jurisdiction. He is much stronger than your uncle, Bamond said with a melancholy face. What about Earl Hurricane? Wylan came up and asked in a low voice. Bamond put away the glowing wine in his hand and said seriously, Uncle Iverios is now the deputy commander of the 6th Command. The Hurricane Legion under his command is now numbered as the 126th Legion. It does not belong to any corps and is directly under the command of my uncle. At the same time, Cousin Ivelius, is also in charge of the logistics affairs of the 6th Command. In addition, he also has some power to enforce military discipline. In the 6th Headquarters, my cousin can be ranked 4th, behind the Commander-in-Chief of the 6th Headquarters, His Excellency Alfred Silvis, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Marquis Alex Simeses, and Letend His Excellency Assad Letend, the eldest son of the Duke. Just understand these things yourself and don't publicize them. When Wylan heard this, he nodded equally seriously. Third uncle, don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. This time I went to the 6th Headquarters mainly to meet Grandpa Tang and ask him to support me as a soul-level professional. Indeed, with your small body, it is easy to lose your life on the battlefield. You might as well ask your uncle to support you as a soul-level professional. Bammond said with a look of approval. Wylan looked at his third uncle's look of needing a beating and wanted to tell him that although he was weak, he was not necessarily more dangerous than you. After thinking about it for a while, I still didn't agree with him after saying this. By the way, if you take this thing, you can save a lot of trouble. Bauman took out a dark black token from his arms and threw it to his nephew. Wylan took the token in his hand, looked at it carefully, and asked curiously, "What is this?" "My identity token," Bauman explained. According to regulations, regimental commanders and below need to submit an application. After more than a dozen procedures, they can go to the headquarters. So troublesome. Wylan held the token with some surprise on his face. It's so troublesome. Bauman spread his hands and said helplessly, the importance of the headquarters is self-evident. It is not only the core brain of the army, but also the source of life. There are various kinds of things stored there. Such precious resources, such as intermediate magic crystals, are only worthy of being placed in ordinary warehouses, together with compressed military rations. Uncle, tell me, why is the kingdom working so hard for this war, to be honest? I don't know for sure, Bauman said in a low voice. However, according to my guess, it is to weaken the strength of the dwarf mountain god, according to what an old friend of mine told me. There are some supplies here. It was supported by the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. Of course. This is just a guess, don't talk nonsense. Or your third uncle and I will suffer. I still know very clearly about this kind of thing. I know what should be said and what should not be said, Wylan said quickly, indicating that he was not the kind of person who likes to talk everywhere. Okay, get ready these days. I will let a golden warrior, who has just been promoted, to fight you. Before leaving, Bauman warned Varen. Wylan heard this and said, Third uncle, don't worry, I won't let you worry. In 3 days, Varen searched around the 27th Corps but found no trace of Krell. He must have been sent back to the royal capital by his father, Bulborn Silvis, to learn how to operate a floating battleship. Wylan had only heard of floating battleships, but had never seen them before. Ash Magic Kingdom used exchange students as an excuse to sell 12 floating battleships to the Kingdom of Ilia at a price that was 30% lower than the market price. If you have time to go to the royal capital in the future, you should have a good look at it. 5 days later, after completing the army commander's combat prowess assessment, Varen took Kyle and 12 followers and headed for the 6th Headquarters 50 kilometers away. On the way from the headquarters of the 27th Corps to the 6th Headquarters, Wylan passed 32 checkpoints and met 83 patrols. Griffin Knights patrolled the sky at regular intervals, and even some there are flying Dragon Knights coming and going, so the defense is very tight. With the help of his third uncle's token, he arrived at the location of the 6th Headquarters without any effort. Lord, this place is full of magic. I'm afraid it's not a simple city. Kyle came to Varen and whispered, If my guess is correct, this should be a type of magical war fortress. Legendary war machine that integrates offense and defense and can only be driven by the blood of the royal family. Varen looked at this magical war fortress full of violent aesthetics and told Kyle the few words he knew. This kind of thing, according to family history records, the royal family has a total of 8, 4 Type 1 magic war fortresses, 3 Type 2 magic war fortresses, and 1 Type 3 magic war fortress. However, compared to the floating city, this kind of thing is still of a lower grade. After all, once the magic war fortress is deployed, it cannot be moved. It is rumored that to expand a Type I magic war fortress from a cube-sized shape into the shape of a city requires 30,000 high-level magic crystals, equivalent to 240 million gold coins. I don't know if it is true or not. The higher the model, the greater the energy required. Showing his third uncle's token, and after some inspections, Wylin successfully entered this Type 1 magical war fortress. After learning the location of his cousin's grandfather from an officer, Wylin rushed there without stopping. In the logistics department, in Hall Ivlios's office, a golden swordsman pushed open the door, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "Sir, your great-nephew Varen Akers wants to see you." Ivlios put down the book in his hand, his expression a little stunned. "Why did this kid come here? Let him in first." "Yes, sir." The golden swordsman lowered his head and replied, then stood up and exited the room. After walking through the long corridor, Wylin came to a hall. "I've met Grandpa Ivlios." Varen leaned forward and saluted and said with some restraint, "Tell me how your kid got in." Although Ivlios had a straight face, Varen could tell from his tone that his elder did not blame him. Wylin did not hide anything and took out the token given to him by his third uncle. Ivlios looked at the token and understood everything. He immediately tore off a piece of white paper, wrote a sentence on it, stamped it with the deputy commander's seal, summoned a golden swordsman, and handed it to the other party. "Put it in the archives and have someone prepare a batch of supplies. The people sent by Bauman Akers, deputy commander of the 27th Corps, will take them back later." "Yes, sir." After the golden swordsman left, Ivlios's expression softened and he pulled Varen aside to sit down. "Tell me, the great hero of our family, what does he want to do with me, an old man?" "Grandpa, you are not old in my heart." Varen sat next to Ivlios and said respectfully, "I came to visit you this time to ask you to support me as a soul professional. I have 12 soul-level professionals around me, including my old butler, the soul-level mid-level elemental mage. 3 shadow guard commanders, 1 with a mid-level soul and 2 with a low-level soul. The leaders of the 2 swordsman troops are both low-level soul warriors, 5 army generals, 3 mid-level souls and 2 low-level souls. 1 is your cousin, my third daughter, a low-level soul knight. You want that." Ivlios didn't sell anything and directly revealed all the soul professionals around him without hiding anything. "I want cousin, and you are willing to give me cousin?" Wylin asked curiously, looking at Ivlios's kind smile. Ivlios touched Varen's head and responded with a smile. "A great hero of our family, of course I am willing to give it to you if you want it." It's better not to do that. Grandpa, just lend me a shadow guard commander. I believe that I will not have any narrow escape missions in the 6th headquarters. After all, the legion I lead is just a human being. Ordinary noble corps are not capable of carrying out such a mission. Hearing this, Ivlios couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha, your boy is very clear-eyed. Your father even wrote me a letter specifically asking me to restrain your boy. In my opinion, this is simply it's unnecessary. Grandpa, a cautious person like me never does anything without preparation." Ivlios and Varen talked to each other, and 3 hours passed before they knew it, and the sky gradually darkened. "Don't worry when you go back. I'm here at the 6th command. As long as you don't cause a big mess, I'll sort it out for you." "Thank you, Grandpa Tang, I'll go back first." Wylin said goodbye to Ivlios. Go. I will send a shadow guard leader to you in a few days." Ivlios did not ask to stay, and asked a golden swordsman to take Varen to collect the supplies required by Bauman. 12 magic cannons, 3,000 intermediate magic crystals, 600 bottles of life potions, 100 sets of full sets of excellent level knight armor, and 300 sets of full sets of excellent level warrior armor. There are very few things, but they are of great value. The total of these materials alone exceeds tens of millions of gold coins. Throughout the entire collection process, officials from the logistics department cooperated 200%. In less than half an hour, these supplies were collected from various numbered warehouses. Before dark, Wylin took 8 4-wheeled carriages and returned to the headquarters of the 27th Corps. There were as many interrogations as there were when you came in, and there were as many interrogations as there were when you went back. You won't be let off just because you came from the 6th headquarters. At noon the next day, Wylin returned to the 27th Corps station with valuable supplies. Carrying the dark black token, Wylin came to his third uncle's camp. At the entrance of the camp, the 2 guards standing guard obviously knew Wylin and let him in without stopping him. Entering the camp, Wylin saw an enviable scene. His third uncle put his head on the knee of a swordsman wearing a cat mask, put his legs on the knee of another swordsman, and closed his eyes to enjoy the leisurely time. Hearing a slight noise, Bauman opened his eyes, saw his nephew staring at him, and immediately sat up. Seeing this, the 2 female swordsmen got off the bed, put on their boots, and exited the camp. Third uncle, these are the supplies that Grandpa Ivlios has allocated to you. Varin took out a document and a dark token and handed them to Bamond. Seeing that his nephew didn't talk about what happened just now, Bamond didn't think about it in detail, but he decided in his heart that the guard team still had to train well, and he would personally train them tomorrow. You can directly bring these supplies back to the 135th Legion. I will ask Medmunch to fill in a document tomorrow. Aren't you curious about whether you got into trouble, Uncle San? Wylin had no intention of leaving immediately. He sat down on the bed and stared at Bamond curiously. Go, I can give you the token. And Cousin Ivorios will naturally understand the truth. Third uncle, he is usually 5 big and 3 thick, but he seems to be quite thin. When Bamond heard this, he clenched his fists and said, "What a big guy. Do you think I'm the same as those muscular berserkers? If you look closely, your third uncle looks suave and handsome, but his appearance doesn't describe your appearance." Looking at Bamond's right hand and clenching his fist, Varin had no intention of explaining, lest he take him to the training ground for a good training session. Who is the most oppressive to my third uncle, so that he doesn't even dare to fart? There seem to be quite a lot of people, including Grandpa and Grandma, my father and mother, and that aunt. Thinking back carefully, there seemed to be 15 or 6. You brat, what are you thinking about? Bamond looked at Varin's expression. This boy definitely wasn't thinking about anything good. Well, third uncle, I'm going back first. You can play slowly. Oh no, take your time and rest. Varin looked back at Bamond's expression and quickly left the place. After returning to the headquarters of the 135th Army Corps, Wylin summoned the deputy army commanders and army commanders to distribute this batch of supplies. When everyone arrived at the camp and heard the news, although there was no unnecessary expression on their faces, they felt admiration for Wylin's noble character in their hearts. If they receive the supplies through their own connections, they will definitely keep it in their own hands and not share it with others. Although it is impossible to analyze their inner thoughts from their various expressions, Wylin can probably guess it. It's not that he is so generous, but after comprehensive consideration, equal treatment is the best solution. Although all the equipment is equipped to the troops under his command, it will greatly enhance the military power in his hands, but it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among other nobles in the Legion. On the battlefield, if the army is not united, there will be big problems. Although Wylin has not fought many wars, he still understands this principle. 12 magic cannons and 3,000 intermediate magic crystals. I plan to use them in a concentrated manner to maximize their effectiveness on the battlefield. 600 bottles of life potion, 100 sets of excellent knight full armor, 300 sets of excellent warrior full armor, divided into 12 parts, one for each battalion. What do you think of my distribution plan? We will obey your orders. The 9 viscounts stood up at the same time, bowed and saluted, and agreed with Wylin's impartial distribution plan from the bottom of their hearts. Wylin did not continue to sit, but stood up and said to the 9 people present, "This is my first time as a Legion commander, and I am inexperienced, but you must follow my instructions and obey my orders. I can get a share of the supplies from above." "Yes, Legion Commander." January 1, 9732 in the glorious calendar, a light rainy day. The new year has arrived, and there are only 3 months left before the truce agreement between the Kingdom of Ilia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom expires. Half a month ago, 5 legions of the 26th Corps and 160,000 troops had taken over the military towns on the northern border of Cardero Province and Serat Province to prepare for the war. On the southern border of the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom of Sigas Province, more than 200,000 dwarf troops were stationed on the border, taking a defensive posture. In response to the war between the 2 human kingdoms, the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, with a population of only 46 million, mobilized the entire country. Under the call of the Church of the Dwarf Mountain God, a large number of dwarves actively joined the army to resist the invasion of the 2 human kingdoms. Under the rainy weather, Wylin's mood was particularly calm. These days of harmony and tranquility may be coming to an end soon. At the border between the 2 countries, the first battle is often the most brutal. This is not only about victory, but also about the initiative in the war. If the army of the Kingdom of Ilia is defeated at the beginning of the war, Order provinces such as Cardero province will fall into the hands of the enemy, and the war will break out in the kingdom of Ilia. On the contrary, if the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom loses in this confrontation, the province of Sigas will become the frontline battlefield, and it will be the dwarves who suffer. However, Varen believed in the combat effectiveness of the 26th Corps. This corps brought together a Micah-level knights, 2 magic legions that were good at large-scale war magic, and 2 high-ranking kingdom legions. Lord Wyland, the corps command, asked you to go to a meeting before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. A low-level silver soldier appeared in front of Wyland, beat his chest and saluted and said respectfully, "I see." After the herald retreated, Varen turned to Kyle and ordered, "Inform Viscount Munkas and others to prepare. I feel that the task from above has been completed." "Yes, Lord." Wyland checked the time and walked straight towards the regiment headquarters without further delay. Kyle handed his umbrella to a guard and walked towards the Legion station. On the way, Varen met the commander of the 134th Legion, Count Russell Curisco, a golden middle-level knight, a nobleman from Serot province, and also a nobleman of Serot province. Deputy Speaker of Parliament. Commander of the Valen Army, good afternoon. Commander Russell, good afternoon. Varen responded very politely. This middle-aged earl looks ordinary, but his own experience is very extraordinary. As the second son of the previous Earl of Curisco, he was not eligible for the family title, and because of his mediocre talent, he left the family early and went out to be an adventurer. 50 years ago, the city of Curisco was plundered by a soul-level red dragon. More than 30 important members of the Curisco family, including the previous Earl and heir of Curisco, died in this turmoil. Count Wyuan Russell, who held the title overnight, became the first heir to the Earl of Curisco. It stands to reason that the Curisco family, which has been hit hard, should be in decline for a period of time. But things are fickle. Under the leadership of this guy, the Curisco family took the war between the kingdom and the dwarves as an opportunity to make the declining family gradually become stronger. In just 40 years, this guy climbed to the position of Deputy Speaker of the Noble Council of Serot Province. Of course, if the Harks family had not fallen, the Curisco family would have had no chance to go further. Commander Varen, you also need to go to the Corps headquarters for a meeting. Curisco asked with a smile. His tone was very cordial, and he wanted to closer the relationship between the two parties. Russell had to pay attention to the young man in front of him, who knows that the other party's uncle is the deputy commander of the 27th Corps, and his grandfather is the deputy commander-in-chief of the 6th headquarters. "Well, how about we go together?" "That's fine." Lavia nodded in response. This sudden meeting was held. I heard that it was to send an army to go around the Grey Mansion's wasteland as a surprise force. Russell approached Wylan and whispered the gossip he had obtained. "It's a good idea to go around from the west. But if we can think of it, the dwarves can naturally think of it too." Wylan responded with a smile. His tone was calm. "The army that performs this kind of mission must be very elite, and it must be the same as that of the dwarves. We, the noble army, have nothing to do with it." Russell thought about it in a blink of an eye, and it was indeed the case. Except for the Silver Knights, the other 4 legions of the 27th Corps were all noble armies. It was indeed impossible for this kind of task to fall on them. The two of them talked while heading to the Corps headquarters. Everyone has their own news channels. And Varen learned a lot of interesting news from Russell. Likewise, Russell got some important information from Varen. Entering the central tent of the 27th Corps, Varen and Russell sat down in the 6th and 7th seats on the right, quietly waiting for the arrival of others. Half an hour later, except for the Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander-in-Chief and Staff Officer, everyone else arrived. 10 minutes later, the curtain was lifted, and everyone in the conference room stood up and looked towards the entrance. I have met Commander-in-Chief Bulborn, Deputy Commander-in-Chief Medmonkey, and Staff Officer Baumond. The 3 of them came to the front with serious faces. Bulborn sat in the main seat, Medmonkey sat first on the left, and Baumond sat first on the right. This meeting is the last pre-war meeting held by the 27th Corps. According to the order of the 6th Command, our 27th Corps will serve as the garrison force of the Serot province to ensure smooth transportation and supply lines, and also serve as the logistics material transportation work. The 131st Corps will serve as the main force of the Corps and stay at the Corps garrison as a mobile force. The 132nd Corps will be responsible for the garrison of the Cadlo province and ensure smooth logistics supply for the 2 Corps of the 26th Corps. The 133rd Corps will go to the border between the Grey Wasteland and the Serap province to guard against the Dwarf army attacking from the Grey Wasteland. The 134th Corps will be responsible for the garrison of the Serap province and will also be responsible for the smooth logistics supply of the 3 Corps of the 26th Corps. The 135th Corps will serve as a reserve force and wait for the next order. Next, as the commander of the 27th Corps, Bulborn began to explain to everyone the situation facing the 6th Command. The meeting was brief and ended in less than half an hour. Everyone had a task, except for Wylan, the idle man. Wylan was very satisfied with this result. Since the Corps command asked him to stay on standby, he could just stay in the barracks. Anyway, the 135th Corps was a garrison unit. Even if it did nothing, it would still have some military merits, but they were very few. For a Viscount to be promoted to Earl, 800 military merits are required, which is equivalent to killing 267 gold professionals on the battlefield or killing 27 soul-level professionals, and the difficulty increases exponentially. Back to the Legion's base, everyone has been waiting in front of their tents for a long time. Our mission is to stay behind as a reserve force. There's nothing to do now, so everyone should go back first. Wylan came to the crowd and read out the tasks assigned to them by the Corps command. Hearing this order, some people relaxed and some were unwilling to give up. Wylan ignored these and went straight back to the tent. How could he change the order issued by the Corps? During this period, you let Cassius and others get familiar with the magic cannon. I don't want the energy bombs to fall on the friendly forces. Yes, my lord. Kyle nodded. Night fell 8 o'clock in the evening. 1 month later, the Kingdom of Bashio, the Kingdom of Ilia, and the Kingdom of Ironforge Dwarf Mountain secretly signed the legendary covenant at the Holy Mountain of Nathal, the 3rd Holy Kingdom of the Dawn. Under the witness of the Goddess of Life, the Dwarf Mountain God, the God of War, and the God of the Dawn, this contract will take effect from the beginning of the war until the end of the war. Legendary covenant, is there any deal that cannot be made? Wellen lay on the bed and couldn't help but start to think. Since the beginning of the era with the name of the God of Light for more than 9,000 years. Whether it is the main continent or the 17 subcontinents, there have been very few cases of kingdoms being destroyed, a total of 29, of which 8 died at the hands of demons, 9 died at the hands of the undead, and 12 died due to other events. Each kingdom has its own gods, either one or more. Without exception, it is easy for a principality to be established, and it is also easy to perish, but it is difficult for a kingdom to be destroyed. This is not only related to the kingdom's own foundation, but also has a great relationship with the gods. However, a kingdom cannot be destroyed, but it will lose territory. In this war, the Kingdom of Ilia and the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom fought for the ownership of the new land in the north. As for what the Kingdom of Basio and the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom were fighting for, he didn't know. Perhaps only the high-level officials of the Kingdom of Basio knew. Why not announce this convention, but need to sign it secretly? What is the reason? For this point, Wylan was very puzzled. According to historical records, wars between 2 countries and wars between legends often occurred. Although every time they took action, the terrain would change on a large scale, plains would become mountains, and hills would become lakes. This matter was related to the gods, and Wylan didn't want to think too much. Maybe the Dwarf Mountain God had some trump card, or the Dwarf God system stood up for him, so that the God of Dawn and other gods compromised. Thinking about it carefully, with a population of less than 50 million in the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, was it because the Dwarf Mountain God was afraid that too many of his believers would die that he forced the other 2 human kingdoms to sign the legendary convention? It seems that this reason is also in it. The dwarf race is 1 level higher than humans, and it is easier for them to become professionals and go further on the extraordinary path. Taking ordinary dwarves and ordinary humans as examples, the lower limit for an ordinary dwarf to enter the professional path is the lower bronze level, while the lower limit for an ordinary human to enter the professional path is the middle apprentice level. Of course, this is limited to the situation where extraordinary knowledge is widely spread. But the reality is cruel, and the rules are made by the strong. Correspondingly, the dwarf race is higher than humans, but the fertility rate is declining exponentially. Otherwise, such a large piece of land, multiplying and living for so many years, why is the population still not going up? In addition to bleeding them from time to time with the human kingdom, this is also a reason. Forget it, don't think about it. Anyway, as long as the soul-level Shadow Guard commander supported by my uncle is in place, be cautious and there will be no problem with personal safety. 3 months later, the war broke out in full swing. Even though Wylan was in the center of the province of Serap, he could feel the flames of war burning in the north. In mid-April, night fell. Outside the Legion's base, on a 300-meter-high hill, looking into the distance, you can see the rising fire. If nothing unexpected happens, that should be the strategic-level magic of the Magic Legion. It's really terrifying. Even thousands of miles away, you can still see its power. Wylan felt the turbulence of magic energy in the air and couldn't help but sigh. Next to him, the senior leaders of the 135th Legion followed their Legion leader to appreciate this rare view. I'm afraid that our Legion of 60,000 people can't resist a strategic-level spell from the Magic Legion, Viscount Monka said with lingering fear as he looked at the sun rising in the distance. Others nodded when they heard this, and there was also a gap between the legions. Everyone knew the strength of their 135th Legion, and it was not an exaggeration to call it a ragtag army. However, the stronger the Magic Legion was, the greater the confidence it gave them. They were all nobles in the province of Cardero, and they didn't want the war to burn in their own territory. The other 4 legions of the 27th Legion were caught up in busy affairs, calculating their growing military exploits, feeling both pain and joy. Only the 135th Legion had nothing to do but training. They were not in a hurry to see other nobles earning military exploits because their own merits would not be able to escape, and it was useless to envy them. Under the influence of Wylan, the Legion commander, the nobles of the 135th Legion were in a lazy style. 2 months later, the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom was defeated, and the Ilia Kingdom's front line advanced northward. On June 18, the Corps headquarters officially held its first combat meeting. On the way to the Corps headquarters, Wylan met the commander of the 134th Legion, Count Russell Curisco. Compared with the high spirits a few months ago, he was much more lonely. Captain Russell, Wylan took the initiative to greet him. Russell turned around and looked at Wylan, forcing a smile on his melancholy face. Captain Wylan, long time no see. It's been a few months. How is your 134th Legion? Wylan asked in a low voice. Russell said bitterly, it's hard to explain. Although my legion only ensures smooth transportation and supply, the pressure is also very great. We were attacked by the dwarf elite troops on the way and lost supplies 8 times, of which only 3 were taken back. Lessons have been in the war for less than half a year, and more than 5,000 people have been killed in the 134th Legion. The wounded have basically recovered under the healing of the priests. Fortunately, we are believers of the goddess of life, otherwise I dare not imagine the consequences. The battlefield is changing. The main battlefield is dangerous. The responsibility for logistics supply is no less. Wylan commented very objectively, but the early stage is over and the front line is advancing northward and our pressure will be much less. Thinking of this, Russell couldn't help but smile. The difficult time has passed and it should be much better later. Wylan saw the other party's expression and didn't quite agree with Russell's words. The situation on the battlefield is changing and no one can predict what will happen next. While walking and chatting, the two came to the Corps command. Observing secretly, Wylan discovered that, except for the commander of the 131st Legion, his cousin, the other 2 commanders were as taciturn as Russell, and did not have the high spirits they had half a year ago. Afterwards, Bulborn, Badmonchi and Bamond entered the tent one after another. The border dwarf army was defeated, the battle line advanced northward, and the border crisis faced by the provinces of Cadlo and Serap was resolved. After receiving this news, everyone, including Wylan, breathed a sigh of relief. Speculations aside, only when the commander of the Corps personally spoke this news could they be completely relieved. According to the instructions of the 6th Command, the next logistics supply task will be transferred to the 29th Corps. Our 27th Corps mission is to enter the Zigas province and suppress the small group of dwarves who are resisting the army. After reading the order, Bolborn looked around and said, "Do you have any questions?" After a while, Russell was the first to stand up, bowed and saluted, and respectfully asked, "Commander, can we capture dwarves as slaves?" "Yes." Bolborn nodded and replied, "You can capture dwarves as slaves for your own use, or sell them to other countries, but you can't slaughter dwarves at will. This is the order of His Majesty the King." Russell got the answer he wanted and sat down. The second and third followed. Bolborn gave detailed answers to prevent them from violating the king's orders because of greed. Half an hour later, the meeting ended. Just as Wylan was about to leave, his third uncle hugged his shoulders, and the meaning was very clear. Seeing this scene, Wylan could only express a little regret to Russell that he could not go back with him. Russell was very envious when he saw this scene. It would be great if his family also had elders in the military. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. "Smelly boy, how are you doing these few months of leisure?" Bowman walked side by side with Wylan and headed to his tent. Wylan smiled and replied, "Don't worry about anything. A few months ago I saw that they all had missions and I might have been a little jealous. Now I can only feel lucky. Ha ha." After hearing this, Bowman seemed to think of a joke. "It's okay to use this to deceive Uncle Everios, but I don't know what kind of character you are. Grandpa is old and cunning, I can't fool him with this. If I pretend to be more realistic, I can still fool you, Uncle San." Wylan retorted mercilessly. "Forget it, don't say it. If you continue talking, I'm afraid I can't help but beat you." Bauman looked at the boy's appearance and clenched his fists, fearing that he couldn't help but beat Wylan. Wylan looked at his uncle and shut up, fearing a beating. Arriving at Bauman's tent, Wylan was not polite at all. He took out the tea leaves on his uncle's table, asked the female swordsman with a cat mask for a pot of water, and started to make tea. Bauman didn't mind it either. He preferred drinking wine to tea. "I called you here to tell you one thing. Be careful when you enter the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. You can kill the dwarf resistance troops. It's okay to kill all of them, but you can kill a few of the dwarf civilians or capture some as slaves, but you can't massacre them on a large scale. You must also respect the dwarf mountain god. Unless those clergy are members of the resistance troops, you can kill them. As for other clergy, as long as they don't interfere with your actions, you don't need to pay too much attention to them. The purpose of this kingdom is to obtain ownership of the new land in the north. There is no intention to occupy the dwarf territory, so you can plunder as much as you want, but the premise is still that one point: don't massacre the dwarf civilians." "I'll remember it." Wylan took a sip of tea and said slowly. Bauman looked at Wylan's calmness and felt a little itchy. "Aren't you curious about the reason?" "No. Forget it, it's okay if you're not curious. Just remember that this is the advice your grandpa gave to our family." Yeah, he knew more than his uncle, and Wylan knew the reason why his grandfather gave advice to their family. "By the way, here is a batch of supplies." Bamond patted his head and took out a document from the table and handed it to Wylan. "Thank you, Uncle. I'll bring you a few bottles of good wine next time." Before leaving, Wylan took the document and thanked his uncle. Bamond recalled the bottle of wine Wylan brought him last time and licked his lips with some aftertaste. "The wine last time was good. I don't mind 10 or 8 bottles. It would be best if there are dozens or hundreds of bottles." Wylan rolled his eyes at him. "The annual output of this kind of wine is only more than 100 bottles. However, next time, let Kyle send 10 bottles over. After all, his uncle helped him so much." After a quick glance at the documents, it was enough for the 135th Legion to change its uniforms. There were too many things, so I had to go back and arrange for someone to come and pick them up. On July 8, 9732 of the glorious calendar, the 135th Legion was ordered to march. 3 battalions were assigned to the vanguard, led by Viscount Moncas. 5 battalions were assigned to the center, led by Varin himself. The rear army consisted of 4 battalions, under the jurisdiction of Viscount Algernon Barrett, a friend of his uncle Alcott, who was responsible for escorting all necessary supplies. The 60,000 man team, with a march of more than 30 kilometers, marched towards the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, the province of Sigas. In the border area, those well-informed merchants came here early to occupy a good place, ready to act as middlemen, buy dwarf slaves from the army, and then sell them to various countries in the eastern part of the Sinops subcontinent. During the war between the Kingdom of Cube and the half-elf Kingdom of Is, more than 100,000 half-elf slaves were dumped in the Kingdom of Ilia. Now the situation may be reversed, and the kingdom of Ilya is dumping dwarf slaves to other countries. Mr. Deputy Commander, there is a town 30 kilometers ahead called Iron Tower City, which is the territory of the dwarf Viscount Iron Tower. 3 knights came to Monka's, dismounted, beat their chests and saluted and reported respectfully. What is the specific situation? Monkas asked while riding on a black-horned horse. Low-level silver knight bowed his head and replied, Sir, the dwarf villages and farmlands around the Iron Tower territory were all burned, but no traces of fighting were found. I guess this should be the scorched earth policy of the dwarves. The dwarves who originally lived in those villages are either in the Iron Tower City or have retreated to the rear. Monkas thought about it and asked the Silver Knight to take a team of Bronze Knights to scout the situation of the Iron Tower City, and at the same time asked the messenger to go to the Central Army to report the situation to Wylan. After receiving the news from Monkas, Wylan did not hesitate and ordered to stop the march and set up camp on the spot. The situation is unclear now, so it is better to be cautious. Iron Tower City was built 200 years ago. After the expansion of successive Iron Tower Viscounts, the entire mountain was hollowed out and irrigated with molten iron to form this permanent military fortress. In the underground palace, a dwarf stroked his white beard, held a wine glass, and drank wheat wine in big gulps. Father, all the people in the territory are fully armed. There are more than 20,000 people. With the 3,000 troops in our hands, and the 500 horned sheep knights and 1,000 hammer warriors in the hands of General Koda, we should be able to defend the Iron Tower City. A young dwarf stood beside the Iron Tower Viscount and reported nervously. What do you mean by should? The Iron Tower Viscount angrily smashed the wine glass on his youngest son's face and shouted. Loudly, Aiden Iron Tower touched the wine on his face, stood there without saying a word, and let his father vent his emotions. His 2 brothers, 3 sisters, and 6 nephews died in the war 2 months ago. The loss of his best heir and almost all his grandchildren made his father's character more and more irritable and paranoid. Half an hour later, Viscount Iron Tower was tired of scolding, so he asked the servant to bring another glass of wine, drank it all in one gulp, and his face was full of pain. Aiden, you and General Koda will leave Iron Tower City tonight. The young dwarf raised his head and looked at his father in disbelief. Passing on the surname of Iron Tower, this is my last request to you. I don't ask you to carry forward the family, but only ask you to pass on the family. Father, in fact, you. Shut up. Viscount Iron Tower stared at his youngest son and said in a deep voice, A warrior never retreats. I have the honor of sticking to it. Go out now and invite General Koda over. Aiden opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. His father was such a paranoid person, even in front of His Majesty the King, he would probably not change his persistence. Not long after, a high-level silver dwarf came to the underground palace. Lord Eric. Viscount Iron Tower opened his eyes, looked at the young dwarf in front of him, touched the wine on his beard and sat up straight. General Koda, I beg you for something. Please speak. Koda respected this Viscount who adhered to the warrior's way very much. Otherwise, he would have gathered the defeated soldiers and came to Iron Tower City to assist the other side in defense after being separated from the troops. Iron Tower City is located on the border. I know it can't be defended. Lord Eric, you don't have to. General Koda, please let me finish. Faced with the other party's request, Koda did not speak again, sitting quietly aside, listening to the story of Viscount Iron Tower. The human army has pushed the front line to the Duke of Hador. Although I believe that under the leadership of His Majesty, we can beat back the army of the Kingdom of Ilya, it is only a matter of time before the Iron Tower City falls. As a general, you should not face the inevitable end here, but should play a greater role on the battlefield, so I beg you to take my son Aiden and leave the Iron Tower City, and leave the Zigas province before the human clearing troops arrive. If possible, I hope you will take care of my son in the future. After that, Viscount Iron Tower asked the servants to bring up the 3 iron boxes and handed them to Koda in person. Koda did not open them. With his beard, he knew that there were valuable resources that could enhance his own strength. Dwarf Mountain God, as long as I, Koda, live one day, I will take care of Aiden one day. Thank you. After saying this, Viscount Iron Tower instantly aged a lot. The old man in front of him was determined to die and was unwilling to live in the world. All the outstanding descendants died on the battlefield, leaving only a smart but cowardly young son. It is not known whether it is a blessing or a curse. That night Kota led his 500 troops, plus 500 dwarf warriors led by Aiden, the son of Viscount Iron Tower, a total of 2,000 troops, and left Iron Tower City through the underground passage at night, heading west, preparing to bypass the Grey Wasteland and go to the West Hill province. The next afternoon, Wylin received intelligence about the news of Iron Tower City. There are dwarves who are fearless of death, but there are also dwarves who are greedy for life and afraid of death, through the confessions of 3 different dwarf soldiers. A brief intelligence was placed on the table for others to read. There were originally more than 50,000 dwarves in Iron Tower territory after 2 rounds of conscription by the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. There are still more than 30,000 dwarves left when the 26th Corps advanced forward. Some were killed casually. Now there should be more than 20,000 dwarves hiding in the Iron Tower Mountain. According to the confession of the dwarf soldiers, most of the descendants of this Viscount of the Iron Tower died in the war 3 months ago. They hate humans very much. The remaining dwarves, regardless of gender, age or young, distributed weapons and prepared to rely on the Iron Tower City to fight to the end. Everyone tell me how to fight. Wylin put down the intelligence in his hand and asked others. The Iron Tower City is a hollowed-out mountain which is irrigated with molten iron. There are dwarf runes engraved in important places. The tunnels inside are connected in all directions. It is easy for our army to attack, but it is difficult to completely wipe them out. The connected passages and dark environment are very unfriendly to our soldiers. I suggest breaking the city first, and then using 4 battalions of troops to surround the Iron Tower City, and the other troops continue to sweep around. Monkas waited for a while, and when no one spoke, he expressed his ideas, leaving some room for others to supplement. This method is feasible, but I think this city must have a passage to the outside world. Before the siege, the underground passage between the Iron Tower City and the outside world must be destroyed to prevent them from coming out to cause trouble. Viscount Algernon suggested, "Captain, I have something to add." Alcott looked at Varen and said, "In the mountain cities of the dwarves, there are usually special caves where edible mushrooms are grown, which serve as food when besieged. However, all of this is inseparable from water. Cutting off the water source can add a layer of insurance to the siege plan." "It's feasible." Varen wrote down Alcott's cousin's idea. Combining the opinions of several people, an action plan against the Iron Tower City was freshly prepared. First, we will capture the outer perimeter of the Iron Tower City and drive these dwarves into the tunnels. Then we will cut off the water supply and destroy the tunnels leading to the outside world. Then we will leave 4 battalions to besiege the city, and the other troops will sweep other places. As for the main force of the siege, it will be the troops of Viscount Monkas and Viscount Orcott, and the magic cannon troops will provide support. At the same time, please ask Lord Greff to help with the siege. I know everyone wants to get rich, and I do too. But if we don't eliminate the resistance of the dwarves, we can't get rich. So this war is fought for our own interests, I hope you understand. Yes, Commander, everyone answered in unison. Monkas had the command of 2 battalions, and his cousin Alcott had the command of 1 battalion. The help of the magic cannon troops and Greff, a low-level soul master, it was very easy to capture the outer perimeter of the Iron Tower City. There were only 13 Earth Elemental mages in the 135th Legion, and the highest level was low-level silver. It was impossible to use magic directly to form a 30-meter-high Earth mountain. In the next 5 days, Monkas could only let his subordinates build siege vehicles. Because there were very few magic craftsmen in the army, and the technology they mastered was not good, they could only carve the most basic magic array on the siege vehicle for reinforcement. They did not know other magic arrays, such as one-sided solidification, unshakable, and flame isolation. Wylin understood Monkas's predicament, but he had no way to deal with it. Without relevant talents, he could only rely on the most primitive method to attack the city. Fortunately, the Iron Tower City did not have a magic defense sky curtain, otherwise the difficulty of their siege would be increased by a level. With the joint efforts of 8 magic craftsmen, 200 ordinary craftsmen, and 3,000 soldiers, it took 5 days and 4 nights to finally build 6 ordinary siege vehicles. On the stone wall of Iron Tower City, both dwarf soldiers and dwarf officers could only watch the enemy's siege equipment being completed. It's not that they didn't send troops to attack the human army, but without exception, they died silently. In the end, they could only wait for the human army to attack the city. The Viscount of Iron Tower stood on the top of Iron Tower City, a platform 80 meters above the ground, and saw the actions of the human army with hatred in his eyes. Pass the order down, add a meal tonight, let the warehouse move the wine out and distribute it to the soldiers guarding the city. Yes, Lord Viscount. An officer heard this and replied respectfully, then turned and left. Although his eyes became cloudy and his strength continued to decline with age, the warrior heart he possessed never extinguished. After the family inheritance problem was solved, he no longer had any worries. The next morning, the sound of the magic cannon sounded the prelude to the siege. Most of the energy bombs hit the stone wall, forming 12-meter-deep pits, revealing the intricate tunnels inside and the dwarf soldiers who were constantly transported to the stone wall. A small number of energy bombs passed the stone wall and landed in the Iron Tower City, destroying stone buildings built on the surface of the mountain and killing some dwarf soldiers. 3 kilometers away, 3 battalions, 15,000 troops with 1,000 men in a formation, a total of 15 military formations, under the guidance of drums, moved forward step by step. Monkas was born in a Viscount family after all, and did not know the military formation command-type combat skills of thousands of voices, so he could only command the troops with the messengers around him. As for the battalion in Orkot's hands, it was handed over to Monkas for command, and he served as his deputy, supervising the battle on the side. The dwarf defenders on the stone wall were suppressed by the magic cannon and could not raise their heads. They could only watch the human army pushing the siege vehicle and constantly approaching the Iron Tower City. On the high wall of Iron Tower City, Viscount Iron Tower dropped his fist on the battlement and smashed a deep pit. Each energy bomb represents an intermediate magic crystal. In just 1 hour, the opponent's magic cannon has fired more than 300 energy bombs at Iron Tower City. What virtue and ability did Eric have to be treated like this by the enemy? Before the direct battle, the dwarf soldiers in the city suffered no less than 1,000 casualties. Several important tunnels collapsed, and hundreds of soldiers were buried in them, probably dead or maybe still alive. My Lord Viscount, in this situation, we can only hold on, and we must continuously send troops to the stone wall. Otherwise, the human siege vehicle will be placed on the wall, and it will be easy to open a gap. A dwarf officer with a gray beard stepped forward and suggested, his wrinkled skin full of vicissitudes. Hearing the voice, Viscount Iron Tower turned around and saw that it was the old man who had followed him for more than 100 years. His 2 sons and 4 grandsons followed his children to the battle and all died on the battlefield. Pass the order down. There must be 3,000 soldiers on the stone wall. No more, no less. No more soldiers will be killed. Yes. The old dwarf officer lowered his head and answered, turning to give orders. There are only 25,000 soldiers in the entire Iron Tower City, or only 5,000 warriors and 20,000 dwarf civilians. It is better to die in the Iron Tower City and go to the kingdom of the dwarf mountain god in advance than to be captured as slaves by humans and sold to other countries, living a life worse than pigs and dogs. This belief is the thought that the Viscount of the Iron Tower conveyed to his subjects, and it was eventually accepted by more than 20,000 dwarves. The young dwarves stayed in the cave, and the old dwarves were sent to the city wall in batches to fill the vacancies of the garrison. On the stone wall, 1 kilometer away from the stone wall, hundreds of soldiers continued to push 6 siege vehicles forward, with the dwarf's crossbow pushing this behemoth, constantly approaching the stone wall. Whenever the first batch of soldiers was completely wiped out, Viscount Monkas would order new soldiers to come forward to replace the dead soldiers and push the siege vehicles forward. In the army, the soldiers in the front row were filled with fear and held their weapons tightly, as if this would give them a sense of security. At the cost of more than 400 soldiers' lives, 6 siege vehicles were placed on the stone wall to form an upward passage. Attack! After the order was issued, 2,000 soldiers climbed up through the siege vehicles, carrying the dwarf's crossbows. The first batch of soldiers who climbed the stone wall relied on each other hacked and killed the surrounding dwarf defenders, and continued to expand the controlled area. Go! With just one word, thousands of dwarf soldiers were sent to the stone wall, stepping on the corpses of their loved ones and fighting with the human army. So it's here. The Viscount of the Iron Tower heard the sound, grabbed his iron hammer. Just as he was about to fight back, he found that his body was standing there, and then he lost consciousness. The 30 dwarf warriors and 6 dwarf officers guarding the platform were also beheaded, and the cuts on their necks were very smooth. In Gref's eyes, this dwarf Viscount was no different from those dwarf soldiers. More than 30 dwarves were beheaded in just 1 second. If it weren't for Master Wyland's request, he wouldn't do these things that would damage his identity. The command center was solved, and the next step was to see the performance of the army. Picking up the head of the Viscount of the Iron Tower, Gref came to the stone wall, threw the head on the stone wall, and flashed away. The head of the Viscount appeared on the stone wall, which dealt a severe blow to the morale of the dwarf defenders, but the war was not over. The dwarf officers loyal to Viscount Iron Tower continued to command their troops to fight against the human soldiers who climbed the stone wall and continued to retreat to the tunnel. More than 30 dwarf soldiers paid the price of their lives to get back their lord's head. After 8 hours of fighting, Monkas's army captured the outermost part of the Iron Tower city. Standing on the stone wall, Monkas looked at the scene in front of him calmly. The blood dyed the gray-white wall red, the bodies of dwarves and humans were intertwined, and broken swords were everywhere. Orcott drew out his knight's sword and picked up the helmets of several dwarf soldiers, and found that they were all white-haired under the helmets. Viscount Monkas, 8 out of 10 dwarf corpses here are old people. There are very few young and middle-aged dwarves. It seems that they want to fight to the end. Orcott wiped the blood on the knight's sword and put the sword back into the scabbard. I originally wanted to take down the Iron Tower city in one go. Since these dwarves want to resist, let's proceed according to the original plan. Monkas was also helpless about this and could only follow the plan discussed before. Upon hearing this, Orcott nodded and said, "Your troops suffered heavy casualties in today's siege. Let my soldiers take care of the aftermath. Then I'll trouble you." Viscount Monkas turned around and thanked him. "It's my job," Orcott replied. Afterwards, the troops under Orcott's command began to collect the bodies of their comrades, and as for the bodies of the dwarves, they were all thrown into places with water sources. At the same time, the soldiers brought up the magic cannons and used energy bombs to violently destroy the important nodes of the Iron Tower city. "My lord, the city is full of wood, and all our personnel have been evacuated." A low-level silver knight came to Orcott, beat his chest and saluted and reported loudly. Orcott nodded, and he threw the torch in his hand into the city with force. In an instant, the fire burned fiercely in the Iron Tower city. The fire burned for 2 days and 2 nights, and the Iron Tower mountain was stained with a layer of black ash, and thousands of dwarf soldiers suffocated to death in the tunnel. In the headquarters of the 135th Legion, Wyland took a pen and wrote reports for Monkas and Orcott. Being the head of the Legion is very impressive. But during the battle, a report needs to be formed for each battle submitted, reviewed by the Merit Verification Department to finally determine how many merits the noble leading the troops has obtained. As the head of the 135th Legion, as long as the nobles under his organization have obtained merits, he will have a copy, but the difference is how much. This time, the purpose of selecting Viscount Monkas as the commander of the attack on the Iron Tower city is to repay the favor of the other party, giving up his position to him. In his opinion, there are at least 3 merits in conquering the Iron Tower city. Monkas can get 2/3, and the remaining 1/3 belongs to his cousin. The merits obtained by Wyland are 1/6 of the merits obtained by the 2 of them. This part will be listed separately, and the merits in their hands will not be divided. This is the benefit of being the head of the Legion. If he directly led the troops to participate in the attack, he could get 2 copies with the blessing of the status of the head of the Legion, but it is not necessary. With so many nobles under his command, if he eats alone, he will be careful that the army will lose morale. If they win, he will have a share of the military merits, which is a good leadership. If they lose, he will also be responsible, reprimanded by the superiors, and even deducted from the military merits. As a Legion commander, the most important thing is to select generals. After writing the combat report, Wyland took out a piece of white paper and wrote a report requesting logistical supplies. The attack on the Iron Tower City consumed 800 intermediate magic crystals, which was really a bit of a waste. 3 days later, the 135th Legion was divided into 5 parts. In addition to the 4 battalions led by Wylan to besiege the Iron Tower City, the other 8 battalions of 40,000 troops, with 2 battalions as one part, led by Moncas, Alcott, Algernon, and another Viscount, swept the surrounding dwarf towns and villages before leaving. Wylan summoned the nobles to tell them not to massacre the dwarf civilians. As the commander of the 135th Legion and the chairman of the Noble Council of Cadlo Province, his reputation has long surpassed that of Viscount Moncas, as well as the benefits he has obtained for the Legion. All the nobles said that they would strictly abide by his orders. 30% of the property obtained by the noble army outside will be handed over. 20% will belong to Wylan and the nobles who stayed behind, and the remaining 50% will belong to themselves. Cassius, the task of besieging the Iron Tower City is handed over to you. The dwarves who voluntarily surrender can be detained. If you encounter a slave merchant, you can sell them if the price is right. Remember to keep a clear account. Also, strictly control the surrounding water sources. These dwarves who are short of water will definitely run out to grab water. These places must be defended. Yes, my lord, Cassius answered loudly. Wylan nodded with satisfaction, patted his shoulder, and said, "The experience of commanding 20,000 troops is rare. Study hard. I have high hopes for you." "Thank you for your appreciation, my lord." "Okay, go down." Wylan waved his hand and let Cassius leave. As for the battles encountered by other nobles during the looting, some reports were given to Kyle to write, and he was responsible for some major battles in some reports. In mid-July, more and more slave merchants came to the territory of Ziga's province. There were chambers of commerce from the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Cube, and even the Kingdom of Basio. The iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom was losing ground in the south, and 3 provinces fell into the hands of the Ilia kingdom. However, in the war with the Basio kingdom in the north, the situation was reversed. The dwarves hammered them to the ground and lost control of 4 border provinces. This was the news that Wylan received from his uncle Bamond half a month ago, which was shocking. The Basio kingdom and the Ilia kingdom sent troops in the same situation, both with tens of millions of troops. The total number of troops of the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom was only 10 million, and they needed to deal with human armies from both the north and the south at the same time. It stands to reason that the Basio kingdom, which has several times the number of troops of the other side, would end up in a miserable defeat. It really makes people wonder what they are doing. Recalling the combat effectiveness of the Basio kingdom army in the Principality of Borderland 4 years ago, it is not so surprising. In addition, with the political system in their country, it is natural for such a thing to happen. After this battle, the ranking of the Basio kingdom in the Sinope subcontinent may drop by several places. In early September, more and more dwarves walked out of the tunnels of the Iron Tower City and knelt down to surrender. Under the attack of hunger, the dwarf civilians with unsteady faith gave up their beliefs and surrendered to the human army. After some dwarf officers found out, they did not stop them, but just watched their men leave silently. For these surrendered dwarf soldiers, Cassius, according to Varen's instructions, imprisoned them all, and when there were a certain number, they were packaged and sold to slave traders. The war on the front line entered a stalemate. As the second-line troops, the 27th Corps was either suppressing the dwarf rebels or on the way to suppress the rebels, and plundered the wealth accumulated by the dwarves. Before the war began, there were more than 1.1 million dwarves living in the entire Zigas province. In less than half a year, some of the population fled to the north, a small number entered the Grey Wasteland to avoid the disaster of the war, and a considerable number became slaves and was sold to slave traders. The number of dwarves in Zigas province is less than half of that before the war, and even the number of troops of the Kingdom of Elijah in Zigas province exceeds the number of dwarves. After 3 months of siege, about 12,000 dwarves surrendered and was sold to slave traders by Cassius one after another, earning 1.2 million gold coins. The wealth handed over by the other 4 troops of the 135th Corps, except for the wealth to be handed over to the Corps. The rest was distributed to the small nobles. Wylan probably gained 13 million gold coins. Sure enough, robbing is always easier to accumulate wealth than doing business. No-cost business is really getting more and more addictive. Wylan looked at the account book in his hand and couldn't help sighing. However, this kind of thing is just to think about it. On the battlefield, the situation is changing. No one knows what will happen in the next moment. Maybe you are in a carnival the moment before, and you will be defeated the next moment. It is not impossible. According to Wylan's calculations, there are less than 1,000 dwarves alive in the Iron Tower city, but he did not end the siege plan, but asked Cassius not to relax. Anyway, the Legion has not issued a new order now. So just continue the siege and find something to do for yourself. On the front battlefield, with the priests of the Church of Life, the number of casualties of the Ilia Kingdom army is far lower than the number of dwarfs killed in battle. According to the battlefield situation between the north and the south, the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom quickly changed its war strategy, replaced an elite legion with several ordinary legions of dwarf troops, piled up the miscellaneous troops in the south, and transferred the replaced elite legion to the north, preparing to win a partial victory on the northern battlefield, and then turn back to deal with the army of the Ilia Kingdom. In response to the situation on the battlefield, the Kingdom of Ilia quickly adjusted its war strategy and prepared to use ordinary legions to deal with these dwarf miscellaneous troops and withdraw its elite legions to rest. The purpose of this war is to completely obtain the ownership of the 850,000 square kilometers of land in the new land in the north, and there is no intention to further encroach on other territories of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. In other words, no matter how much territory is conquered, it will eventually be returned after the war. In addition, it is not advisable to push the dwarves too hard on the southern battlefield, so that the other side has enough strength to go to the north and consume the Kingdom of Basio, which is also an important purpose of the Kingdom of Ilia. Even later, when the Kingdom of Basio knew the shamelessness of the Kingdom of Ilia, it could only pinch its nose and admit it, because their army performed so poorly at the beginning of the war. Wylan is not interested in the fight between countries now, but he knows that he is about to go to the battlefield. On the last day of September, Wylan received an order from the Corps headquarters to arrive at the junction of Zigas Province and Zikyu Province before October 20th, and to station in Stone Tree City, Rock City, and Multi-Iron City to guard against the dwarf army northwest of the Misty River. The day after receiving the Corps order, Wylan sent out a messenger to summon the troops to return. This group of people have been looting outside for more than 3 months, and it is time to come back to do business. Under the night on the hill, Wylan discussed the next situation with Kyle while making tea. "My lord, there is a duchy in the north of Zigas Province. Why didn't the kingdom move troops in this direction, but only sent 3 legions to guard here, and then did nothing?" Kyle picked up a glass of wine, drank half a glass, and asked with some doubts. "There are many complicated factors here. If there were no rules set before the war, the kingdom would definitely concentrate its strength to deal with the dwarf Duke Haldor first." "Is that so? The war has been going on for half a year, but there has been no legendary battle. Perhaps this is the hidden rules that the master has implicitly told him. Some things cannot be said directly, otherwise they will be sensed by the gods." It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for fate to guide it again. 6 months later, an undead disaster will break out in the West Hill province of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Please treat it with caution. Hearing this news, Wylan stood up suddenly. Kyle looked at his master's abnormal behavior and asked with concern, "Master, what happened?" "It's okay, let me be quiet." Wylan sat down again, supporting his chin with his hand, thinking in his heart. A few months ago, a demon disaster broke out in the Stone Hill province of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. A few months later, an undead disaster will break out in the West Hill province next to it. Good man, all the troubles are caused by the dwarves. Could it be that the dwarf mountain god has offended an evil god, and he is always targeting his faith area to make trouble? Affecting the entire province, it is a big deal, but it is also a small matter. For the sake of his own life, Wylan decided to tell his uncle about this secretly. 11 years ago, the cursed mask incident told him that there are some things that the elders should know. Back in the tent, Wylan began to write letters in the family code. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wylan found 6 guards and asked them to take their identity tokens and escort the letter to the headquarters of the 27th Corps and hand it to the staff officer Bammond. The content of this letter is very important. I hope you will not let me down. Don't worry, Lord. Even if we all die, this letter will definitely not be a problem. The leading low-level Silver Knight answered with a firm tone and a serious face. Go. Wylan stepped forward to help him put on his helmet and let them go. The 6-man team set out overnight with the letter and headed for the province of Serap. In an abandoned mine in the province of Hill, a gray-robed man entered the cave, and the flesh on his body gradually faded, revealing the dark bones inside. Wherever he passed, whether it was the lowest zombie or the skeleton with only instinct, they all knelt on the ground as if welcoming their king. In the deepest part of the cave, the soul flame of a dark knight rekindled and sat up from the skeleton throne. Hell! The whisper of darkness made the black-robed skeleton bow slightly. In the Stonehill province, 330,000 square kilometers of land, 837 abandoned mines, and more than 8 million undead are all ready. What's the situation with the undead transformed from the demonic bones? The black-robed skeleton replied in a low voice, a crazy fighting machine without reason, only instinct remains. As recorded in the Book of Sea Breeze, the soul of the devil belongs to the abyss, and the body of the devil only has soul fragments. Can it be driven? It's hard. The Dark Knight's soul fire began to flicker, and the black-robed skeleton knew that his companion was thinking. This operation was dominated by him, and he only played a supporting role. Because of this, he will not interfere with the other party's decision. Anyway, he will take the blame for the failure. He is only assisting. Even if he is responsible, it is only a small part. Then let the 8 generals devour them all to strengthen their strength. If the bait has no strength, it will make people doubt our true purpose. Then do it your way. After the black-robed skeleton finished speaking, he turned and left. The Dark Knight looked down at his pitch-black armor and the dim morning flower on the left side of his chest. The memory of his body told him that doing so was wrong, but the instinct of his soul told him that all this was beneficial to him. Feeling more and more irritable in his heart, the Dark Knight opened his mouth and swallowed the souls of hundreds of bronze-level skeleton warriors around him to calm down the irritability in his heart. Seeing this, the 4 Black Knights guarding the door drove hundreds of bronze-level undead into the cave, waiting for their master to eat the next time he was in a bad mood. At the same time, they moved their positions farther out to avoid next time it will be swallowed by the owner for no reason. 3 days later, the troops were assembled and officially set off to the northwest. On October 10th, the 135th Army Corps officially took over the garrison duties in Shishu City, Shanyan City, and Duodi City. Wylan led 6 battalions to garrison the Mountain Rock City in the middle and also served as a mobile force. Viscount Munkas led 4 battalions of troops to garrison Stone Tree City on the lower reaches of the Misty River. As for the Iron City on the upper reaches of the Misty River, Viscount Algernon led 2 battalions of troops to garrison the city. At the same time, Varon repeatedly emphasized to Monkas and Algernon that they could not cross the Misty River and only needed to take active defense. The 2 of them were a little confused about this order, but they were still willing to choose to obey it. In the headquarters of the 27th Corps, Bammond finished his day's work and had just returned to his tent to rest when he saw his concubine coming to him with a letter. This kid won't cause any trouble. With doubts, Bammond opened the letter. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Where did this kid get the news? Bammond held the letter in his hand and asked his 2 concubines to go down. Then he read it carefully. After confirming it again and again, his heart sank to the bottom. He had heard about the demonic disaster a few months ago. According to his nephew, a natural disaster of the undead will break out in the Zikyu province in 6 months. Why is this iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom so unlucky? Just now, he was discussing with the commander of the corps, Bulborn Silvis, and the deputy commander, Medmanch Colombo, to assemble 2 legions of 120,000 troops, cross the Misty River, and attack the enemy on the other side of the river. The dwarf army earned some face for the 27th Corps. It seemed that this plan could not be implemented. Instead, he needed to find ways to persuade the 2 of them to give up the plan. He must believe the news his nephew told him. Previous facts have proven that his nephew has a soul skill that can predict the future. This matter was speculated by his eldest brother. Currently, only a few high-ranking people in the family know about this matter. They can be counted on two hands. However, for no reason, he told the two of them that a natural disaster of the undead would break out in the capital of Zikyu province 6 months later. If he thought about it from his perspective, he would find this very outrageous. Therefore, he needed to produce some evidence. Otherwise, it would be difficult to persuade Bulborn Silvis and Medmonkey Colombo to abandon this plan. The priests of the goddess of life are the most sensitive to this undead aura. It makes me want to see if I know anyone at the bishop level. After thinking for a while, Bamon's face became a little ugly. Most of the people he made friends with were people in the military. He knew a few from the church, but his friendship was not deep, and they were all in several other headquarters. Oh, I'd better tell my cousin about this. The sky is falling, but there are tall people holding it up. It's time for my cousin, an old man, to shine. Once this matter is confirmed, his nephew will be able to obtain at least 10 military exploits. For this reason, Bauman spent a lot of effort and tactfully made some suggestions to Earl Hurricane, asking him to remove Varen from this matter. The military merits can be received normally, but the reputation does not need to be publicized to avoid attracting public attention. The revenge of those undead creatures. There must be specialized high-level undead creatures behind such a large, undead natural disaster. Small as my nephew is, he really can't withstand a lot of abuse. For the safety of his nephew, Bamon took great pains. Next time they meet, he must let him bring out a few more bottles of good wine to entertain him. After packing the envelope, Bauman called a confidant and handed him the letter and his token, urging him to deliver the letter to Earl Hurricane. Mountain Rock City is a city built on the plains. It is known as the granary of the Zegas province. It is the territory of the dwarf Marquis Darag. But the Marquis has retreated to the north and taken most of the population with him. According to Wyland's understanding, there used to be more than 60,000 dwarves living in the city, but now the population is less than 10,000. The ruins all indicate that a very fierce war has broken out here. Walking on the street, Wyland can smell the strong smell of blood in the air. My lord, all the dwarves who can be killed in this city have been killed. Similarly, all the dwarves who can be sold have been sold, leaving only these old, weak, sick, and disabled people who have no value. Kyle looked at the surrounding scene and said helplessly, "Look at the bright side, they are all old, weak, sick, and disabled, and the security cost has dropped all at once. We can free up more troops to do other things." Wyland did not feel angry, but rather very relaxed. He had more money than he could spend, and now he was less interested in plundering wealth. Other nobles gained something in this war. Although they were still greedy, they did not plunder the Rock City again under the restraint of Wyland. The scene at this moment is a true portrayal of the country that has lost the initiative. Those who dared to resist were killed, those with skills were sold as slaves, and the others were thrown aside to fend for themselves. If the kingdom of Ilia failed in the first stage, his Kixing territory would probably not be much better. Fortunately, the kingdom's army was powerful. They won the first stage and took the initiative in this war. The war between races is so cruel. If there is a war between two human countries, for the sake of the same race, it will be relatively merciful. At most, they will rob and invite some talents to their own country. After all, everyone wants to save face. For countries of different races, there is no way to kill them all, even if the gods they believe in are somewhat capable. Half a month after Varen took over the Rock City, the remaining dwarves in the city gradually settled down. Although they were afraid of the human troops patrolling the streets, as long as they did not resist, there was no danger to their lives. "How much does this cost?" Wyland came to a street stall, picked up a wooden hammer, and asked with a smile. The broken-armed dwarf vendor showed fear on his face, waved his hands quickly, and said in common language that he was not very proficient in, "No, no money. How about I give you 4 copper coins and buy you this small wooden hammer?" "Many, thank you, sir." The dwarf merchant kept nodding. Upon seeing this, Kyle took out a cloth bag from his pocket, counted out 4 copper coins, and placed them one by one in front of the dwarf vendor, while smiling and staring into the other person's eyes. Playing with the wooden hammer in his hand, Varen turned to Kyle and said, "Ask Cassius to send people to follow him secretly and dig out this group of rebels." "Yes," Kyle responded. Looking at the two humans leaving, the amputated dwarf's eyes were full of hatred. Holding the 4 copper coins in his hand, he wanted to throw them away, but after thinking about it, he endured it and put it in his pocket. After dark, the armless dwarf packed up his stall and returned to Pingaming district as usual, completely unaware of the assassin following him. The floor was open, and a one-eyed dwarf came out and asked, "Siumu, how are you doing today?" "Sir, 2 humans bought a wooden hammer today and gave them 3 copper coins. This is the payment." The broken-armed dwarf took out 3 copper coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. The one-eyed dwarf ignored the copper coins on the seat and stared at the broken-armed dwarf. "You said that a human bought something from you and gave you the money." "Yes, sir." The broken-armed dwarf confirmed again. "Since there are humans buying your things, why do you come back?" The one-eyed dwarf said word by word. His voice was not loud, but it directly touched the heart of the amputated dwarf. Yes, the broken-armed dwarf suddenly remembered why he wanted to come back. Bang, the wooden door was kicked open, and the one-eyed dwarf grabbed the broken-armed dwarf and blocked the archer's arrows. "Damn humans, you are actually playing dirty tricks." Throwing away the lifeless dwarf with a broken arm, the one-eyed dwarf picked up the hammer and cursed loudly, the sound spreading around. "Haha, I want to send a message to your accomplices. It's just wishful thinking." Although the leading young noble could not understand the dwarf language spoken by the one-eyed dwarf, it could be seen from his actions that he was giving a message to the dwarf resistance forces. Unfortunately, there are 1,000 troops surrounding this residential area. Unless the opponent digs a tunnel deep enough, it will be difficult to escape. In the end, the one-eyed dwarf was shot into a hedgehog, with a body of less than 1.4 meters filled with more than 60 feather arrows. In this residential area, more than 400 dwarves, regardless of age or sex, were all taken away and imprisoned. As for identifying those who are dwarf rebels and those who are innocent dwarf civilians, they don't have that much energy to do this kind of thing, so they can directly package them and sell them to slave traders, which is simple and hassle-free. Early the next morning, this incident quickly spread throughout Shanyan City, making the remaining dwarves tremble and hide in the house, not daring to come out during this special time. The slightly turbulent rock city quickly calmed down again, except for praying at the temple of the dwarf mountain. God, these dwarves did not dare to walk around on the streets anymore. In the 6th headquarters, Earl Hurricane Iorises opened Bauman's letter and became more and more frightened as he read it. "Someone is coming." After burning the secret letter, Iorises said towards the door. "Grown-ups." A golden swordsman entered the room, knelt on one knee and waited for Earl Hurricane's instructions. "Go and fetch Bishop Carden." "Yes, sir." The golden swordsman stood up and left the room. After a while, a middle-aged priest with a powerful aura came to Iorises' office. "Aye, what can I do for you?" "Cadine, call me by my full name." Iorises clenched his fists and glared at him. The middle-aged pastor didn't care at all about his best friend's expression. He sat down casually and poured himself a cup of tea. "Aye, this title is my testimony of our friendship. I'm very sad when you say that." "Cadine, don't think I can't beat you, just do this." "Be careful, I beat your son." "Remember to give me a few more beatings." Cadrin said with a big smile on his face. "I believe he will make great progress under the guidance of his uncle." Looking at this stubborn guy, Iorises had absolutely no way to deal with him. "Then I'll tell my sister that last time you." "Go ahead and say it, I believe Selena believes me." Cadrin pretended to be calm. You. This guy, Iorises, is completely out of options. Seeing the other party shouting, Earl Hurricane ignored him. "I want to ask you to do something for me." "AI, tell me, leave it to me." Cadden kept a warm smile on his face, and his tone was somewhat expectant. Count Hurricane did not keep the secret, and roughly told the story again, but hid some key information. After all, his sister was married out and had changed her surname. Although Cadden had a close relationship with him, he was not a member of his family after all, and there were some things that he could not know. "I will check this matter myself." Cadden's face became solemn, and he said to Ioris, although he hoped that this matter was just his friend and brother-in-law's alarmist talk, since the other party took it seriously, it meant that it was probably true. "Then I'll leave it to you," Ioris said solemnly. After Cadden left, Ioris got up and went to the office of Alfred Silves, the commander of the 6th Command, to suggest that the other party issue an order to let all the troops stationed around the Misty River stay in place. And without orders, they must not cross the Misty River without authorization and enter the northwest Zikyu province. 6 days later, Wylan, who was far away in Mountain Rock City, received an order from the Corps Command, strictly ordering the 135th Corps not to cross the Misty River and enter the territory of Zikyu Province. Seeing this order, Wylan was relieved. It seemed that his uncle was still capable. Next time, he would bring a few glowing wines to visit him. In the territory of Zikyu Province, Cadden used his extraordinary magic equipment invisibility to cover his breath and began to explore various caves, and dark swamps. In front of an abandoned iron mine tunnel, the surroundings were very quiet, completely different from the abandoned mines he remembered. Abandoned places are mostly occupied by other beasts, monsters, or other wandering creatures. This place is very quiet, and the surroundings are dead silent, with no vitality at all. Cadden added a few protections for himself and explored the inside of the tunnel step by step. Exploring hundreds of meters down, the dark environment seemed quiet, and there was almost no breath of life. At a corner, Cadden stopped and looked at the barrier in front of him. His heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Sure enough, the worst thing happened. For no reason, how could an abandoned mine have a blockade barrier? Apart from the news told to him by his brother-in-law, Cadden had no answer in his heart. Looking at this blockade barrier, Cadden did not hesitate, unlocked invisibility, and released his breath without reservation. The blockade was like encountering a natural enemy. The magic energy spread all around, and noisy sounds came from inside. Discovered. 300 kilometers away, the black-robed skeleton opened his eyes. Soul fire was turbulent, and he conveyed what he wanted to express. In the cave next to him, the Dark Knight felt the message from his companion, stood up and left the skeleton throne, came to the wall, stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and the 16-meter-thick cave wall melted, revealing a passage leading directly to the black-robed skeleton's residence. What happened? The black-robed skeleton stood up, calmed the turbulence of the soul fire, and expressed his thoughts to the Dark Knight. The barrier of Cave No. 33 was damaged, and I felt the breath of the priest of the goddess of life. Human. The Dark Knight tilted his head and looked at the black-robed skeleton. His tone a little puzzled. Yes, our plan has to be advanced. How is the situation of the 8 generals devouring those demon undead? The Dark Knight suppressed his inner irritability and asked the black-robed skeleton. It's done. The Dark Knight opened his mouth and swallowed the soul fire of the 12 low-level gold mage skeletons beside the black-robed skeleton. His tone returned to the coldness of the past, and he completely suppressed the resistance shown by his body and said, "The action will begin in 3 days." I know. The black-robed skeleton didn't care about the soul fire of the 12 mage skeletons. Beside him being swallowed, these 12 low-level gold mage skeletons were originally the food he kept beside him and the good medicine for healing. As a high-level soul skeleton mage, the soul fire of silver and lower undead has little effect on him. Only the soul fire of gold level is good for him. The Dark Knight looked at his masterpiece and said before leaving, 4 undead dominoes by your 12 gold mage skeletons. Okay. The black-robed skeleton made a sound, and his tone was somewhat happy. On the other side, Cadden performed a large purification spell to eliminate all the tens of thousands of undead in Cave No. 33. Stepping on the pile of bones, Cadden began to look for clues. In front of the remains of a golden undead skeleton warrior, Cadden stretched out his hand and gently grabbed it. A rib floated into his hand. On it was engraved a golden skull with a flower blooming in the left eye and a broken sword stuck in the right eye. This mark, I remember, is the Skeleton Flower Council. The Skeleton Flower Council was born in the ancient times before the glorious calendar. There is a speaker, 3 vice speakers, and 9 counselors. The lowest strength is legendary mid-level. Each counselor has several to dozens of undead legions under his command. In addition, each counselor has several legendary undead as his subordinates for him to command. It is said that the founder of the Skeleton Flower Council was once a Dawn Knight, but a Dawn Knight who fell into the Dark Night. As a powerful divine spirit, the God of Dawn has 6 parish states and 20 faith states in the main material plane. On the main continent, in the 12 empires, the God of Dawn has the power to preach freely in the 2 empires and the plane worlds under his jurisdiction. In the other 10 empires, although the God of Dawn does not have the power to preach freely, his clergy will be respected when entering these countries. It is still unknown how many creatures outside the world believe in the God of Dawn. On the Synapse subcontinent, the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn is not only the leader of the human world, but also the most powerful kingdom on the Synapse subcontinent. even the Holy Dragon Kingdom established by the Dragonborn in the northern part of the western region of the Synapse subcontinent. A country supported by 8 legendary golden dragons dare not compete with it. If the Skeleton Flower Council is behind it, I am afraid that there will be few dwarves alive in the Zikyu province. Cadden clenched his ribs and muttered to himself, this matter can only be reported. With his ability, he can't solve this kind of thing. It's time to go, or the group of undead will surround us. Cadden put the rib into the space equipment on his wrist and left Zikyu province without looking back, with the sadness on his face lingering. The day after Cadden returned to the 6th Command, Wylan received an order to abandon Mountain Rock City, Multi-Iron City and Stone Tree City, and immediately retreat to the southern part of Zyga's province. In the meeting room, everyone else was puzzled by this order sent directly from the 6th Command to their legion, but the magic authenticity mark on it could not be faked. Everyone, go back and gather the troops and start retreating. Yes, they didn't have the courage to disobey the order issued across 2 levels of command. At the same time, Russell's 134th Legion and 133rd Legion also withdrew. All the Ilia Kingdom troops near the Zikyu province hurriedly packed up and burned the things that could not be taken away on the spot, as if they were going to escape. After the human army left, the dwarves in the northern part of Zyga's province began to cheer, thinking that the kingdom's army had fought back and scared the human army away. On the northwest bank of the Misty River, the commander of the dwarf army and the governor of the Zikyu province, Jed Iron Furnace, was very confused and puzzled. However, since the human army retreated, they would not give up this good opportunity. They quickly assembled an army of 30,000 people, took a boat, crossed the Misty River, and took over the northern part of Zyga's province. The Zyga's province, which was conquered with great difficulty, was abandoned in half overnight, which made the top leaders of each corps extremely dissatisfied. But this was an order directly issued by the 6th Command, and they did not dare to disobey. At the 27th Corps Command, Bulborn Silves felt very helpless about the order of his cousin. But the other party was the commander of the 6th Command, and had direct command of more than 1 million troops of the 6th Command, and he was just a small corps commander. As soon as the governor of Zikyu province, Jed Ironlu, stepped into the Rock City, he was extremely proud. Zyga's province lost by the elite army was recaptured under his wise leadership. My lord, you look. A dwarf general pointed to the other side of the river with a look of horror on his face and said to Governor Jed Ironlu. Jed looked displeased, turned his head and looked. His face turned pale in an instant and sat down on the ground. How could this happen? This is the undead plague. As a member of the royal family, he knew very well what this gray-black fog was. Quick, let the soldiers drive the boat back to save people, as many as possible. Jed suppressed the fear in his heart and ordered several dwarf generals beside him. Several people came to their senses and called the soldiers to return to the other side of the Misty River to save people. There are not only more than 100,000 troops on the other side of the Misty River, but also a large amount of supplies. As for the hundreds of thousands of dwarf civilians in the West Hill province, they were all abandoned by default. Now they have to pray that the gray-black fog will not spread, otherwise they can only take care of themselves first. And even the army on the other side can only give up. After receiving the news, the dwarf Duke Hador came to the Misty River, looking at the gray-black fog below and the ships coming and going on the river, holding the hammer tightly, with an indignant look, but more hesitation in his heart. The symbol of the Skeleton Flower Council, the Death Mist, he has lived for 1,000 years, so he naturally knows it. He doesn't know how many legendary undead there are in the fog. If he goes in now, whether he can come out alive is another matter. So he should wait for other dwarf legends to come here. In the fog, the Dark Knight guarded the black-robed skeleton, waiting for news. The black-robed skeleton opened his eyes. The soul fire flickered, and he was very excited. 150 kilometers underground. The thing that the adults want is there. It is not easy to get the location of this thing with the lives of 300,000 dwarves. Let's go. The Dark Knight called his nightmare mount and led more than 1,000 black knights to the destination. The black-robed skeleton flew up and came to the side of the Dark Knight. Let's fly, your horse runs too slowly. Faced with his companion's suggestion, the Dark Knight remained silent. The Nightmare Mount turned his head and looked at the black-hearted skeleton, grinning, but the speed of the four limbs and horse legs became faster and faster, leaving the Black Knight behind, and in less than a minute, there was no trace. The Dark Knight gently patted the neck of the Nightmare Mount and comforted him in his own way. Looking at this man and horse, the black-robed skeleton stopped talking and followed the Dark Knight silently. Half an hour later, the Nightmare Mount stopped in front of a town. "These undead, I leave them to you. Then I won't be polite." The black-robed skeleton fell to the ground and raised the skeleton staff in his hand. A large magic circle enveloped the entire town and more than 10,000 undead in it. The next moment, the skeleton's soul was stripped away, and the energy of the corpse's flesh and blood was absorbed, all gathered towards the black-robed skeleton. 3 minutes later, the more than 10,000 undead souls became the black-robed skeleton's nourishment, allowing his strength to improve a little bit. After the clearing was completed, the Dark Knight stretched out his right hand and cast Dark Corruption. The complete stone house melted, together with the bones and rotten flesh on the ground. It turned into dark water with a foul odor and continued to corrupt downwards. The black-robed skeleton flew into the air, looking at the bottomless pit, and was amazed, casting an envious look at the Dark Knight. Once the Dawn Knight degenerates into a Dark Knight, he has such an ability. The Dark Knight ignored the envious look of the black-robed skeleton and continued to focus on corrupting downwards to find that thing. 3 hours later, the Dark Knight turned his head and looked at the black-robed skeleton and nodded. After receiving the other party's news, the black-robed skeleton flew down the deep pit and descended 30,000 meters, and then saw that the thing his master needed was wrapped in a layer of glorious power. Seeing this, the black-robed skeleton took out a crystal bottle from his pocket, in which a little blood with a black smell was floating. He carefully opened the bottle mouth, let it float to the top of the radiant barrier, and then quickly flew upwards. Just as he returned to the ground, there was a sound below, and the ground began to collapse on a large scale. The power emitted made a skeleton, a mummy, and a horse quickly move away from this place. Outside the fog, Duke Hador felt this powerful momentum, which made him feel terrified, and at the same time a little fortunate. If he had just rashly entered, maybe the corpse would be cold now. The Lord's thing is really powerful. Even if 100 of me, you skeleton explosion with all my strength, may not have such power. The black-robed skeleton looked at the dark light column in the sky, and the soul fire swayed left and right, and was very envious. Hearing this, the Dark Knight nodded and agreed with the black-robed skeleton. As a member of the Skeleton Flower Conference, the people they are loyal to could have sent their own legends to find this thing and take it back. Unfortunately, the competition among the undead is very fierce, and legends often devour each other. Every legendary undead in the organization wants to become a member of the Skeleton Flower Council. Whenever a member is seriously injured, it is an opportunity for these legends. In the end, this task fell into the hands of the 2 high-level undead souls. To those who are loyal to them, the 2 of them are ants that can be crushed to death at will, but to those legends, once this thing falls into their hands, it will pose a great threat to the member. There's also a most important reason. The 2 of them have some soul fragments in the hands of that counselor. Once the other party dies, they will perish. Unless they become legends, they can get rid of the counselor's control. But the undead are opposed by the world, and it is very difficult to achieve legends. Therefore, the Skeleton Flower Council speculated a way to promote. Kill 12 high-level soul undead or 100 soul-level demons, use their lives to exchange for the recognition of the world and promote legends. Half an hour later, the black light column disappeared, and the black-robed skeleton flew down. The power of glory has been melted, and the black-robed skeleton took out a special container and flew carefully to the triangular prism black crystal. Start the special container. Suck the triangular prism black crystal into the container, hold it in your arms, and fly out. We got the things, we should go. Wait a minute. What? Can't bear to leave your Black Knights. Faced with the question of the black-robed skeleton, the Dark Knight nodded silently. Seeing this, the black-robed skeleton could only take out a bunch of materials, deploy a one-time teleportation array, and then stand aside and wait quietly. Compared with the Dark Knight, an alien undead who values his subordinates, the black-robed skeleton, who regards his subordinates as food and tools, is a normal mentality. Not long after, more than 1,000 Black Knights arrived here. The Dark Knight took them into his dark space and nodded to the black-robed skeleton. Seeing this, the black-robed skeleton took out 36 high-level magic crystals and placed them round the one-time long-distance teleportation array. After the Dark Knight and the Nightmare Mount entered the teleportation array, the black-robed skeleton directly started the teleportation. After the light, a skeleton, a mummy, and a horse disappeared in the territory of Zikyu province. As for the millions of low-level undead and 8 low-level undead generals who stayed behind, they were abandoned as abandoned pawns to cover up their true purpose. Half a month later, the 8 dwarf legends arrived in Zikyu province and used violent means to disperse the gray-black fog in Zikyu province, and at the same time went out to clean up the undead here. For Zikyu province, where there were no living people, the 8 dwarf legends did not care at all. The most violent means were used. The hills turned into plains, the plains turned into swamps. The earth spells were used to sink the whole city into the ground. Everything was just the 8 legends venting their anger. They found that they were deceived. There were no legendary undead here, which made them feel cheated. It was a great shame that they were scared by the gray-black fog. Why did this sudden undead disaster occur? Neither the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom nor the Kingdom of Elijah know. The 27th Corps, which had been silent for a month, moved again. On the southeast bank of the Misty River, in the northwest of the Zigas province, the 80,000 dwarf troops who escaped from the Zikyu province survived a life-and-death crisis and were about to face another war. The 28th Corps took the lead and blocked the border between the Zigas province and the Dukedom of Hador, cutting off their possibility of retreating to the northeast. As for the legend of the dwarves in the sky, except for the soldiers at the bottom who did not know the truth and was still expecting it, the dwarf leaders were already thinking about which direction to retreat. How could a fully staffed human corps, 5 legions, and more than 200,000 troops resist with only 80,000 of them? Governor, I suggest retreating to the West Hill province. A young dwarf viscount made a shocking statement, which instantly quieted the noisy conference room. Although the West Hill province has been cleaned up by the legends and the undead are almost extinct, the land is still surrounded by the breath of death. Without the purification of the priests, this is a Jedi for the living. It is better to stick to this place and die in battle. If they die on the battlefield, they will have the opportunity to go to the kingdom of the Dwarf Mountain God. If they fall in the West Hill province polluted by the breath of death, they will become ugly undead, which is absolutely not allowed. Get out! Jed Ironforge, the governor of the West Hill province, pointed at the young dwarf viscount and scolded him mercilessly. Seeing his colleagues around him treat him coldly, the young dwarf viscount realized what he had done this time, lowered his head, and was driven out of the conference room in disgrace. Afterwards, everyone had a heated discussion again. There was only one core issue, which was to let the troops evacuate the West Gas province at the lowest cost. For this reason, there were 2 different opinions. The first view is that the 80,000 troops can retreat safely by boat through the Misty River. The reason for opposition is also very simple. All the ships combined can only transport 5,000 soldiers at a time. The human army will not give them enough time to retreat. The second view is to retreat to the southwest, and if they encounter the human army, they will sacrifice a small group of troops to preserve the large troops and continue to retreat. But whose troops will be sacrificed first and whose troops will be reserved first became the reason for everyone's quarrel. No one wants their troops to be abandoned as abandoned pawns, and they all hope that their troops will be reserved first. I decided to retreat from 2 directions. In the end, Jed Ironforge, the governor of the West Hill province, was ready to adopt this compromise plan. Each of these dwarf nobles under his command has his own interests. If they continue to quarrel, there is no need to talk about retreating. Just sit and wait for death. Andra, although your troops only have 3,000 soldiers, they are part of the kingdom's army and are also the most elite of our army. I will give you 2/3 of the ships and let you retreat northward along the Misty River while taking away important supplies. Jade pointed to a golden mid-level dwarf warrior and said in a deep voice. The middle-aged dwarf general heard this and stood up and answered loudly, "Yes, Governor." The rest of the army will follow this governor and go south. All the way, cross the Misty River from the short stone mouth on the border, and enter the gray wasteland. Each of you select 1,000 soldiers to form a 15,000 man force to open the way for the army to go south as a vanguard army. Jed looked at the embarrassed faces of the crowd, thought for a while, and then said, "The undead disaster broke out in the West Hill province, and some dwarves must have entered the Grey Wasteland. As long as our army enters the Grey Wasteland, the army in your hands will not, there will be no loss. Zikyu province no longer exists. I know that the army has become your last resort. If you want to pass on your family, you can't do it without the army. This governor also knows this. But if you waste time here and get killed and captured by humans, your family will also be cut off from inheritance. I will select 3,000 soldiers from my army to join the vanguard. This is my initial biggest concession. I hope you don't fail to appreciate it." After weighing the pros and cons, the 3 dwarf earls and 12 dwarf viscounts finally bowed their heads to the governor. "If you don't leave here, everything you say is empty talk." On the other side, the 135th Legion led by Wylin received an order from the corps headquarters to march westward and set up defenses at Aishiku as the last line of defense of the corps to block the possibility of the dwarf army's escape. Aishiku is the narrowest and longest port in the middle section of the Misty River, and it is also the port with the most turbulent water. Wylin stood on the shore and could clearly see the riverbed through the clear river water. "Order the troops to cross the river and set up defenses on the west bank of Aishiku." Wylin pointed to the other side of the river and ordered everyone. Some of the noble generals following Wylin understood his intention, while others were puzzled by the order. However, no one disobeyed the order of Wylin, the Legion commander, and began to let his troops cross the river, setting up defenses on the east bank and directly fighting with the dwarf army. For this group of pitiful soldiers, his troops might not be able to withstand it. Mobilize the army to the west bank, arrange the army in battle array, concentrate on using archers, move the magic cannon to a higher position, and directly attack the dwarf troops crossing the river. It is simple and convenient, and it can also reduce the casualties of the army. Kyle, let Cassius lead 2,000 troops to burn down all the forest houses within 30 kilometers. On the east bank of the abyss, destroy everything that can build ships. Yes, my lord. 7 days later, a dwarf remnant army of more than 40,000 people crossed a distance of 400 kilometers and finally arrived at the east bank of Aishiku. After passing through several blockades and abandoning 20,000 dwarf soldiers to cover the rear, they finally arrived at the last step away from the escape route. The remaining dwarf army was exhausted, and a belief in escape supported them to keep going. "Governor, there are no human troops on the east bank, but a large number of human troops were found on the west bank." A dwarf officer came to Governor Jed Ironforge and reported weakly. Governor Jed did not pursue the rudeness of the dwarf officer. Now he just wants to have a good sleep, but the tens of thousands of human troops behind him cannot give them time to rest. Jed held the hammer tightly in his right hand and gently wiped the dark red blood on his armor with his left hand, thinking constantly in his heart. As a low-level soul warrior, it is easy for him to leave the Zegas province. But there are many dwarf nobles behind him, and tens of thousands of dwarf troops who believe in him, making it impossible for him to escape alone. The glory brought by his surname would not allow him to escape alone. Select 5,000 brave warriors and follow this governor to lead the charge. Jed looked around with a stern look and gave orders to the surrounding dwarf nobles. Everyone didn't say anything, just saluted and went back to select warriors from their respective troops. The last hurdle, if you pass it, you will live. If you don't, you will die. After crossing the 400-kilometer road of death, can't you still pass this small, short stone pass? On the west bank of the Misty River, on a low hill, is the flag of the 135th Legion, which is also the headquarters. More than 6,000 archers, in groups of 500, lined up by the river, each with a large quiver on their backs, containing 80 ordinary feather arrows. There are 2 quivers on the left and right waists, each containing 15 armor-piercing arrows. The material used at the tip is called black iron wood, supplemented with magic crystal powder, only needs to be ignited by a trace of fighting spirit. It will stimulate the tip of the micro-magic circle, with armor-piercing properties. Even a high-level silver professional can only die in the face of dozens of armor-piercing arrows. In front of the archer formation, There are several infantry phalanxes, 5,000 warriors, guarding the archer phalanx safety, and at the same time responsible for blocking the dwarf army that managed to cross the river. On the left side of the hill, there are 3,000 knights on standby to support the battlefield in front. 2 kilometers behind, 20,000 troops are ready to go. As for the right side, it is the Kixing camp under Wylin, which is also the most elite force in his hands, used as the central army guard. 20 kilometers to the left and rear. There is another 20,000-man army stationed here to prevent the riverside battlefield from losing and to encircle the dwarf army that managed to escape. If this dwarf army can still escape, Wylin can only do nothing and let them go. After a while, a blue falcon fell from the sky and landed on the military flag. Seeing this, Kyle stepped forward to take the letter carried by the green falcon and handed it to Wylin. "My lord, this is an urgent letter from Legion Commander Russell." When Wylin opened it, his face became solemn. The closest line of defense to the riverbank of Aishiku was under the charge of Russell's 134th Legion. Soul-level hammer warrior suddenly appeared in the dwarf army and killed his 134th Legion. If the other party had not been determined to escape, his army would probably have suffered most casualties. Now the Corps Command has mobilized 3,000 knights from the 131st Legion to support, but it will take time for the reinforcements to arrive. Russell tactfully suggested that if he couldn't stop them, he could let these miserable soldiers leave. Wylin knew that Russell had good intentions. If he didn't have a soul-level professional supported by his uncle, he could only disrupt the deployment, intercept them a little, and let them pass. But with Gref, he was confident that he could intercept most of this dwarf army. Let Monkes's army move forward. Transfer the Kixing camp to the hill. Order Orcott to cancel the second interception plan. Lead the army to withdraw and order the knights to prepare. Wylin destroyed the letter in his hand and ordered the messenger beside him. "Yes, Legion Commander." The 3 messengers left quickly to convey Wylin's military order. Then Wylin looked at Glaive on the side and said, "Sir Glaive, I think the other party wants to let the large army cross the river and will definitely rush straight to my flag. It won't be too late for you to take action then." "Follow your order, Master Wylin." Glaive bowed slightly and then disappeared. Looking at the place where the other party disappeared, Kyle's subconscious told himself that the low-level soul guard was there, but he couldn't feel it. Perhaps this is the wonder of the assassin-type variant extraordinary profession hidden guard. On the east bank of the Misty River, Jed looked at the 5,000 death-defying warriors behind him and said nothing. Each dwarf soldier had a determined look in his eyes. They knew their fate, but they were willing to sacrifice their lives for their lord. 2 low-level gold dwarf warriors and a middle-level gold dwarf horn knight who had lost his mount stood behind the governor, ready to take over the command of the 5,000 vanguard troops when he attacked the enemy's central camp. Cross the river. At the command, 30 silver dwarf warriors ran at full speed, threw out their special spears. Nailed them to the bottom of the Misty River 50 meters away from the east bank. 30 special iron chains loomed in the water, indicating the direction for the dwarf army to move forward. Due to their height, they had to do this, otherwise the dwarf soldiers, whose average height was only 1.2 meters, would be easily washed away by the river. Then 300 dwarf soldiers jumped into the Misty River without hesitation, tied the lasso to the iron rope, and began to cross the river. Governor Jed did not move. His eyes were always fixed on the river bank, quietly waiting for the opportunity. There were already more than 1,000 dwarf soldiers in the 2-kilometer-long river, heading for the west bank. "Ready!" a viscount shouted loudly as he watched the dwarf army halfway through the crossing. Under the repeated repetition of the messenger, 6,000 archers drew out ordinary feather arrows and began to charge their bows. Shoot! Thousands of feather arrows covered the center of the Misty River, hundreds of dwarves died on the spot, and the river surface was stained red with blood. Under the effect of the lasso, the bodies were not washed away by the river, but became obstacles for the dwarf soldiers behind to advance. The sky was covered with feather arrows, and dwarves continued to lose their lives and became floating corpses on the river surface. Cut the ropes of the dead and keep moving forward. Under the officer's order, the dwarf soldier looked at the corpse of his comrade, silently said sorry in his heart, drew out his knife, and cut the rope of the dead dwarf soldier. Looking at the corpses of the dwarves floating down the river, the morale of the dwarves crossing the river fell to the bottom, but they still did not stop their pace. The subsequent dwarves who crossed the river put on several layers of iron armor and round shields on their heads. Although this increased the obstacles to movement and slowed down the marching speed, it could reduce the number of casualties. Send armor-piercing arrows. Hearing the order, the archers drew out the armor-piercing arrows from their waists, bent their bows and put arrows on them, and began to shoot in unison. Thousands of armor-piercing arrows with blue-tail flames shot into the river, and more than 300 dwarves were shot into hedgehogs. The devout went to see the dwarf mountain god, and the souls of the pan-believers waited for an unknown fate. On the east bank, Jed knew that he should act. He put on a layer of ordinary iron armor on the outside, jumped into the river, and began to cross the river. He didn't know whether the other side had soul level. Professionals. If he rashly flew over the river, if he was blocked by the other side, these tens of thousands of troops would be finished. The human army knew of his existence and would definitely send soul-level professionals to support him. He didn't have much time and no chance to try and make mistakes, so he had to be cautious. We had to break the archer army on the east bank first, so that the troops had the opportunity to cross the river, and then look for the other side's command center. 3 gold-level dwarves also put on a layer of ordinary iron armor to cover themselves and followed the governor, pretending to cross the river. "My lords, look!" On the hill closest to the dwarf stone mouth, a soldier pointed to the abnormal situation in the river and reported. The officer turned his head and ordered in a deep voice, "Begin." The magic crystal artillery unit heard the order and began to act, launching a second artillery attack on the center of the misty river. Boom! An energy bomb broke the iron chain, and more than 60 dwarf soldiers lost their restraints, were swallowed by the river, and disappeared on the river surface. Jed ignored it and sped up. 100 meters away from the river bank, Jed Iron Furnace no longer hid, burst out his own momentum, jumped into the east bank, and with a hammer, hundreds of archers turned into bloody fragments, and hundreds of people were shattered and died. The blood stained Jed's armor red, his eyes became bloodthirsty, and he kept slaughtering the surrounding archers, and even several nobles died in the aftermath. According to the previous order, the archer unit quickly evacuated. On a hill 3 kilometers away from the east bank, the magic crystal artillery troops began to patrol and evacuate according to the latest order received an hour ago. Seeing that no one came out to resist him, Jed became arrogant and slaughtered ordinary human soldiers wantonly to vent his anger. The 3 gold-level dwarves who came ashore organized troops to occupy the east bank. On the west bank, the dwarf army saw their governor showing great power and began to organize troops to cross the river, without the obstruction of archers and magic cannons. More and more dwarves crossed the dwarf stone mouth and arrived at the east bank. Seeing that the situation was good, Jed began to carry out the second phase of the plan, holding a bloody hammer and heading towards the location of the Legion flag. Varen's face turned cold. More than 2,000 soldiers died in Jed's hands, and the front-line troops of 3 battalions began to collapse. All this was caused by one person. "So Glaive, it's your turn." "Master Varen, don't worry." Glaive showed his figure and went to Governor Jed Ironforge. Looking at the soul-level professional who suddenly appeared, the bloodthirsty light in Jed's eyes faded. Looking back at the 1/3 of the troops that had already crossed the river, he realized that he had been fooled. If they retreat now, the 10,000 dwarf troops that have crossed the river will not be able to escape the fate of being annihilated, and the more than 20,000 dwarf troops on the other side will also lose the hope of escape and be completely annihilated by the human army that rushed over. As for escaping alone, as a royal child, he will not let his family name be disgraced. "Clown in the dark sewer, I will take off your head and make it into a wine vessel." Jed roared and took the lead in attacking Gref. "Order Orlando his night troops can move. Notify Viscount Monkas to press his 20,000 troops up." Several stunned heralds came to their senses, repeatedly said yes, used the tricolor flag, and issued orders through flag language. "It's our turn to play." Orlando looked at the flag language on the hill, put on a silver-white helmet, raised a 3-meter-long lance, and prepared to charge. The 6-kilometer distance was enough for him and his brother's 2 knights, 400 knights, to run at a high speed. As for the officers of other knights, they led their knights and followed the two young generals. Due to the difference in mounts, the blue-purple horse quickly left behind the other 2,000 knights. Looking at the others' mounts, the other knights drooled with envy, but it was a pity that this was a resource only available to big families, so they could only envy. 1 kilometer away from the dwarf vanguard, Orlando and Hebrew began to use the cone formation and condense their own exclusive war beasts at the same time. There was no war beast's body shape, but there was already the power of the war beast. Under the main formation of the two golden knights, Orlando and Hebrew, the army formation composed of 3,000 dwarves was easily torn apart by 400 knights. More than 500 dwarves turned into pieces of flesh and blood. More than 1,000 dwarves were killed by shattered internal organs, and the remaining dwarf soldiers were in a trance, forgetting for a moment that they were still on the battlefield. The two dwarf gold warriors saw this scene, bared their teeth, shouted, and charged with weapons raised. The others came to their senses, organized the troops that had landed, and prepared to fight. The opponent's dwarf soul-level hammer warrior was blocked by Gref, and Wylan focused on commanding the troops to destroy the dwarf troops as much as possible. As more and more dwarf troops landed, the troops of the 135th Legion began to become chaotic. After all, it was just a legion composed of noble troops, and its combat effectiveness was indeed somewhat insufficient. Seeing this, Wylan could only mobilize his troops, fight with more people against fewer, and focus on the dwarf army with more than 1,000 people. The few remaining dwarf troops could only be let go. With Orcott leading his troops back, Wylan had more troops in his hands. At 6 p.m. night fell, and all the dwarf troops that could be intercepted was stopped. There were also many dwarf troops that broke through the siege, about 10,000 people. Seeing this, Governor Jed attacked with all his strength, repelled Gref, and left quickly. Master Wylan, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Gref landed beside Wylan, touched the blood on his face, and said with some shame. No, Wylan shook his head and said, without Lord Gref, my 135th Legion would be more than half damaged. At this moment, Orlando and Hebrew came to Wylan with 3 dwarf heads. My lord, 3 gold-level dwarf heads are equivalent to 9 military exploits. Take it, drink it before going to bed, so as not to leave hidden injuries. Wylan took out 2 bottles of glowing wine and gave them to the 2 Orlando brothers. Thank you, my lord. Then, Wylan asked Cassius to take the Kixing camp to clean up the battlefield, collect the bodies of the fallen friendly soldiers, and harvest the heads of the dwarf soldiers as proof of military merit. As for the post-war meeting, we can only wait until tomorrow. The next day, the casualties were counted. In this battle of the Dwarf Stone Pass, 636 people from the 135th Legion died, 331 were missing, and 327 were injured. Under the treatment of the priests, the minor injuries have been healed, and more than 800 soldiers with mutilated limbs have been temporarily incorporated into the logistics force. As for the dwarves, the bodies taken away by the Misty River and the bodies left on the battlefield cannot be counted. On the battlefield on the east coast, 472 dwarves can be found. In this battle, 6 gold-level dwarves were killed. 2 gold-level low-level dwarf warriors and a gold-level mid-level dwarf, horned sheep knight, died at the hands of the 2 brothers Orlando and Hebrew. A gold-level low-level dwarf hammer warrior died at the hands of Cassius. One was killed by the aftermath of the battle between the governor of the West Hill, Jed Ironforge, and the shadow guard Gref. His body was destroyed and only half of his head was left. The last one died at the hands of a viscount, cutting off his head at the cost of an arm. 2 days later, the 134th Legion arrived late, along with 3,000 knights from the 131st Legion, led by Madmanchi, the deputy commander of the 27th Legion. Meet Deputy Commander Madmanchi. Varen stepped forward and bowed. Varen got off his horse, helped Varen up, and asked with concern, "What's the situation?" "We intercepted most of them, but there are still more than 10,000 dwarf troops breaking through the blockade and entering the Grey Wasteland." Varen reported to Madmanchi with a wry smile. "Your legion has completed the mission by annihilating half of the enemy's army, so you don't have to blame yourself too much." Madmanchi kept enlightening Varen in his words. Russell stood aside, very envious. A day ago, when he met Deputy Commander Madmanchi on the road, although the other party did not hold him accountable, he did not comfort him like this either. "Sir, this is the battle report. Please read it." Velen took the document handed over by Kyle and gave it to Madmanchi for review. Madmanchi took the document, read it quickly, and showed a gratified expression on his face. His 16th Silver Knights had been stationed in Cadlo province for a period of time. He knew the strength of the noble army in Cadlo province. Under the command of Velen, he could achieve such a victory. He was also an excellent commander. With this victory, not to mention more, your legion has at least 16 merits, or perhaps more. Hearing what Madmanchi said, the nobles standing behind Velen showed excited expressions on their faces. Although the loss was heavy this time, it was worth it. On average, each person had at least 1 merit. As for the head of the gold-level dwarf, the noble killed it and it belonged to that one. This was calculated separately and would not be recorded in the combat process. Your unit suffered heavy losses. I will report to the 6th Command Headquarters and add a battalion of logistics troops to your corps to restore your strength. Thank you, Lord Madmanchi. 7 days later, Wylan received a commendation from the Corps Headquarters, a letter and a new military order. In this battle, the 135th Corps won 18 military merits, and his own troops directly participated in the battle and won 1 military merit. As the head of the Corps, he won 3 additional military merits, 4 gold-level dwarf heads and 12 more military merits. In summary, he won a total of 10 military merits in this battle, and he has completed 180 of the promotion from Viscount to Earl. 1 soul-level dwarf head is worth 30 military merits. Wylan thought of this and then shook his head. How can a soul-level professional be so easy to kill? The other party is determined to run away. Unless 3 strong men of the same level are sent to intercept the other party, he can only leave. Therefore, on the battlefield, everyone likes an enemy with a sense of honor. He will not retreat or abandon his army at will. For those strong men with extremely low moral bottom line who regard national honor, family honor, and even personal honor as nothing, they are the most annoying existence. As for this letter, it came from his 3rd uncle Bamond and was written in the family code. Dear nephew, last time your uncle has covered up for you the undead disaster. The merits of war are obtained through internal channels and will not be disclosed to the outside world. The specific files will only be marked with major contributions. Don't worry that the undead will retaliate against you. This time, under the operation of your uncle, you saved the 6th Command from huge losses because of your information. In addition, with the affirmation of Bishop Cadden's teacher, the High Priest of the Church of Life in the Kingdom of Ilia, you won 30 merits this time. Your uncle is really envious. I heard from Madmanchi that your losses this time are a bit big. I specifically asked my uncle to allocate a batch of materials to your 135th Legion, but it will take some time, maybe a month. By the way, your mother is very worried about you. Write back when you have time. That's it. Take care. Signed by Bamond X. Looking at the content of the letter, Wylan felt very warm in his heart and wanted to keep the letter, but according to family rules, secret letters must be burned. After some choices, Wylan finally burned the letter. Finally, Wylan opened the military order from the 27th Corps. It required him to lead the 135th Corps to the Grotto Hills in the central area of Ziga's province to eliminate the dwarf rebels hiding in the mine tunnels and ensure the smooth supply of materials. Wylan did not resist this order. There's no reason not to take the military merits that come to your door. Then, Wylan ordered the liaison officer to copy several copies of the Corps Commendation Order and distribute them to the Corps generals. In a tent in the left camp of the 135th Corps, Viscount Auric looked at the commendation order sent from the Corps headquarters and found his name on it. Ha, good. He commanded the archer unit and won 2 military merits in one fell swoop. Together with the golden dwarf head that he exchanged for his arm, which was worth 3 military merits, he won 5 military merits in this battle. Father, our sacrifice is worth it. A young noble looked at the smile on Viscount Auric's face and was very happy. Yes, I brought 3,000 troops from home and lost 1/3 in this battle. It can be said that it was a serious injury, but it was all worth it. He had 5 sons in total. For this war, except for the eldest son who stayed at home and the 3rd son who went out to study, the other 3 sons were all brought to the army. Fortunately, his 3 sons were very lucky and survived. After 3 generations of accumulation, their family has accumulated 165 military merits. Although there is still a long way to go to reach the goal of 800 military merits, every step forward is an exciting thing. The whole camp was in a carnival. The nobles called their friends to celebrate this one happy event in their spare time. Even Wylan, the Legion commander, received many invitations, but he rejected them all. The deadline given by the Corps command was to arrive at the Grotto Hills before December 25th. There were still more than 20 days before the deadline. It would not be a bad idea to rest here for a few days and let the soldiers relax. In the tent, Wylan prepared a private banquet for his subordinates. The attendant Kyle, the commander of the Praying Star camp, Cassius, the two brothers Orlando and Hebrew, and the priest Lavia plus himself, a total of 6 people. 3 days later, the army regrouped and marched towards the Grotto Hills. During the march, the dwarf villages and towns encountered were empty, and there was basically no trace of dwarf activities. This is the cruelty of war. The province of Zegas was basically destroyed. It would be basically impossible to recover without 30 or 40 years. As for the West Hill province in the northwest, it was polluted by the breath of death. Even after being purified by the priests, it was basically impossible to use it within 30 years. In addition, the West Hill province has also become a natural barrier. The kingdom only needs to send troops to guard the area on the east bank of the Short Stone Pass, which basically eliminates the possibility of the dwarves attacking from the Grey Wasteland. When passing through the Iron Tower City in the southern part of the Zegas province, Wylan received the supplementary soldiers sent by the 6th Command and a batch of supplies they escorted. My lord, this batch of supplementary soldiers has 500 people, including 3 silver knights, 5 silver warriors, 26 bronze knights, and 63 bronze warriors. The rest are warrior apprentices. 90% of them are just entering the warrior apprentice stage and are not very useful. Kyle checked it out, came to Wylan, and reported respectfully. It's normal. The logistics troops only have the task of transporting supplies. Even the guard troops along the way are all responsible for combat troops. I don't have too much hope. Wylan shook his head and explained to Kyle. The powerful troops are basically in the combat troops. To put it bluntly, the logistics troops are a group of civilians who have just put down their hoes, and there are even serfs and slaves from other countries. The kingdom is kind. During the training period, the kingdom sent officers of the Kingdom Legion to teach and spread the simplest warrior breathing method so that they can step into the door of the warrior profession. Ordinary people, as long as their talents are not too bad, can enter the warrior apprentice level in 3 months as long as someone teaches them. Unfortunately, the extraordinary knowledge is in the hands of the nobles. It is not possible to simply get a breathing method to embark on the extraordinary road. Warrior breathing method with only a dozen pages may have 2 or 3 related extraordinary books behind it, recording the breathing method, operation method, and precautions. It is not enough to get the warrior breathing method. If you want to go further, you also need the corresponding training method. Some warrior breathing methods and warrior training methods do not match, and they are easy to die suddenly. Of course, there are also civilians who create their own paths with their innate talents. Such people are rare, and a kingdom may not even have one in 100 years. This is also why Devonshire, who taught civilians and lower-level nobles for free, gained such great prestige in the province of Cadlo. How to deal with this group of people, Kyle asked. Wylan thought about it, and then asked Kyle to invite the other 8 viscounts and other barons. Leader of the Legion. Everyone came to Wylan and saluted with chest beats. Wylan pointed to the group of supplementary soldiers in front of him and said, "Everyone, these are the supplementary soldiers assigned to our Legion by the Corps. You can select some if you need them. I plan to form a separate battalion for the rest as a logistics force. The 8 viscounts will select first, and then the barons. Follow your instructions." Then, the 8 viscounts brought their guardian knights and subordinates into the supplementary army, selected qualified soldiers, and added them to their own army. Wylan even saw 2 viscounts arguing loudly for a silver knight. In the past, other nobles would stand aside and eat melons, but now they have no intention of doing so and secretly select qualified soldiers. The 2 quarreled for a few minutes, and when they saw the actions of others, they immediately stopped, snorted, and immediately joined the battle for people. In the Battle of Ashiku, Kixing Camp suffered few losses, with 335 people killed and 186 injured. Basically recovered. Half an hour later, the 8 viscounts picked and chose, and finally took 500 people. As for the remaining 4, 000 supplementary soldiers. In their eyes, they were only slightly better than the young and strong farmers who had just put down their farm tools. If they were incorporated into their own army, they were really afraid that their army would have problems during the battle. After the Viscount finished his selection, Wylan asked the Baron to come forward to select. In the end, 500 supplementary soldiers were left. Cassius put this group of people together with the disabled soldiers. Let the disabled soldiers serve as officers at all levels, and let Viscount Edger command them, and they will be responsible for transporting military rations in the future. In addition, you have people pay attention to these people. If you find talents worth cultivating, you can absorb them into the Kixing camp after investigation. Yes, my lord. Cassius beat his chest and saluted, then strode to the back of the army. After resting for 3 hours, the legion continued to set off. The Ilia kingdom marched for 2 days and 1 night, and then rested for 1 night. This marching code was basically adopted by other noble armies. A more elite kingdom army, the soldiers' strength is naturally higher than that of the noble army, and they can basically march for 4 days and 3 nights and rest for 1 night. What's more, they can march for 5 days and 5 nights, but generally no commander will do this unless they encounter a very urgent situation. Although the star-praying camp under his command can do this, other noble armies cannot. Naturally, Wylan can only march for 2 days and 1 night. 5 days later, 55,000 troops of the 135th Legion arrived at the Grotto Hills in the central area of Ziga's province. Wylan patted the red phosphorus horse and brought a dozen guards to a hill more than 30 meters high, from which he could see the entire Grotto Hills. Grotto Hills, 1,000 years ago, was an active mining base of the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom. After 800 years of mining, it was finally exhausted 200 years ago. This place was abandoned and gradually became a habitat for various plants and beasts. However, after the ravages of war, the cave hills are now basically bare, and everything that can be burned has been burned. I think it was done by the previous clearing troops. Wylan pointed to a huge pit more than 10 kilometers away and said to Kyle, "That place should be done by the 128th Legion of the 26th Corps. 5,000 mages jointly cast a large-scale, strategic magic firestorm which directly changed the terrain here." Kyle looked at the pothole and estimated in his mind that it was 6 kilometers in diameter. If he used Glory of Light with all his strength, he should be able to catch up to 1/10 of the power of the strategic magic firestorm. "What are you thinking about? You're so absorbed." Wylan pushed Kyle and asked curiously, "My lord, my subordinates are a little confused. This is not the main battlefield. Why would the 128th Legion waste magic power here?" Kyle replied calmly. Wylan shook his head. He only knew that this was done by the 128th Legion. As for why he did it, he didn't know. He is from the 27th Corps. For the main corps, like the 26th Corps, he only knows which legion is the Magic Legion and which legion is the Knights Legion. He does not know any other information. Send an order to Viscount Mengsk and ask him to send troops into the mountain to investigate the situation. Other troops camp on the spot. Yes, sir. The herald wrote the order, turned and left. It is conceivable that before this place was burned down on a large scale, the scenery was pleasant, and with the wild beasts and magical beasts living in the Grotto Hills, it must have been a good hunting place. With a little development, it will become a famous tourist destination. Unfortunately, according to the dwarves' thinking, only mines and pits are the most beautiful places and the most comfortable places in their eyes. This war is over. I want to go to Ash Magic Kingdom and visit the Demon Saint City. Are you willing to go with me? My subordinate is willing. Kyle answered without hesitation, without thinking too much. Ha, it's a deal. This is the only magic city in the Sipna subcontinent. I'm really looking forward to it. In addition, Wylan also had another purpose, which was to take the Silver Dragon Aljeda with him to discuss business in the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom. With the existence of the Master Odor, it should be possible to build a long-distance teleportation array. If it doesn't work out, I'll bring in my family and grandpa, believing that they won't refuse this tempting offer. However, how long this war will last is still unknown. 30 kilometers away from the Grotto Hills, in an underground tunnel, a high-level golden dwarf, 3 intermediate-level golden dwarves, and 4 low-level golden dwarves gathered together to fight against the newly arrived human army and discuss countermeasures. The composition of this dwarf resistance army is very complex. There are defeated troops from the kingdom's army, troops from the fleeing nobles, and a group of dwarf adventurers and mercenaries. They finally unite together for a common purpose. Although the dwarf rebels hiding in the Grotto Hills are not large in number, only about 20,000 people, they are all very elite. After all, the weak ones have died on the battlefield. General Medile, according to our spies, the number of human troops coming this time is no less than 50,000. A dwarf nobleman looked at the middle-aged dwarf on the throne and reported in a deep voice. The human army last time could not do anything to us and could only burn the Grotto Hills. The dwarf General Medile looked around and said loudly, "This is the home ground of our dwarves. As long as we unite as one and under the protection of the dwarf mountain god, we will definitely persevere until the final victory." Encouraged by the dwarf General Medile, several wavering gold-level dwarves gave up the idea of escape. Looking at the micro-expressions of several people, Medile also breathed a sigh of relief. The composition of this army of 20,000 people is too complex. Although he has temporarily obtained the command of this army as the deputy commander of the 30th Dwarf Legion, the actual army he can command is only 3,000 dwarves. With this group of people, he really couldn't command the dwarf army. For 3 consecutive days, in addition to sending out troops for reconnaissance, Wylan read the information left by the 138th Legion and the 28th Corps to study tactics. It's not that the 138th Army did not do well, but that troops were needed on the front line. So the 6th Headquarters waved its hand and transferred the 138th Army to the front line. And the task of encircling and suppressing the dwarf resistance in Grotto Hills it fell on the head of the 135th Legion. The stone hills and hills are more than 5,000 square kilometers. It is impossible to encircle such a large area. Even if the ground is surrounded, there is nothing we can do underground. Wylan rubbed his temples and couldn't think of any way to eliminate the dwarf resistance in the Grotto Hills. Seeing this, Kyle reminded in a low voice, "My lord, the original order of the Corps was to clear out the dwarf rebels hiding in the ore tunnels and ensure the smooth flow of material supply channels. The most important thing is to ensure the smooth transportation of materials and supplies. It is absolutely possible to send troops to guard important areas and blockade the Grotto Hills from the ground. Even though there are tunnels connecting the perimeter, the ability to transport troops is insufficient as long as we delimit the area. Range for troops to patrol continuously, and at the same time send additional troops to escort the logistics troops through. We are not afraid of any waves caused by this group of dwarves, right?" Varen slapped his head. He had fallen into a misunderstanding. He wanted to rush for quick results and annihilate the dwarf resistance in the Grotto Hills, completely forgetting that their ultimate goal was to keep supplies flowing smoothly without you. "I'm afraid I would still be thinking about how to force these dwarves to come forward. Invite Viscount Mengsk and the others over. It's time to take action." "Yes, Lord," Kyle bowed and bowed, exiting the tent. Half an hour later, 8 Viscounts rushed to the central camp. After seeing everyone present, Varen asked Kyle to spread out the map and start the meeting. The terrain of Grotto Hill is complex, and the underground passages are interconnected. If we rashly send troops in, we will encounter endless harassment from the other side, which is not worth the loss. So I decided to block the periphery and select elite troops as mobile troops to patrol various areas. For the logistics troops, send troops to escort them. As long as we leave the Grotto Hill, we will complete the mission. What do you think? The 8 Viscounts looked at each other. They were a little confused about Wylan's proposal, but they chose to believe it. In the Battle of Ayashku under Wylan's command, each of them benefited a lot. This time, they believed that under the leadership of the Legion commander, they could still complete the task assigned to them by the Corps. "We have no objection." Everyone answered in unison, as if they had discussed it before. Then it was the division of defense zones. Wylan divided the periphery of Grotto Hill into 3 areas, each of which was garrisoned by 2 battalions of troops. His own Star Prayer Battalion, plus 1 battalion each under Monkas and Alcott, totaling more than 14,000 people, formed a mobile force to extinguish any small group of dwarf troops that suddenly appeared at any time. The remaining 3 battalions, about 500 people, were responsible for escorting the logistics troops through the cave hills. After receiving the specific order, the 135th Legion moved quickly. At the same time, the dwarf rebels inside the Grotto Hills saw the human army move and followed suit. After 3 consecutive days of sleepless nights and being under high pressure, the dwarf soldiers at the bottom gradually couldn't stand it. According to the intelligence collected, the dwarf General Medeiler stared at the direction of the human troops on the map, racking his brains, but he didn't know what the other side was going to do. "General, should we lift the state of combat readiness?" A dwarf noble stood up and proposed to the dwarf General Medeiler. "No, what if this is a human trick?" Dwarf General Medeiler shook his head and rejected the dwarf noble's suggestion. 3 months ago, because they relaxed their vigilance, 5,000 troops were annihilated by humans, which directly led to their loss of 1/5 of their troops and greatly weakened their combat effectiveness. Seeing this, the others wrote their dissatisfaction on their faces. If it weren't for the title of Deputy Commander of the 30th Legion, no one would be willing to listen to Medeiler's orders. Seeing the expressions of the other 7 people, Medeiler felt extremely angry. He had never been so speechless about this group of monsters. "The main force can rest, but we must ensure that there is a sober force, otherwise when humans attack, we will not be able to stop them." "Yes, General," the 7 gold-level dwarves answered loudly. "These bastards will only listen to the orders of this general if it is beneficial to them. If the orders are not beneficial to them, they will remain silent and resist his orders in silence." Until the last person left, the dwarf General Medeiler became more and more angry. He raised the hammer and smashed the round table for the meeting into pieces to vent his anger. At the entrance of the cave, several soldiers standing guard were scared to their knees, fearing that General Medeiler would vent his anger on them. "Go and bring the wine to this general." After smashing the round table, Medeiler's anger dissipated a lot, and his alcohol addiction was aroused all of a sudden. Iron-making, drinking, and beast fighting are his 3 major hobbies. In this special period, I can't do blacksmithing and beast fighting, so drinking is the only thing that can relieve my inner anxiety. In the next 2 months, the dwarf rebels did not cause any trouble. The Grotto Hills were very peaceful, and a steady stream of supplies were transported to the front line. Half a month ago, the 127th Legion of the 26th Corps, with a soul-minded mid-level knight as the main formation, 3 soul-minded low-level knights as the auxiliary, led 100 gold knights, 3,000 silver knights, and 5,000 bronze knights to confront the 3rd Horned Sheep Knights of the Dukedom of Hador in the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and won the battle. It even broke through the opponent's 2 infantry corps. With the assistance of the 129th Legion, more than 10,000 dwarf warriors were killed, more than 20,000 dwarf soldiers were captured, and the remaining more than 80,000 dwarves fled in panic. This battle directly captured a small area in the southeast of the Dukedom of Hador and opened the road to the Hagar province. However, this place is the territory of a duke after all. Although there are restrictions on the legendary covenant and the legend cannot take action, the 6th commander still dare not do anything extreme. He can only let the troops continue to march northward. For other areas of the Duke of Hador, no troops were dispatched, and only an infantry corps was placed on alert. When Wylan received this news, he was not surprised. "My lord, the new order from the corps." Kyle entered the tent and presented the order document to Wylan for review. After a brief review, they were asked to hand over the defense of the Grotto Hills to the 143rd Corps of the 29th Corps and arrive at the border between the Sigas province, the Latro province, and the Duke of Hador before March 20 of the glorious calendar. The specific tasks will be connected by the liaison officer of the 6th Command. Issue an order to let all troops prepare, complete the handover to the 143rd Corps, and set off immediately. "Yes, I have been in this place for more than 2 months, and it is time to leave. Peaceful days are always beautiful, but this kind of garrison mission brings very few military exploits. If you want to be promoted to a noble title and gain more military merits, you have to keep moving forward." 3 days later, more than 30,000 soldiers from the 143rd Legion arrived here one after another. Everyone was exhausted, and there were traces of blood and swords on their armor. Many soldiers had broken weapons and had not replaced them. As expected, This unit had just returned from the northern battlefield and came to garrison the Grotto Hills, on the one hand to play their remaining heat, and on the other hand to rest. Hello, Commander Wylan. I am the commander of the 143rd Legion of the 29th Corps. Lalot Simis, I am sorry to meet you in this way. The commander of the 143rd Legion is very young, about the same age as him, and should be a direct descendant of the Simis family. The middle-aged knight behind him has a restrained aura and should be a soul-level professional. Excuse me, what happened on the front line? Wylan stepped forward, came to Lalot Simis, and asked in a low voice. Lalot had a painful expression on his face when he heard this, but he still told Varen the truth. Our Legion commander, Lord Baron Kedelian, underestimated the enemy and advanced rashly. The entire 29th Legion of more than 100,000 people was surrounded by 200,000 dwarves. Although they successfully broke out, the 29th Legion suffered heavy casualties, with more than 80,000 people killed in the battle. In this battle, my Legion lost nearly 20,000 excellent soldiers. I'm afraid that the subsequent battles have nothing to do with our 29th Legion. Your condolences. Wylan suppressed his inner shock and spoke to comfort him. The battlefield is unpredictable and no one knows what will happen next. In return, Wylan told Lalot, the young Legion commander, all the methods used by his Legion. Thank you. Lalot Simis said gratefully, if you want to thank me, it should be me. Wylan shook his head and said. Seeing this, Lalot shook his head and replied, no, you will know about this matter in 2 days at the latest. Kyle, leave half of the military rations. Yes. Lalot stepped forward and shook Wylan's hand, thanking him from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. Take good rest. After saying goodbye to Lalot, Wylan turned on his horse and ordered the army to set off. Looking at Wylan's departing back, Lalot leaned against a tree and said to the low-level soul knight beside him, Uncle Lalot, that is the 5th son of Lord Angus, Earl of Eagle. He is a miracle son who was promoted to Viscount in less than 12 years. Yes, Master Lalot, not only is there a soul-level assassin with him, but the attendant beside him is also not simple, at least I can't see through it. The low-level soul knight Lalot replied respectfully. Heading to the border of the 3 provinces. Wylan kept wondering what kind of order the 6th Command would issue. He didn't even know about the 27th Corps. The 135th Corps was just a noble corps, at the bottom of the noble army, a second-rate unit. I don't know what tasks will fall on this unit. 4 days later, the troops arrived at their destination, the Fire Tree Valley. My lord, there is no one around. Cassius came to Wylan, bowed and saluted, and reported the surrounding situation to him. Wylan didn't speak, but looked up at the sky. After a while, more than a dozen air units appeared in the distance. The liaison officer of the 6th Command is here. Hearing this, Cassius retreated behind Wylan, stood straight, and waited for the arrival of the liaison officer. 10 minutes later, 13 Griffin Knights landed in front of the army. A young knight in silver-white armor got off the Griffin, came to Wylan, and reported his unit number. Captain Wylan, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Squadron of the 6th Griffin Battalion of the 6th Command Linleys Di Carlo, reports to you. This is the order given to you by Lord Irises. Wylan turned over and dismounted, nodded, took the encrypted magic communication crystal from the young Griffin Knight, and placed it in front of his forehead. Such a high standard treatment, it seems that the content of this military order is very important, which makes Wylan even more confused. In an instant, the content of this military order appeared in his mind. This task is not easy to do. Wylan rubbed his temples, feeling a little bitter. If he completed this order, he could at least get 20 military merits. If the task failed, the 135th Legion would not suffer any losses. Speaking of this sure-win business, he should be happy, but he was more helpless. In short, there is an ancient magic puppet army hidden under the Fire Tree Valley. According to the Royal Ancient Books, in the era before the glorious calendar, that is, in the year 20,241 of the magic calendar, 20,000 years ago, the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom did not exist at that time, and it was still ruled by a moon elf kingdom named Ovilia. According to the information he got from the magic communication crystal, this moon elf country named Ovilia worships magic extremely. The whole country regards the goddess of magic as its own god of faith and is not interested in the elf gods. The older they get, the more they do evil things, and their brains are prone to problems. In the end, the whole country was destroyed in a strange incident, and the specific reason is unknown. Of course, before this place had been explored for more than 10 rounds, and no one, including the 3 legends, found the entrance. Finally, when the above wanted to give up, the uncle recommended himself, based on the idea that there was no loss if he failed, and he would make a lot of money if he found it. The above agreed with his uncle's suggestion. So, in a confused state, this task fell on his head. Of course, if this ancient magic puppet army is discovered, the X family will get 1/15 of the number of magic puppets. This item seems to have been added by his uncle himself. Captain Ryanleys, is there anything else? Wylan crushed the magic communication crystal and asked the young Griffin Knight. Captain Wylan, according to the instructions of Lord Irises, my Griffin team is temporarily under your command. This is his written order. Seeing this, Ryanleys took out an order from his arms and handed it to Wylan. Cassius, take Captain Ryanleys and his men to rest. Kyle, notify Viscount Moncas and others to come to my tent for a meeting in 3 hours. Yes, my lord, Kyle and Cassius answered in unison. In the evening, Wylan's tent was still bright. The 8 Viscounts sat in turn, waiting for Wylan's arrival. Captain here, with the response of the 2 guards outside the tent. Moncas and 8 others stood up to welcome Wylan's arrival. Entering the tent, Wylan nodded as a response to the 8 of them, and then came to the main seat and motioned the 8 to take a seat. For this secret mission, Wylan only planned to bring the 40 Silver Wolf Knights under Kyle, the Knights of Orlando and Hebrew, and a dozen loyal guards. For the others, Wylan planned to let them garrison separately according to the model of the Grotto Hills, on the grounds of clearing out the surrounding dwarf rebels and protecting the logistics security. Thanks to Wylan's prestige, in the 135th Legion everyone chose to obey, without a single different voice. The next morning, each unit left the Legion station and went to their designated areas to garrison. More than 4,000 soldiers of the Kixing camp and the troops of the other 2 camps were handed over to Cassius for command, stationed at the Legion station, responsible for receiving logistics supplies, and then distributing these supplies to various units. 3 days later, Wylan put on his armor, mounted his horse, and led more than 400 knights to explore the Fire Tree Plain. He had no hope of finding the entrance to the storage place of the ancient magic puppet army, as he knew his own situation best. Thus, Wylan began his 3-month patrol career. On July 1, 9733 of the glorious calendar, more than 400 knights rested in a deep mountain. After 3 months of running around, Wylan almost visited every corner of the Fire Tree Plain. He repeatedly explored some places several times, but did not gain anything. In addition, the higher-ups seemed to have forgotten about their own legion. For 3 whole months, apart from sending a batch of supplies every month, there was no instruction. My lord, what you want to find may not be here. Kyle sat down next to Wylan and whispered. In the past few months, everyone in the exploration team knew what their lord was looking for, but they didn't know what it was. No one communicated or complained privately, and they all believed in Wylan unconditionally. Just these few days, if there is no result, go back and report. Wylan now hopes that fate can tell him some news, otherwise he can only go back and report, and it would be useless to continue searching here endlessly. Under the bonfire, it was 8 o'clock in the evening without knowing it. There is information about what you want under a rotten tree 13 kilometers away. Hearing this news, Wylan was a little absent-minded. Could it be that fate will give different information according to one's inner desires? Without too much entanglement, Wylan wrote down this place and went to look for it tomorrow. Since we already know where the thing is, we must find it even if we have to go 13 kilometers away. Before dawn the next day, Wylan gathered his troops and set off to the destination. On a low hill, Wylan looked far into the distance and saw this vast jungle, covering an area of at least 30 square kilometers, like an endless sea of trees, vast and boundless. He secretly thanked himself that he only needed to find dead trees, otherwise it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him alone. Then Wylan gave an order to divide the more than 400 knights of the exploration team into more than 80 teams, each with 5 people, to search the soil under all the dead trees in the jungle for any possible clues. More than 400 people took the order and left, leaving only Kyle and 6 guards with Wylan. Seeing this, Kyle took the initiative to ask, My lord, I also want to go and search together. Wylan looked at Kyle, nodded slightly, and agreed to his request. Compared to himself, Wylan believed that Kyle would create more miracles. As time passed, more and more strange things were brought to Wylan. These items were rotten and dilapidated, exuding a rotten smell. Among them were rotten hammers, rusty daggers, broken armor, and even bones. They lay there quietly, as if telling of their former glory. Looking at this pile of things, Wylan asked someone to bring a stone, cut off the tip, and use it as a seat, and began to select them personally. Busy from noon to the morning of the third day, Wylan finally selected 6 items. These items exuded a mysterious light, attracting people's attention. A broken sword emitting a faint glow, an old but intact book, a broken white crystal, a white branch, half a wizard's scepter, and a dark ball. These 6 things represent the results of Wylan's men's 50 hours of hard work. After returning to the Legion's base, Wylan asked Cassius to block the camp, and at the same time asked someone to call the captain of the Griffin Knight Squadron, Ryanles Di Carlo. When Ryanles entered the tent, he leaned over to salute Wylan. Wylan nodded and said, "Lionles, I need you to go to the 6th Command Headquarters and report to Lord Ioris, asking him to send a learned magic master." "Yes." Lionles bowed and saluted, then turned and left. Wylan sat quietly on the stone chair, waiting for the arrival of the magic master. These items contain certain secrets, and perhaps only the magic master can solve their mysteries. As the Griffin team left, Wylan spent the next time studying these 6 items while waiting for the arrival of the magic master. 3 days later, Lionles not only brought back the learned magic master, but also brought back hundreds of Griffin Knights and a team of Dragon Knights. Seeing this scene, could it be that my uncle came over? Walking out of the camp, I took a closer look, and as I thought, the Hurricane Earl really came over in person. "Uncle." Wylan stepped forward and saluted respectfully. "Ha, I was right about you, kid. It seems you have found some clues." Count Hurricane laughed. "Okay, Ioris, don't waste time." An old man with a gray beard and a gray robe interrupted the 2 people's thoughts of continuing to communicate, and his tone was a little arrogant. "By the way, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Brent, the vice president of the First Magic Academy in the capital. He is knowledgeable and has studied history." Count Hurricane introduced to Wylan after hearing the old man's words. After hearing the introduction of Count Hurricane, Wylan glanced at the old man and led the way. As soon as he entered the tent, Wylan felt a breeze blowing. The old man behind him had appeared in front of the desk, holding the old book in his hand, and marveled, then opened it and began to check. "Yes, this is the craftsmanship of the Moon Elves. There is also the national emblem of the Kingdom of Ovilia Moon Elf on it." The old man with a white beard and a gray robe took a broken sword in his hand, brushed off the rust on it, and revealed its inner part. Then, Brunt put down the broken sword, picked up other things impatiently, sat down on the position of Wylan's Legion leader, and began to study carefully. During this period, how about giving this tent to Lord Brunt for use? Irises pulled Wylan out of the tent, came outside, and asked in a low voice. "Yes." Wylan replied respectfully. "There is no harm in giving a tent to the other party, as long as the place where you live is the headquarters of the Legion." "You really surprised me. I was just trying to give it a try, but I didn't expect you to find some clues." "Grandfather, after this war I will do something big. I hope you can support me at that time, including my father. If the other earls of the family object, I hope you can help me stand up. As long as it's not too outrageous, I will help you convince the other earls of the family." Irises responded with a smile, looking at Wylan with more appreciation. Would be great if he was his own grandson. It was another day of envying Ignatius. 2 days later, the 126th Legion, the Hurricane Legion directly under the Earl of Hurricane, arrived at the Fire Tree Plain and settled down not far away. "Master Wylan, long time no see. Rog, House, and everyone else, it's been 8 years since we last met." Looking at the more than 10 golden warriors in front of him, Wylan's memories emerged. 8 years ago, when he went to visit his eldest brother Illusus, he trained in the Hurricane Legion for a month and forged friendships with these golden warriors. "Master Wylan, in less than 8 years, you have grown into a golden knight. Let's have a fight sometime." Rog still spoke carelessly, which made Wylan feel a little friendly. "I'm afraid it won't work during this period." Wylan shook his head and said, "Next time, let's find a chance next time. How about we have another good fight?" "Okay." Rog rubbed his hands excitedly. House on the side touched his brother with his arm and signaled him to look to the left front. Receiving his brother's hint, Rog glanced to the side. His face immediately became serious, his body stood straight and his muscles tensed. Seeing this, Wylan looked over and found the figure of Count Hurricane. Rog. Hearing his name, Rog responded loudly, forcibly suppressing his inner uneasiness. House, my lord, I order you two to lead your troops to the 135th Legion station to assist Wylan's army and protect this place. Yes, the two responded loudly and left quickly. Seeing Hurricane Earl waving his hand, the other gold warriors bowed their heads and left the place silently. Uncle, it seems that you know the middle-level officers of the Hurricane Corps very well. Wylan came to Ioris and asked with a smile, This legion is the pillar of the family. No matter how busy the affairs are, I will take out 5 days every month to train them personally. Ioris said calmly. In addition to the basic information of the 336 gold professionals in the army, their family background, personality traits, and social relationships are all known to me. You have worked hard and made great contributions. Stinky boy, don't think I don't know that you are complaining about my strong control in your heart. Hurricane Earl looked at Wylan's head and continued, This may be the reason why my descendants are not as good as your grandfather's descendants, but I won't change. Wylan curled his lips and heard the hidden meaning of his uncle's words. I know where I am wrong, but I don't want to change. For the next half-month, Brent, the vice president of the First Magic Academy in the capital, worked day and night to study the ancient items dug out. In addition, this high-level soul arcanist also found 33 useful items from other items, which made Wylan ashamed. Fortunately, they were all brought back at the beginning. If they were all lost, I don't know how much loss would be. After Brent's tinkering, he pieced together a magic instrument with 18 inconspicuous incomplete items. The former Legion commander's tent has been covered by 3 layers of magic barriers. There are a total of 6 people inside, including Alfred Silves, the commander of the 6th Command, Alex Simises, Assad Lightend, Iverios Axe, Vice President Brent, and Wylan. Of course, the 5 big guys discussed the magic instrument in detail, and Wylan was busy serving tea and water on the side. The 5th Command claimed that the news of the ancient magic puppet army was a rumor. I really want to see what their expressions are like when they know we found something. It's not too late to tell them after we have thoroughly studied it. If the information displayed in this ancient magic instrument is not the ruins of the ancient magic puppet army, then we will lose face. Hearing Alfred Silves' words, the 3 nodded in agreement. It is better to be safe. As for Brent, he only has this ancient magic instrument in his eyes. As for the fight between several commands, he is not interested. Why don't we get a moon elf and use her blood to try to activate this ancient magic instrument? Assad Lighten touched his chin thoughtfully and suggested, It's not appropriate. Although the Ovalia Moon Elf Kingdom does not believe in the elf gods, it is still a believer of the goddess of magic. It should not use that kind of means, maybe. Alfred Silves said, Tusk, your royal family uses their own blood as the key. What's wrong with the Ovalia Moon Elf Kingdom doing this? In my opinion, let's give it a try first. Anyway, there is no loss. Assad Lightend was not afraid and insisted on his proposal. I have 3 newly acquired moon elves in my hand. If you agree, I will send them over. Marquis Alex Simi said this in the calmest tone. Except for Wylan, who was doing odd jobs, who was shocked, no one else had a slight fluctuation in their hearts. In the kingdom, there are many nobles who play with flowers. Even many royal children dare to imprison succubi for fun. This little thing will not cause any emotional fluctuations for these big guys. Iverios Axe suggested, Who of you has magic crystals in your hands? That thing is very popular in the magic era. Maybe the group of moon elves use this thing as a medium for activation. I have dozens of them at home. But is that thing really useful? Assad asked uncertainly. Like you said, let's try it first. Okay, I'll send someone back to ask my mother for one. The 5 people discussed for more than 3 hours and finally came up with 8 plans, ready to test one by one to see if they could open this ancient magic instrument. Due to the presence of 4 heavyweights from the 6th Command, Wylan and his 135th Legion were forced to leave their base, and the 126th Legion, represented by the Hurricane Legion, took over the place. Wylan was not angry, and he led his men to set up camp again 30 kilometers away and waited at ease. If there is no order from above, he will wait here and live a peaceful life. Half a month later, more than 10 legions were transferred to the Fire Tree Plain. including not only the army of the 6th Command, but also 3 elite knight legions and 2 magic legions under the 5th Command. As for Wyland's 135th Legion, according to the order given by his uncle, he went to the city of Leka in the central city of Latro province to garrison, away from this place of right and wrong. Doesn't take much to know that the ancient magic instrument has been opened, and it must have recorded the specific location of the ancient magic puppet army, otherwise so many troops would not have been mobilized. Anyway, my name is already on the merit book, so there is no need to mix it up. Compared with the hilly area of Zigas province, Lalat province is a typical plain environment with a pleasant climate, but there are few people along the way, and basically no living dwarves can be seen. When they arrived at Leka City, the scene here was in ruins. The road was full of various garbage, emitting an unbearable stench. This environment was even worse than the previous capital of Cadlo province. It was not enough to describe it as dirty and messy, but it was more appropriate to describe it as dilapidated. "My lord, why don't you have someone clean it up before entering the city?" Seeing this scene, Kyle frowned and asked in a low voice. "No need, let the troops camp outside the city." Wyland shook his head and rejected Kyle's proposal. For setting off, he had already learned about the specific situation of Leka City. Before the war began, this place was the territory of a dwarf earl. As the center of his territory, Leka City had more than 60,000 dwarves living here, and was known as the second largest city in the province of Latro. According to the report submitted by the previous garrison commander, the number of dwarf civilians in Leka City was less than 5,000, not even 1/10 of the number of residents before the war. They relied on the food stored in the Church of the Dwarf, mountain god, and the mushrooms in the cave to survive in the city. Put it bluntly, this city has lost its value for plunder and has become a ruin. In the Dwarf Mountain God Church in Leka City, an old dwarf priest was relieved after discovering that the human army was stationed outside the city. He knelt in front of the statue and prayed silently. Gradually, the ordinary August passed and the magnificent September arrived. The news from the north made this month destined to be extraordinary. The Bashio Kingdom Command made a strategic mistake, and the more than 300,000 troops turned from retreat to a great defeat. They were beaten to pieces by the dwarves and lost control of 2 provinces in succession. Including the territory lost before, the Bashio Kingdom has lost control of 6 provinces. After learning the news, the Kingdom of Ilia immediately adjusted its strategy. The 4th Command, the 5th Command and the 6th Command decided to withdraw nearly 1 million troops stationed in the 3 provinces of Hagar, Barisan and Kasaisen, and switch from strategic offense to defense. Increase attention to the northern battlefield and collect all information related to the Kingdom of Bashio in order to make the next decision. At the same time, the news of the Northern War spread, which helped to boost the morale of the shaky dwarf army on the southern battlefield, but they could only passively defend and had no intention of actively attacking. Even in the occupied areas that the Ilia Kingdom army voluntarily gave up, they only sent a small force to take over. The main army remained motionless. In this storm, Varen was an innocent little wave, leading his 135th Legion and living a leisurely life outside the city of Leka. This place is located in the rear of the occupied area. If something happens, it will definitely be the front-line troops who will bear it first, and it will not be able to reach here for a while. In early October, Elias Mercedes, the uncle of King Kaladin Mercedes of the Basio Kingdom, served as the commander of the army and turned the tide to regain control of the 2 lost provinces. In the next few months, several large-scale battles were fought in the northern battlefield, and countless small and medium-sized battles. In contrast, the southern battlefield fell into a strange calm, with only small troops occasionally fighting, and both sides tacitly maintained this situation. Even so, the iron-forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom did not dare to withdraw troops from the southern battlefield. It could only continue to arm dwarf warriors from other provinces and send them to the northern battlefield. In mid-December of the glorious year 9733, at the 6th Command, 4 middle-aged men sat around a wooden table, drinking tea quietly, sometimes discussing the situation on the northern battlefield, and sometimes comparing their younger generations. My brother wrote to tell me that in just 3 months, the Kingdom of Bashio sent 26 delegations to the capital, trying every means to lobby His Majesty the King, and even invited Bishop Talia of the Dawn Church to come over, wanting us to launch a wave of offensives from the southern battlefield to relieve their pressure on the northern battlefield. Alfred Silves took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "It's not surprising that the political system of the kingdom of Bascio has caused the war to be like this." Irises smiled and shook his head and said, "Indeed, their political system directly locked up the upward channels. If the lower-level nobles want to break through, they can only pray to marry those blue-blooded nobles and integrate into their corrupt circle." Marquis Alex Simices nodded and said, "Otherwise, why do you think the Bascio kingdom is known as a famous talent exporter in the eastern part of the Sinops subcontinent?" Assad Lightend laughed disdainfully. Alfred stopped the topic and asked Earl Hurricane, "The miracle child in your family is not married yet?" "Not yet. I heard from his father that there seems to be a girl he likes more, named Zumia Silves, a branch of the royal family, and he is still investigating." "Zemia, I haven't heard of her. She shouldn't be from our branch." Alfred shook his head with some regret. Seeing this, Irises didn't say anything. Wyland's marriage was decided by his parents, and he was not convenient to intervene in this matter. Then, the four began to extend from the battlefield situation to the systems of various countries, and even involved the topic of ancient history. Ignoring the identities of the four of them, it was like a few middle-aged men sitting together and talking to each other. On January 15, 9734 of the glorious calendar, the 135th Legion had been stationed in Lake City for more than 4 months. This war started on April 1, 9732 of the glorious calendar. It has been almost 2 years now. The 135th Legion, led by Wylan at most, fought a siege of Iron Tower City and an interception of Ayashiku. The rest of the time, they performed various garrison tasks to ensure the safety of the material transportation channel. "My lord, the new order of the 27th Corps." Kyle lifted the curtain and entered the tent. Upon hearing this, Wyland stood up suddenly, took the letter from Kyle's hand and read it carefully. More than 4 months of doing nothing made Wyland a little irritable, and he was eager to do something. "Kyle, go and call Viscount Moncas and others to a meeting." "Yes." Half an hour later, 8 Viscounts came to Wyland's tent. Without saying anything polite, Wyland read out the order given to their legion by the 27th Corps on the spot. "Order the 135th Legion to arrive at the Black Forest Fortress in the northwest of Densabai Province before February 10, 9734 of the glorious calendar to block the dwarf army from the direction of Hagar Province." To make a long story short, this is a battle to defend the city. It is also our first time to participate in the front-line battle. Don't let your guard down and lose your life on the battlefield. "I obey your orders," the 8 people answered in unison. After receiving the combat mission, the 135th Legion acted quickly and spent 8 hours to start marching to the Black Forest Fortress. The Black Forest Fortress is a masterpiece of an Earth Magic Legion under the 5th Command. It took 6 hours to turn 3 130-meter-high stone mountains into an above-ground fortress covering an area of 10 square kilometers. There are a total of 6 important marching routes from Hagar Province to Densabai Province, among which the route where the Black Forest Fortress is located is the most remote of the 6 marchable routes. It is not difficult to see that someone above took care of Wylan and gave him the simplest defense task. However, he couldn't relax. If the dwarves didn't play by the rules, and he neglected to take precautions and lost the Black Forest Fortress, he would be guilty of a great sin. "Viscount Moncas, please lead people to draw a regional planning map of this stone fortress. Make sure there are no mistakes." "Yes, Legion Commander." "Uncle Alcott, please be responsible for sending knights and scouts to explore the details around the Black Forest Fortress. At the same time, set up a sentry post 30 kilometers north of the Black Forest Fortress to closely monitor the movements of the dwarf army in Hador Province in the west." "Yes, sir." "Viscount Algernon, please lead your team to clear all vegetation higher than 1 meter within a 10-kilometer radius of the Black Forest Fortress. Do not let these plants block our army's sight." "Yes, sir." "Uncle Edgar, please lead people to collect logs from the Boulder River and move them to the Black Forest Fortress for storage." "Yes, my lord." As the number of generals around Varen decreased, Black Forest Fortress instantly became lively. In order to prevent the dwarves from attacking the Black Forest fortress from underground, Varen also had people dig a moat around the Black Forest fortress and divert water from the lake 13 kilometers to the north. In less than 10 days, the entire Black Forest fortress was almost completely changed. On the 20-meter-high stone wall, there was a 3-bow crossbow every 30 meters and a magic crystal cannon every 150 meters. On the stone wall of the Black Forest fortress facing the province of Hador, according to the order issued by Wylan at any time, it is necessary to ensure that there are 5,000 troops on the wall, and the walls in the other 3 directions must not be less than 3,000. Looking at his masterpiece, Wylan felt a little more at ease, and he did not torment his group of Viscounts anymore. On February 15, large-scale battle against the dwarves began. The 5th Command withdrew the forces of 3 infantry corps in the border area between Barasan Province and Densib Province to lure the dwarf army to make a mistake. Bruce Ironforge, the governor of the dwarf Barasan Province, overruled all opposition and used the hammer in his hand to subdue the opponents. He led 5 ordinary corps, 2 elite corps and a horned sheep knights, a total of 300,000 troops to the south, claiming to be 500,000 under the slogan of retaking Densib Province, and let many dwarf rebels hiding in Densib Province respond. Naturally, for this group of dwarf rebels that emerged, the Elijah Kingdom army stationed here has more military merits and gold coins. Round the Black Forest fortress, Varen has only one way to deal with these dwarves that emerged from the ground, killing without mercy, and not even taking prisoners. On March 15, the 2 legions of the Kingdom of Elia were defeated by the dwarf vanguard army in the province of Densibai and lost a large area of control. This move made Bruce Ironforge, the governor of the province of Barasan, who was already arrogant and liked drinking, even more arrogant. The victory of this battle brought his reputation in the army to the peak, even if those opponents had thousands of reasons to show that this was a conspiracy of humans. It was difficult to stop the desire of the dwarf army to continue to move south. It's really cruel. Wylan leaned back in his chair and looked at the news sent by the Blue Falcon. Feeling very emotional, in order to lure this group of dwarf troops into the game, the 5th Command directly took out 2 legions of 100,000 troops as pawns. My lord, this will put a lot of pressure on our side. Kyle looked at the content of the letter and said in a deep voice, "You are right. The victory of the dwarf army in Barasan Province will inevitably stimulate the dwarf army in Hagar Province. However, this is also an opportunity for us." Kyle was a little worried when he heard this and asked, "Master, we only have Commander Greff at the soul level. If the dwarf army in Hagar goes the other way and concentrates its forces to march from the Black Forest fortress, our situation will be very bad." "You are right. Now we can only ask for help." Seeing this, Kyle skillfully spread out a piece of white paper for his master and handed him a pencil. Velen took the pen helplessly and began to write a letter to Earl Hurricane. "What do you think is a better way to write?" Velen didn't know how to write for a while and how to ask for help from his uncle. When transmitting information in the way of the Blue Falcon, the letter will first go to the review department of the headquarters, then be transferred to the archives department, and finally be delivered to his uncle. This is the trouble of subordinates transmitting information to their superiors, and no one can violate this rule. If a superior issues an order to a subordinate, it also needs to go through this process, and the order should be backed up and archived for future review and tracing. Under this system, it is prevented that the high-level commander abuses his power for personal gain and uses the kingdom's army for his family's personal gain. Of course, he can also send his subordinates to give it to his third uncle first, and then let his third uncle Baman send someone to forward it to the Hurricane Earl. Although this will save these processes and no need to archive records, it will take half a month to go back and forth. I am afraid that the dwarves will have already fought under the Black Forest fortress by then. My lord, you can say that a clue to a suspected ancient ruins has been found here. Even if there is no result in the end, it is harmless. Great. Wylan's thoughts were opened up at once, and he immediately began to make up a story. Asking his uncle to support some people. Only a small number of people in the upper echelons know about the ancient magic ruins. Even after the war, When the War Merit Verification Department reviews this letter, if doubts are raised, they will be suppressed. If anyone benefits the most from the ancient magic ruins in the Fire Tree Plain, it is naturally the one sitting on the throne of the king's capital. Otherwise, Wylin could not imagine who has such great power to make two headquarters take action for the ruins of an ancient magic puppet army. The blue falcon soared in the sky and gradually lost its trace. Wylin patted his head and suddenly remembered something. Last time, I remember it was in the Grey River Plain. At that time, I pointed to a low hill and said that there was a treasure inside. In the end, it was really dug out. Could there really be ancient magic ruins underneath? Kyle recalled this incident and hesitated. It shouldn't be so outrageous. Maybe I think too much. Wylin shook his head and gave up this absurd idea. It is difficult to explain this kind of good thing once it happens. If there are really ancient magic ruins underneath, perhaps his title will be increased again. More than a decade ago, he inexplicably obtained the title of Son of Frost. In addition, Wylin knew nothing about the title of Son of Miracle. This title was only circulated among the families and royal families close to the Aches family. He didn't know that he had a new title yet. One day later, in a Type 1 magic war fortress in the province of Serop, Hurricane Earl Irises looked at the letter that appeared in his office, opened it, and read it carefully. I always feel that this kid is deceiving me. Hurricane Earl believed in his intuition. But thinking of the various deeds of Wylin, he had different thoughts in his mind. No, I was confused by the performance. Earl Hurricane suddenly reacted. This was clearly Wylin taking the fast lane to ask for help. If there are really ancient magic relics, they should be transferred from Bamon's hands to him, and the order will be sent directly to him through the channel of Green Falcon. I remember that the mission of this boy's legion is to garrison the Black Forest Fortress, which is the throat of the most remote road from Hador Province to Densai Province. Could it be that this boy knew something in advance, so that's why he asked me for help? I was thinking in my heart, but my hands were not slow. On the surface, he discarded this letter from the 135th Legion as his deputy commander. Secretly, he asked someone to call his third daughter, Shirley Akers. Father, a female knight in red armor with a solemn expression and steady movements, opened the heavy door. She walked into the room with firm steps, then knelt down on one knee, clenched her right fist and beat her chest, and performed a standard knightly salute to the people in the room. Shirley, take Galena, Midian, and Garcia with you, and head to the Black Forest Fortress. Yes, father. Female knight Shirley Akers replied expressionlessly, turned and left. Why? My daughter, since her husband died on the battlefield 40 years ago, has never had a smile on her face and has shown this face to others all day long. Black Forest Fortress. Since the two headquarters began to lay out, Wylin has not given up the reconnaissance of the surroundings and even put the knights and scouts 50 kilometers away and did not miss any movement of the dwarf army. On March 26, the support of Earl Hurricane arrived at Black Forest Fortress. Facing the cold Shirley Axe, Wylin also lost the desire to talk, but he chatted happily with the other 3 soul-level strongmen. Young Master Wylin, Miss Shirley's personality has changed a lot because of some past events. I hope you don't take it to heart. Galena, a low-level soul-level ice elemental mage, apologized to Wylin on behalf of her lady at the appropriate time. I have also heard about Aunt Shirley's affairs. I won't take it to heart. Don't have to worry about any conflicts between us. Wylin replied with a smile. Thank you for your understanding. Galena bowed her head to thank him. The other 2 low-level soul-level warriors felt much more at ease after hearing this. If Shirley and Wylin had a conflict, they really didn't know who to help. Taking sides would inevitably offend the other party. If the 2 were not on good terms, the situation would escalate, and they would inevitably be scolded by their own master. I'm sorry to bother you this time. This is a little gift from me. Please accept it. Kyle saw Wylin's eyes signaling and waved to the 3 knights to let them carry the wooden tray into the fortress hall. This is a silver dragon scale, and the blood aura is very strong. Galena was a little surprised. She walked quickly to a knight, picked up a piece of dragon scale emitting silver light, and felt it carefully. Unfortunately, it was not the dragon scale from the belly of the dragon. The dragon scales in this place, unless the dragon itself fell off, were used as gifts for close humans. If you use external force to forcibly take the dragon scales from the belly of a silver dragon, this kind of dragon scale will be entangled with a curse as a mark to attract the surrounding silver dragons to come for revenge. The other 2 came to the knight and looked at the silver dragon scales in the wooden tray. Each scale was very smooth and naturally shed. Touching it, you can feel a little cool. Master Wylan, is this really for us? As a collector of all kinds of rare treasures, Galena couldn't believe what she saw. This is a thank you gift. I hope you don't mind it. He didn't get many high-value treasures. There were only a few hundred dragon scales left in the space ring that old Jeddah gave him last time. He carefully selected 60 pieces, giving them 12 silver dragon scales as a gift. Wylan had given the Shadow Guard leader Gref 3 days ago. As for his Aunt Shirley Akers, he could only have someone send it to her room. Galena grabbed the shiny silver dragon scales, and her body began to change. A dragon tail appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Garcia stepped forward and patted Galena on the shoulder, bringing her back to her senses from her unconscious state. Master Wylan, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Galena's vertical pupils gradually returned to normal. The dragon tail disappeared. The silver-white scales on her arms disappeared, and she returned to her previous weak wizard image. It's okay. Although he was very curious, Wylan did not ask about the other party's privacy in such an occasion. At the same time, Wylan admired his uncle even more in his heart. He could even bring such a creature with dragon blood under his command. It seemed that he still had a long way to go. For the next half-month, the Black Forest Fortress was at peace. In the province of Densabai, the 5th Command threw out another bait, pretending to retreat with a legion, which greatly stimulated the competitive spirit of Bruce Ironforge, the governor of the Barasan province, and made the center of the 300,000 dwarf army crazy. Victory is ahead. The honor of being the first to recover a lost province in this war not only makes Bruce Ironforge, the governor of Barasan province, covetous, but also makes Nasru Blackhammer, the governor of Hagar province, uneasy. I need to do something, otherwise if Bruce, that reckless man, recovers the province of Densabai, I will be reprimanded by His Majesty the King. Although he kept telling himself subconsciously that this was a conspiracy of the human army, he should keep his troops in place and wait for the situation to change. As more and more news spread in Hagar province, more and more military generals and dwarf nobles were dissatisfied with him. If he still acted like a turtle, I am afraid that in a few days, a new governor would come to take over. Lesabai, go and invite all the generals and nobles. Yes, my lord. The old dwarf put down the book in his hand and left the office of Governor Nasru Blackhammer. On April 1st, this important moment came again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Wylan stood on the top of the Black Forest Fortress, looking at the red moon in the sky, waiting for the arrival of destiny. 80 kilometers south of the Black Forest Fortress, between 3 crooked trees, there is a gate leading to the alien space, which contains an unfinished large floating city, 3 top magic puppet legions, and a weak outer godhead. If you are below the legendary level, you must not try. If you are at the legendary level, please explore carefully. If you are above the legendary level, please do not step in to avoid the alien space from being broken. What the hell is this? Wylan was confused. I am now a golden knight, and I don't know how many years it will take to become a legend. This time he actually told me that there is an ancient magic relic next to it, but only the legendary level is qualified to enter. Sitting on the low pile, Wylan fell into deep thought. The hint he gave was that he was at the legendary level, so he should explore carefully, which meant that even a legend could not guarantee that he could come out alive. Tell this news to his grandfather, or reveal it to the royal family. If the legends of the kingdom of Ilia were wiped out in one wave, then the country would not be far from being destroyed. Moreover, he only told himself that there was a door to a different space, but did not tell himself how to call him out or how to open this door. In the end, Wylan chose to compromise, hiding this secret in his heart and not telling anyone, lest he become a fuse, causing his country to perish because of himself. His sin would be great. Back in the room, Wylan lay on the bed and slept soundly. On April 10, the news from the outpost 30 kilometers away from the Black Forest Fortress broke the tranquility of the past. Looking at the news from 6 different outposts on the desk, some said that 30,000 dwarf troops were found. Some reported that 100,000 dwarf troops were found, and some even reported that more than 200,000 dwarf troops were found. For a moment, he didn't know how to tell how many dwarf troops were heading towards the Black Forest Fortress. Finally, Kyle led his men on a trip and finally found out the number of dwarf troops. The other commander did the opposite and sent 80,000 troops to take the Black Forest Fortress as a passage to the Densabai province. In addition, the dwarf commander leading the army this time was Marquis Darog. Why does the name of this Marquis sound so familiar? Wylan asked with some confusion. Kyle reported in a low voice, "My lord, we robbed dwarven goods twice, all of which belonged to this Marquis. Ha ha ha, I remember that more than 10 years ago, before the high-level silver dwarf warrior died, he told us that Marquis Darag would not let us go. Also 3 years ago, on the way to contact the Silver Wolf tribe, we robbed things. Later we found out that they were also his goods. Can this attack on the Black Forest Fortress be considered a reincarnation?" Reincarnation. Kyle whispered the word and nodded. "My lord, that's a very good description. Pass on my order. The Black Forest Fortress has entered a state of war. Whether it is soldiers or nobles, they are not allowed to take off their armor when sleeping, and wait for my order at any time." Yes. At the border between Densabai province and Hagar province, Marquis Darag looked at the empty human outpost and realized that the road he chose was not so easy to walk. However, he had to go in the direction he chose with tears. With 3 soul-level warriors around him, plus himself, a total of 4 people, it would be easy to capture the place where humans were stationed. "My lord, what should we do next?" a dwarf officer asked respectfully. "Karak, my lord," a golden intermediate dwarf warrior stood up and answered loudly. "This Marquis gives you 3,000 dwarf knights to eliminate all human strongholds around. I want to make them all blind." "Yes, Mashami, my lord Marquis," a dwarf earl stood up and said respectfully. "Your unit will be the vanguard. Search for all suspected ambushes on the army's marching route, as well as traps buried underground. Follow your orders." The dwarf Marquis Darag issued 5 orders in succession, allowing the 80,000 dwarf army to take action completely. Except for some secret outposts, more than half of the outposts were destroyed, and all the soldiers stationed at the outposts died in battle. In desperation, Wylan could only let the soldiers stationed in the remaining outposts retreat. However, their sacrifice was not useless. At least it let the nobles in the army know the elite level of this dwarf army, so that they could be more united, gather under Wylan's banner, and work together to overcome this defense battle. If they escaped without permission, they would not only face the risk of being deprived of their titles, but in serious cases, the entire family would not be able to escape. 3 days later, 6 kilometers away from the Black Forest Fortress, there were densely packed tents. The number of dwarf troops was estimated to be about the same as the data investigated by Kyle, and there were indeed 80,000 people. The depressing atmosphere made every soldier on the stone wall feel heavy pressure. Many nobles wore polished armor and sat in their own defense areas. It was a matter of life and death, and no one dared to relax for a moment. After inspecting the 4 sections of the city wall, Wylan made some adjustments for some areas that were not well prepared. After a few days of observation, Wylan could see from a distance that this dwarf army had been through many battles, and its combat experience was completely incomparable to that of his own army. Fortunately, the Black Forest Fortress occupies a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack, which gives Wylan a lot of confidence to defend the city. On the morning of April 27, groups of troops walked out of the dwarf camp, with 500 dwarf soldiers in a formation, pushing 12 siege vehicles that were made in 8 days, approaching the northern wall of the Black Forest Fortress. "My lord, the other side has 500 people in a formation, a total of 60 square formations, and more than 30,000 dwarves. They want to break through the Black Forest Fortress within today." Kyle stood beside Wylan in full armor and said in a deep voice. The siege vehicle in the distance was wrapped in iron sheets, with a large number of basic dwarf runes engraved on it, which provided a certain degree of protection for this behemoth by absorbing the energy of the internal magic crystal. "Pass the order down. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the magic crystal cannon will fire. At a distance of 500 meters, use 3-bed crossbows. At 200 meters, let the archers shoot freely." "Yes." More than a dozen heralds, carrying Wylan's order, went to different areas of the northern wall and issued orders to the nobles stationed in that section. In front of the dwarf army, the dwarf General Karak looked at the fortress made of stone in front of him and a raging fighting spirit ignited in his heart. Go forward. After the order was issued, thousands of dwarf soldiers pushed the huge siege vehicle and approached the Black Forest fortress. Facing the bombardment of the magic crystal cannon, the siege vehicle was damaged on the outside, but the inside was still in good working order. Many dwarf soldiers were affected by the aftermath of the energy bomb. Their internal organs were shattered, and they fell to the ground. At the same time, hundreds of simple catapults located behind the dwarf army set fire to barrels of flammable materials and threw them at the Black Forest fortress. The process of advancing the siege vehicle was the moment for the long-range units of both sides to compete. In the area from the dwarf army to the northern wall of the Black Forest fortress, there were no less than 500 bodies of dwarf warriors lying on the ground. Every time a team of soldiers was lost, Karak would order the troops behind to make up for it. Kyle squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. He stretched out his hand and opened a barrier 100 meters away, blocking a huge rock coming towards his master. Dwarven runes are good things, but unfortunately, they can only be used by dwarves. If other races learn dwarven runes, they will suffer various backlashes. The corresponding magic language is also used by humans, such as the secret text used by arcane masters, which also has many magical effects. Based on the secret text commonly used by arcane masters, various universal magic circles are simplified, which are not only used on a large scale in the human world, but also partially used by other mixed races. It is said that there is also a kind of magic text circulating among human druids, which is a variant of the elven magic text, but he has never seen it anyway. Thanks to the druid book left by the predecessor, Wylan learned many strange druid spells, but they are not suitable for open use on the battlefield. In addition, Wylan deliberately concealed it. Except for a few people such as Kyle, others only knew that he was a knight. At the cost of the lives of thousands of dwarf soldiers, 12 siege vehicles were placed on the 20-meter-high stone wall and began to emit a faint light. The siege vehicle frantically absorbed all the surrounding rocks, soil, corpses, vegetation, and other materials, and slowly moved upward. In less than a moment, 12 half-slopes leading directly to the northern wall were formed. Attack! Under the order of Marquis Darag, Karak could not wait to lead more than 10,000 dwarf warriors to launch the first wave of attacks on the northern wall of the Black Forest fortress. The long-range units retreated to other areas one after another, becoming auxiliary and supporting the wall. Under the command of the officers, a large number of infantrymen lined up in front of the half-slope, with shield soldiers in front and spearmen in the back, to meet the first wave of attacks from the dwarves. Blood and fire collided. The two armies began a brutal battle around the 12 half-slopes. Wylan watched all this and systematically replenished troops to the north end of the city wall to maintain the control of the 135th Legion over the north end of the city wall. Marquis Darag looked at the stalemate of the battle for the city wall and ordered the second batch of troops to be deployed. 10,000 dwarf troops followed the direction of the flag and charged towards the Black Forest fortress. Hayder, you also go to help. Darag looked at the old dwarf with a steady breath beside him and said in a deep voice, Yes, Lord. The old dwarf Hayder grabbed his hammer and went straight to the Black Forest fortress. Miss Shirley, this dwarf is. Before Garcia finished speaking, Shirley put on her knight's helmet, took the knight's lance, and drove her two-winged flying dragon towards the city wall. A human and a dwarf looked at each other, silently came to an altitude of 300 meters, and began to fight each other. Marquis Darag looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes. Faisal, you go too. Yes, sir. A dwarf warrior with some red scales on his face answered loudly and headed for the front line. Leave it to me this time, Galena said excitedly, and before waiting for her two companions to agree, she took her staff and flew out first. Weak human woman, full of a disgusting smell. The dwarf warrior Faisal looked at this ordinary human with disgust. Weak or not, you will know if you try it. Galena looked at every part of the dwarf warrior Faisal's body unscrupulously, thinking about where to start peeling the scales. Seeing that the people he sent out was stopped, Marquis Darag did not continue to show his cards. He didn't know how many soul-level masters the commander of the Black Forest fortress still had. If he had played all the cards in his hand and the other party still had a trump card, it would be a devastating blow. On the wall of Black Forest fortress, Wylan and Darag were thinking the same thing. He didn't know how many soul-level warriors there were in this dwarf army, so he didn't dare to show his cards rashly. Then the eyes of both sides returned to the battle for the wall. Gradually the sky darkened, the dwarves stopped fighting, and the first siege ended. Galena fell from the sky. Her wizard robe was torn, but her private parts were well protected. She was holding 8 red scales and grinning. Shirley Akers rode the flying dragon and landed on the wall. Looking at the grinning Galena, she ignored her and jumped off the flying dragon. With brute force, she destroyed the 12 half-slopes one by one, then returned to her room to rest without looking back. The north wall of Black Forest Fortress was stained red with blood, losing its previous grayish-white color. The corpses of dwarves and humans were intertwined and entangled with each other, forming a horrifying picture. Broken armor, broken swords, and deformed hammers tell of the cruelty of this battle, and every scar shows the fragility of life. Faisal, your injury is okay, right? Darag looked at his capable subordinate with blood all over his body and went forward to greet him. My lord, I'm fine. I just underestimated that female human, who would have thought that she, a mage, not only carries the blood of a silver dragon but also likes close combat. Faisal sat on the ground with a bitter look on his face. Hader, how about the human knight you fought with? It's very difficult. After some thought, Hader gave a fair evaluation. It seems that this road is not so good. Marquis Darag heard this, feeling a little helpless. You have to pick the soft persimmon, but unfortunately the idea is beautiful and the reality is cruel. Hearing this, the other dwarf generals and nobles all lowered their heads, admiring their big beards, and dared not express their opinions. Late at night, Wylan sat on the battlements of the north wall, waiting for the casualty report to come out. Kyle came to the city wall with a casualty report. Sit down. Wylan took the report, patted the clean place next to him, and asked him to sit down and rest for a while. Opening the report, the casualty figures came into view. More than 800 people were killed in the battle, more than 600 people were missing, more than 500 people were injured, and more than 500 of them were seriously injured and could not continue to participate in the battle. In this casualty report, more than 100 noble sons were killed in the battle, 3 people with the title of Baron were killed, and a Viscount lost a leg and could not continue to lead his troops. As for the dwarf losses, there is only a rough number, more than 4,000 bodies. As for how many dwarves were beaten into minced meat and how many dwarves were injured, it is impossible to count. How many casualties did the Kixing camp suffer? Kyle looked up at the night sky and reported. 433 people died in battle, 254 were injured, and 86 of them could no longer stay in the army. Including the 231 people who died in the Battle of Aishiku so far, the Kixing camp has lost 664 people, reaching 1/8. After the training of war, I believe that the Kixing camp can forge a unique spirit of its own. Hearing the casualty figures, Wylan felt a little sad but did not show it. My lord, this dwarf army is the most elite dwarf army we have encountered since entering the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. Our defense time depends entirely on the speed at which the hundreds of thousands of dwarfs are eaten up. Kyle looked at the sky and expressed his guess. You are right. Wylan looked at the night sky and replied, at the end of the headquarters' grand strategy. That period is the most difficult. We not only have to face the dwarf army to the north, but also to the south. Possible mourning. Do we need to make arrangements in advance? Kyle turned to look at Varen and asked in a deep voice. After hearing this, Wylan shook his head and said, with insufficient troops, it will be difficult to defend the city, and I believe there will be a way to deal with it. Don't forget my identity. Kyle thought about it in a blink of an eye, and it was indeed the case. There was someone above his master, the Earl of Hurricane, who could not let his great-nephew fall into such a desperate situation. For the next half-month, both parties lived in peace. Since Varen had sent people to collect resources near Black Forest Fortress in advance, in order to rebuild stronger siege equipment, Marquis Darag had to send troops to collect resources in more remote places. During this period of time, the dwarf military camp was not idle either. Elite soldiers were mobilized to fight for the city wall and conduct special training. In the Black Forest Fortress, Wylan was not idle either. He asked people to repair the damaged walls, mend the damaged armor, remade iron tools such as broken swords, and forged the long spears needed for the 3-bow crossbow. On May 10, an order was issued directly from the 6th headquarters to the 135th Army Corps, allowing Wyland to see the end of his time defending the city. Hold on until June 20, and the war will be over. It only takes 1 month, equivalent to withstanding 2 large-scale sieges by the Dwarf army to complete the defense mission. The order was distributed to the top leaders of the Legion, and everyone had a happy smile on their faces. The endless days of defending the city made people feel the most desperate. On May 15, there was movement in the Dwarf camp again, and a large-scale army began to gather. Compared with the number and quality of siege vehicles last time, the siege vehicles displayed this time are even better. In addition, there are 3 movable towers, each of which is equipped with 6 rune cannons. It is really shocking that the group of dwarves actually brought their unique rune cannons to the battlefield. Unlike the magic crystal cannon, which is light and highly mobile, the dwarf rune cannon is small in size but weighs dozens of tons and is cast with rare and expensive materials. This may be a defect of the dwarf rune. Some special runes require specific materials to withstand the effects they bring. With 18 more rune cannons, it seems that the other party is going to make a real move. Pass the order, move the magic crystal cannon to the fortress tower, reduce the number of soldiers on the city wall by 1/3, stand by under the city wall, and be ready at any time.
Yes.
As Wyland's order was issued, the magic crystal cannon troops dismantled the magic crystal cannon at the fastest speed and rushed to the tower. The number of defenders on the city wall decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and only more than 1,000 people were left on the city wall. The dwarf Marquis Darag looked at the movement on the city wall and did not react. After waiting for the 40,000 troops to gather, he began to order the advance. Last time, more than 7,000 dwarves died in the 30,000 siege troops, and more than 3,000 were injured, which was a loss of 1/3. But the northern end of the Black Forest fortress wall is only 2 kilometers long. Even if he has 80,000 troops, he can only send 10,000 soldiers to attack at one time. This is already the limit. Any more will just give the other side heads. This time, the commander of the front army was replaced by the dwarf Earl Moshami. Compared with the reckless Karak, Moshami's command was more methodical. The siege vehicles moved forward, but the catapult troops also followed, and at the same time, the tower rune cannon troops were placed in the center of the army to provide fire support. Due to the structure of the rune cannon itself, it is not driven by magic crystals, but by biological magic energy. Therefore, 80 slaves were imprisoned in each tower, including humans, half-elves, elves, centaurs, and even dwarves. Their strength was at the silver level, and they were used as biological magic batteries to power the rune cannon. As for the dwarves who operated the rune cannons, they had dark skin and short limbs. Different from mountain dwarves, they belonged to the subspecies of cave dwarves. They liked to live in dark and humid environments and were disliked by the dwarf gods. In the dwarf world, they did not have their own country and could only live in the territory of other dwarf countries. They were of low status and survived. Most normal mountain dwarves used magic beasts and ferocious beasts to power the rune cannons. But these resources were collected by the kingdom and sent to the northern battlefield to fight against the kingdom of Bashio. Therefore, Marquis Darog suppressed his discomfort and activated the cave dwarf troops under his command. For this reason, he abandoned his father's dying words that even if he reused foreigners, he should not reuse cave dwarves, making a decision that went against his father. This group of cave dwarves did not disappoint him. They collected slaves from many dwarf nobles in the province of Hagar and made the 18 rune cannons that had stopped working move. Boom, the energy bombs fired by the rune cannons fell on the city wall with a scarlet breath. On the broken city wall, the scarlet energy bombs left a foul-smelling mucus. Dozens of soldiers were stained with this mucus, and their bodies were on fire, screaming in pain on the ground. Their skin was burned, their hair was scorched, and their eyes were full of fear and despair. Seeing this, many officers and nobles ordered the surrounding soldiers to stay away, and at the same time drew their swords to end the lives of these soldiers. What is this? On the tower, Wyland's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. The dwarf's rune cannon was not powerful, but the remaining mucus was so evil. My lord, this should be the resentment of intelligent creatures. Kell looked at the scarlet mucus and told Wyland, The resentment of intelligent creatures. It seems that there is a big problem in the 3 towers of the dwarves. Wylan looked at the 3 moving towers and clenched his fists. The dwarf Marquis Darag looked at everything that happened on the wall. His face was a little ugly. The other dwarf generals and nobles were not much better. Their faces were pale, and they kept reciting the scriptures of the mountain dwarf god. "My lord, it's better not to use it." Karak stood up and asked Marquis Darag. The dwarf Marquis closed his eyes. No wonder his father warned him not to use important cave dwarves before he died. As for the reason and identity, his father told him that this was passed down from his ancestors. Seeing this situation today, I finally know why this happened. What's the problem with using this method with the evil god believers? Even if it is used, it cannot be carried out openly on the battlefield. It can only be used secretly and not let others know. As for why it is not recorded in history, the reason is very simple. This method is tantamount to expelling the cave dwarves from the dwarf tribe, which is not allowed by the dwarf gods. After some deliberation, Darag gave a difficult order. "Karak, execute all the 500 cave dwarves. As for the 300 slaves, take them to the rear and let them go back in peace. Move the tower and burn it on the spot. Tell Mashimi to stop advancing and withdraw the troops. Back to the camp." "Yes." The dwarf mountain god is a god who adheres to the principle of absolute neutrality. Even if they finally succeed in capturing the Black Forest fortress, they must pay the price for their actions. By then, these 80,000 dwarves, one by one, will face a catastrophe, and their souls will be thoroughly purified to appease the anger of other gods. The first use can be said to be deceived by the cave dwarves. If the dwarf mountain god does not clean up the door, the dwarf gods will deal with the dwarf mountain god and give an explanation to other lawful and neutral pantheons. Karak took 500 dwarf hammer warriors and entered the mobile tower. He beheaded all 500 cave dwarves and took all 300 slaves of various races back to send them on their way. After that, he asked people to find torches and burn them directly. Wylan looked at the fire in the dwarf army and the 3 towers burning fiercely and felt a little relieved. Not long after the dwarf army stopped, the front formation became the back formation and the troops returned to the camp. The second siege battle ended before it even started. In this battle, 236 soldiers of the Black Forest fortress died in the battle, but no one was injured. On the dwarf side, 500 cave dwarves were beheaded, but no one was injured. Seeing this scene, Wylan breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether there would be gods to settle accounts with them afterwards, that would be a matter for the future. If the other party was determined to use that kind of weapon full of evil aura, the Black Forest fortress would definitely fail. He could only abandon the city and flee to reduce casualties. 3 days later, a bishop-level figure of the dwarf mountain god arrived at the army and made a camp assessment for all senior officers. Except for 3 dwarf nobles who were in the evil camp and were killed on the spot, everyone else was safe and sound. Seeing the bishop nod, a dwarf iron guard accompanying him took out a document signed by the king of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom and handed it to Darag Ironforge. "Marquis Darag, in accordance with the instructions of His Majesty the King, from now on, all your military positions will be relieved, and the Count of Grey Mountain, Mashmi Yashi, will take over as the commander of the army. You will go to the King City Church within 7 days to serve as a temple guard and atone for 100 years. Darag accepts the order. The dwarf Marquis took the document signed by the king and instantly looked much older. One wrong step, all wrong steps. Now he can serve as a temple guard in the temple of the dwarf god in the King City to atone for his sins, which is the result of his distant uncle's efforts. Darag knew that without the king's protection, he would lose all his titles, including his territory and title, all his troops, and his surname. The current situation is already a great blessing. Count Mashimi, the next step is up to you. My lord Marquis, please rest assured that I will take over your will." Count Mashimi Yashi of Grey Mountain stepped forward and bowed. Marquis Darag turned his head to look at his subordinates and said, "After I leave, Haider will be in charge of the army, and Faisal and Edwin will assist from the side and obey the orders of Count Grey Mountain." "Yes, my lord." The 3 of them answered with a serious face. "Haider, tell my son Bruce to take me as a warning." "Yes, my lord." Then the dwarf Marquis followed the dwarf Iron Guard, left the barracks, went to the provincial capital of Hagar province, and went to the capital through the teleportation array. The bishop of the Dwarf Mountain God Church began to judge the camps of the lower-level officers in the army and purified 86 dwarf nobles and 17 dwarf officers on the spot by burning. Even so, the purification operation continued and spread to ordinary soldiers. In the end, 111 ordinary dwarf soldiers were burned in public, ending the purge from the church. Seeing the bishop leave with hundreds of disciplinary guards, everyone was relieved. Due to the internal purge of the dwarf army, the Black Forest Fortress gained another half a month of peace. At the same time, the encirclement and suppression of more than 200,000 dwarf troops entering the province of Dinsabai began. In the tent, Grey Mountain Count Mashmi Yashi sat in the position of his old superior, being watched by everyone, and it was a bit hot. His strength was only high-level gold. Facing the gaze of 3 soul-level dwarves and the scrutiny of other nobles, Alexander. Lord Hayder, what do you think we should do next? As a last resort, Mashmi could only seek help from Hayder. Hayder opened his eyes and looked calm so that the other dwarves could not see his true thoughts. I suggest that this situation be maintained. Without orders from above, the troops should not move. Okay, then follow Lord Hayder's proposal. No matter what they felt in their hearts, the other dwarf nobles and generals all bowed their heads and obeyed the order. Count Mashmi of Grey Mountain had a sincere smile on his face, and only he knew the pain in his heart. As for what happened within the dwarves, Wylan got some information. He only knew that the dwarves changed their commanders before the battle. The dwarf Marquis Dereg resigned and was replaced by Count Mashmi Yashi of Grey Mountain. For this situation, Wylan did not think about sending troops to surprise attack the opponent's camp. But after thinking about the strength of the opponents, dwarf soldiers, and looking at the field combat capabilities of the noble army under his command, he extinguished this unrealistic idea. On June 10, the news that a remnant of the army had broken through, and the news that the 200,000 strong army of Bruce Ironforge, the governor of Barrison, was surrounded by the 500,000 strong army of the Kingdom of Aaliyah, was known to the dwarf high-ranking officials. When the king of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, Kairam Ironforge, learned of the news, he cursed his cousin as a fool and ordered the governor of Hagar province, Nasru Blackhammer, to open a gap from the northeast to rescue the army of Bruce Ironforge, the governor of Barrison. For the gap in the Barrison province, the dwarf king could only reluctantly divide the 10 legions trained in the capital into 2 parts, one to be sent to the Barrison province to guard against the army of the Kingdom of Aaliyah, and the other to be sent to the Kasaisen province, under the personal command of his own brother, Ridham Ironforge, to attack the army of the Kingdom of Aaliyah in the Stone Hill province and force the other side to withdraw. In addition, the dwarf king, Kalam Ironforge, also wrote a letter to the son of Duke Hador, asking his troops to attack the province of Zegas, create pressure in the west, and force the Kingdom of Aaliyah to withdraw troops to support. He had been away from the south for less than 2 months, and these bastards had caused so many things for him, which made the dwarf king Kalam Ironforge smash his favorite stone palace. Without the strength of these 10 legions, the offensive in the northern battlefield can only be temporarily suspended. In a mountain forest, Governor Bruce Ironforge of Barrison no longer has the charm of the past. The whole dwarf has aged by dozens of years, and his thick beard has fallen off a lot. Governor, I just counted the number of people. There are more than 30,000 dwarves in the army that followed us. They are all elite, and the lowest is the strength of the lower bronze level. As long as they are taken out, the 300,000 troops can be reorganized soon. Horik, I know you are trying to comfort me. Bruce Ironforge, the governor of Barrison, supported himself with his hammer and stood up, his tone very lonely. Humans will not let us leave like this. So, I will act as bait and lead 1/3 of the army to take the Black Forest Fortress, and you will lead the rest of the army to take the Grey Mountain Road. As long as I raise the flag, the human army will definitely come around. Governor, I'll go. The dwarf General Horik asked Bruce Ironforge, the governor of Barrison, with a firm look in his eyes. No, I'm the governor, you have to listen to me. But, I'm counting on you. Yes, sir. Bruce heard this and showed a long-lost smile on his face. Don't worry, with my strength, if I want to leave, those humans can't stop me. After returning to the provincial capital, prepare good wine for me. I will come back. Yes, sir. After nightfall, Governor Bruce of Barrison led 10,000 older dwarf warriors to leave the mountains and forests, raised his own flag in a very high-profile manner, and headed for the Black Forest Fortress. 2 days later, Hollick brought the remaining 20,000 troops, hiding during the day and moving at night, heading for the Grey Mountain. 150 kilometers away from the Black Forest Fortress, a complete Hurricane Legion was waiting for the arrival of Governor Bruce of Barrison. In the center of the Hurricane Legion, Earl Hurricane stood up and looked into the distance with deep eyes. "Here we come." After a while, thick smoke billowed in the distance, and a tired army appeared in front of them. Governor Bruce of Barrison looked at the human army that was ready for battle, and he was not afraid. He was full of fighting spirit in his heart. Since he said goodbye to Horlick, he had never thought about going back alive. Someone needs to be responsible for this failure, and he is the best candidate. As a warrior, he wants to use his life to wash away the shame he brought to the Ironforge family name. There are only more than 6,000 dwarf veterans following Bruce, all of whom are wounded, with high fighting spirit and determination to die. "Iorisis, I know you are in the army." Bruce soared into the air and came to the front of the two armies. His rough voice spread throughout the Hurricane Legion. "Bruce, long time no see." Earl Hurricane Iorisis did not hide his figure, flew into the air and stared at Bruce with some unspeakable meaning. "Ha ha ha, you old thing are waiting for me." Bruce laughed up to the sky and said without hiding, "This time you made the layout." "That's right." Iorisis did not hide it and admitted it openly. "Yes, if you want to say that human knows me best, it's only you." Bruce's eyes were full of nostalgia but more hatred. "You have changed, and you have become unscrupulous. War is like this. My elder brother died on the battlefield because he adhered to the chivalry code. So I didn't learn from him." Hurricane Earl Iorisis replied calmly. His tone was a little lonely but more indifferent. "Today, let's make a decision." Bruce didn't talk nonsense, holding the hammer and rushed up. Hurricane Earl Iorisis did not restrain his momentum and showed it all, which made the warriors on both sides breathless. The two tacitly moved the battlefield to an altitude of 5,000 meters and started fighting. "Do you know?" Bruce was repelled 100 meters away. His eyes were very complicated. In the adventuring career of the past, you, me, Cadden Mid, and long-eared Lilith, there was no difference in race or identity. Everything was so happy. "Yes," Ioris said with some melancholy, "it's a pity that everything is over." The Flame Adventure Team of the Year was disbanded, and everyone returned to their original lives. "You are the dwarf governor. I inherited the title of Earl of Hurricane. Cadden became the Bishop of the Church of Life. Mid was baptized as a Knight of Dawn, and Lilith left the Synapse subcontinent and returned to her hometown. In less than 150 years, everything has changed. In this thrilling battlefield, the confrontation between the long sword and the hammer is like two giants fighting a life and death duel. The terrifying power spread outward like ripples, as if the whole world was about to be torn apart by this force. The blue flame fighting spirit and the gray magic energy collided with each other, emitting a dazzling light, illuminating the entire battlefield. 10,000 meters away, 6 soul-minded warriors were waiting for the people they were loyal to end the battle. On the ground, Mars, the deputy commander of the Hurricane Legion and the soul-minded middle-level knight, took over the command of the Hurricane Legion. "Fight to the death." A dwarf warrior shouted a slogan, and the other dwarf soldiers responded one after another, raised their weapons, and charged forward. Without a military formation and no one to command, a group of dwarf soldiers charged forward without any rules. "Shoot." 5,000 warriors of the Hurricane Battalion of the Hurricane Legion drew out wind feather arrows, encouraged their own wind attribute fighting spirit, wrapped around the wind feather arrows, and threw them into the air. 5,000 wind feather arrows fell on the ground, nailing more than 1,000 dwarf warriors to the ground. 3 rounds of throwing took away the lives of half of the dwarf warriors. Wiping the blood of their comrades on their faces, the remaining dwarf soldiers did not stop and continued to charge forward. "Eagle Battalion to fight." Mars gave an order. 5,000 warriors stepped forward and advanced in the form of a military formation. With the release of the fire attribute fighting spirit, the lives of the dwarves withered. The orderly military formation encountered a chaotic charge. Even though the dwarf warriors were all elite, the Eagle Battalion of the Hurricane Legion was not a pushover. On the battlefield, the momentum was getting smaller and smaller. which meant that the number of dwarf warriors was getting smaller and smaller. With the beheading of the last low-level golden dwarf, the remnant army was completely destroyed. At the cost of 300 deaths, the 6,000 elite dwarf scattered soldiers were completely wiped out. In the sky, Bruce's helmet had been knocked off, his dense beard became sparse, and his body was covered with blood. As for the Hurricane Earl, he was not much better. His armor was damaged, his helmet was destroyed, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. "Don't leave yet." The Hurricane Earl stared at Governor Bruce coldly and spit out this sentence. "A warrior will never retreat, and he will die on the battlefield." Bruce shouted loudly with no idea of living. Seeing this, Ioris said nothing more and sent the other party on his way with his strongest combat skill Hurricane Flash Sword. Looking at the knight's long sword on his chest, Bruce threw away the hammer in his hand, and his life force gradually weakened. It's better to die in your hands. I'm going to the kingdom of my god. I hope we can meet again in the future." Bruce did not mobilize his own magic power to stop the loss of his vitality. "Goodbye, Yeah. Goodbye, Abu." Bruce had a smile on his face and his eyes slowly faded. He drew out his long sword, held Bruce's body, which was less than 1.3 meters tall, in his arms and fell from a high altitude. "Mars, bury these respectable warriors with honor." "Yes, Lord." Mars replied respectfully. Ioris had no intention of using the body of his friend to exchange for military merits. He never took the mere 30 military merits seriously. Then, Earl Hurricane held Bruce's body and flew to the Black Forest Fortress. Except for Mars, the other 6 people could only follow. Outside the Black Forest Fortress, Earl Grey Mountain received an order from Nasru Blackhammer, the governor of Hagar Province, and was wavering. Organizing an army to attack the city, with his prestige, it is probably difficult for him to command the troops under the other earls, so he can only let his own troops take the lead. Not organizing an army to attack the city is to disobey the order of the governor and the order of His Majesty the King. There will be no good consequences afterwards. Just as the Grey Mountain Count was wavering, a strong momentum rushed over him, making him breathless. In another tent, Hayder, Faisal, and Edwin flew out of the tent, looking at the 7 people of Hurricane Count, and felt that their death was not far away. Hurricane Count used his fighting spirit to lift Bruce's body and sent it to Hayder, who looked most like a commander. "This is Bruce's body. Please return him to your royal capital." Hayder stretched out his hands, his mind went blank, and he gave up thinking. Ioris did not wait for their reply and led the people away from here. 3 minutes later, Hayder came back to his senses. Looking at the body of Boris and Governor Bruce in his hand, his heart gradually began to stir. "Earl of Grey Mountain, withdraw your troops." "Yes, Lord Hayder." Earl Grey Mountain lowered his head and replied respectfully. The surrounding dwarf generals and dwarf nobles looked at Hayder's gloomy face, the body he was holding in his hands, and the powerful momentum that had hit them before, so they all gave up the idea of attacking the city. In less than 3 hours, the 70,000 dwarf army began to break camp and retreat from the Black Forest Fortress. In the Black Forest Fortress, Varen was thinking about how to deal with the 3rd dwarf attack on the city when he suddenly received news that the other party had withdrawn its troops. "My lord, according to Lord Grafe, Lord Hurricane Earl Ioris carried a dwarf corpse and walked to the dwarf military camp." It didn't take long for the dwarf army to start withdrawing. "Wait, please let me slow down." Varen rubbed his temples and interrupted Kyle. "My cousin just went to the dwarf military camp and was holding a dwarf corpse. The other party was forced to withdraw their troops. So what should I do next?" "No, where are my cousin and others?" Lord Hurricane Earl Ioris did not stop at the Black Forest Fortress and left directly. Forehead. Wylin was a little confused as to what was going on. "Forget it, Kyle. Tell them the news of the dwarves' withdrawal." "Yes, Lord." Kyle left the room without stopping and gave his order to the herald. Half an hour later, the defenders of Black Forest Fortress celebrated loudly, releasing their inner joy. Other nobles, like ordinary soldiers, gathered with friends to celebrate this hard-won moment. 3 days later, Shirley Akers completed her mission and led 2 other soul-level experts to leave the Black Forest Fortress, return to the 6th headquarters of Serap Province, and return to Earl Hurricane. 7 days later, Wylin received a new order from the 27th Corps and continued to garrison the Black Forest Fortress until the remaining dwarf troops in Densai province were completely eliminated. The boring time of defending the city continued. But for the 135th Legion, it was a rare and good job. At the end of August, the Battle of Densai ended. Only less than 60,000 remnants of the 300,000 strong army commanded by Boris and Governor Bruce fled the Densai province. Half of the remaining dwarf army of more than 200,000 dwarves died in the battle, and 3/3 one of them was captured, and the others hid in the mountains and forests without a trace. The southern battlefield suffered heavy losses from the Kingdom of Ilia, forcing the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom to slow down its offensive against the Kingdom of Bahio. After this battle, the logistics department sent a lot more supplies to each legion under its jurisdiction. Looking at the list of supplies in front of him, Wylin only heard the names of many things, but did not see the actual objects. Lord, this batch of supply should be the second batch of aid from the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom to us. Kyle took a step forward and whispered, "It should be so. Otherwise the kingdom wouldn't fight this war so hard." Wylin recalled the letter he received half a month ago. His third uncle secretly told him that in the Battle of Densabai, despite the kingdom's great victory, the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom's more than 200,000 troops were annihilated, but he also suffered losses. Quite a few. In this battle that lasted for 4 months, more than 90,000 people of the 5th Command of the Kingdom of Ilia were killed, and more than 80,000 people of the 6th Command were killed. In total, the number of dead soldiers from the 2 headquarters combined exceeded the number of dwarf soldiers killed. The bulk of them were the 3 infantry regiments that served as bait. More than a quarter of them died in the battle, and they basically quit this war. In addition, the combat effectiveness of the dwarf army itself is also a very important factor. This is the 3rd year. I don't know how long this war will continue. Starting from April of 9732 of the glorious calendar to early September of 9734 of the glorious calendar, this war has lasted for 28 months. My lord, the supplies that Chief Baird sent to us have also arrived. Please see how we deal with this part. Kyle handed another list to Wylin and said respectfully, "I received the list from the Kixing leader, which contained some materials produced by the Kixing leader. 300 bottles of luminous wine, 3,000 bottles of ordinary wine, 20,000 bottles of ice blue potion, 50 sticks of white orchid incense, more than 200 flame flowers, 300 sets of fine-grade armor, 1,500 fine-grade long swords, 20 sets of ivy armor, 50,000 gins of black-skinned pork jerky, 3,000 gins of venison sausages, 200 green and purple horses, 6,000 gins of roasted mushrooms, etc. How many of our warriors have reached the high level of bronze warriors? Are 133 people, 76 of whom broke through on the spot." Kyle replied, "So many." Wylin was a little surprised. "Lord, in the desperate situation between life and death, the probability of breakthrough is about 30% higher than in peacetime. Most of the soldiers in Kixing camp have been taking black-skinned pork for a long time. Their physical strength is much stronger than that of other armies, and it has increased by 100%. The probability of breakthrough is 30. In this case, you sort the 133 high-level bronze warriors according to their military merit, select the top 50, and assign each of them 2 bottles of luminous wine and 4 multi-flame flowers to give them this period of time. Focus on training. Take out 30,000 kilograms of the 50,000 kilograms of black pork and distribute them to the soldiers of the Kixing camp. The other 20,000 kilograms will be divided into 300 to 500 kilograms and sent to other nobles in the legion. As for venison sausage, take out 2,000 kilograms and bring 100 bottles of luminous wine to send to my third uncle. You can handle 6,000 kilograms of roasted mushrooms." "Yes." Then Kyle took out paper and pen and wrote down the supplies he needed to deal with. Other weapons and equipment were handed over to Cassius. As for the 200 blue-purple horses, they were handed over to the knights of the Orlando brothers to supplement the number of mounts in their knights. In the 135th Legion, the small nobles got some of the jerky from Wylin and tasted it. After knowing the effect, they hid it and prepared to send it back to their own territory and keep it, waiting to take it out to train the children of the family in the future. After the nobles knew the effect of this meat jerky, they called their children and close subordinates to enjoy it together. And at the same time, they were thinking about how to get closer to their own legion commanders and get the qualification to buy this meat jerky from them. It was not until mid-November, 3 months later, that Weilan received another order from the 27th Legion to go to the Tangshan city, in the west of Densabai province, to garrison. Copper Mountain City is the territory of the Marquis of Copper Mountain. Like Marquis Darag, he is a descendant of the royal branch. The political system implemented by the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom is different from that of the Ilia Kingdom and the Basio Kingdom. The royal family only directly governs the hill province, but for important mineral locations and strategic locations in the country, the royal children are in fief to guard. Important provinces are governed by outstanding royal children as governors to rule the entire country. The Ironforge Code, as the state book of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, stipulates in the first article that the king can unconditionally command the army under the command of any noble. This is not only supported by the Dwarf Mountain God Church, but also affirmed by him. The city, like its name, is built on a copper mine. Its interior is intricate. Even the dwarves themselves do not know how deep it is under the Copper Mountain City and how many dark and humid underground creatures are hidden. The order of the 135th Legion consists of 2 parts. First, maintain the stability of the Copper Mountain City and eliminate the dwarf rebels. Second, clear out the cave dwarves that suddenly emerge from the ground to ensure the safety of the transportation supply line. This order, like the Grotto Hill, is a logistical task, except that the target of the clearing has changed from dwarves to dwarves and underground creatures. The only difference is that there is one more target to be eliminated. 3 days later, after Weilan handed over the defense of the Black Forest Fortress to the 147th Legion that came from afar, he led the army to march eastward to Copper Mountain City. This time, Weilan did not apply for additional troops from above. With the previous lesson, he did not want to accept a group of miscellaneous soldiers to avoid adding to his command burden. After 5 days of marching, Weilan successfully arrived at Copper Mountain City. After taking over the local defense, he sent all the knights in his hands to collect intelligence, and he plunged into the information left by the previous few to understand the specific situation of Copper Mountain City. The situation was far worse than he expected. The behavior of the previous garrison was extremely rude. They blocked all entrances with boulders in the hope of cutting off the connection between the ground and the underground. Due to the limited food production in the underground caves of Tangshan City and the main passages being blocked, these cave dwarves can only dig around like headless flies, and from time to time they will dig out a road to the wilderness. As for the reason, it is actually very simple. Cave dwarves are of no value to humans, or no one likes dwarf slaves like cave dwarves, so the previous garrison treats them so unscrupulously. Weilan combed his hair, leaned back in his chair, and began to think about how to solve this problem. There were originally 17 cave dwarf tribes living underground in Tangshan City, with about 20,000 cave dwarves. After 3 rounds of conscription by the Marquis of Tangshan, there are more than 10,000 cave dwarves left. Counting the dwarf rebels who were forced to enter the tunnels, the total number should be around 12,000. As for whether there are dwarf rebels in the city, it is difficult to say clearly. After thinking again and again, Weilan finally decided to move all the dwarves out of Tangshan City, build a camp outside the city, settle these dwarf civilians, and implement militarized management. The empty city of Tangshan City was burned down directly. Anyway, it was a dwarf city, so it was burned. As for the location of the Dwarf Mountain God Church, people had demolish the surrounding houses in advance to create a buffer zone. The next morning, Viscount Monkas led more than 7,000 soldiers into Tangshan City and began to knock on doors from house to drive the dwarf civilians out of the city. Tangshan City was already in ruins. The heavy city that once accommodated more than 60,000 dwarves now only had more than 8,000 dwarf civilians lingering. The dwarf civilians in the city had long lost their resistance, so the entire cleanup work went very smoothly. The soldiers opened the passage blocked by boulders, and a large amount of dry firewood and other combustibles were transported into the city and placed everywhere. Near the dwarf mountain god church, more than 1,000 soldiers were carrying out violent demolition, destroying surrounding buildings and artificially creating a buffer zone. The 13 dwarf clergy looked at this scene, very angry and at the same time a little helpless. They were not treated roughly by these humans, all because of the dwarf mountain god. "Priest, what should we do?" A dwarf guard asked a gray-robed dwarf. "Close the door." The gray-robed dwarf answered helplessly, then returned to the temple and continued to pray. Seeing this, the other dwarf guards could only close the church door. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after all preparations were completed, Viscount Monka stood at the gate of Copper Mountain City and threw torches into the city. The fire spread rapidly and swept the entire city in an instant. In the camp outside the city, the remaining dwarf civilians looked at the place where they lived being burned, crying silently. They lowered their heads, hiding the resentment in their hearts. On the hill outside the city, Wylan looked at the burning Copper Mountain City, but there was no ripple in his heart. In the dwarf mountain god church in the city, the statue of the dwarf mountain god lit up faintly, and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire church, isolating the heat wave and protecting the people in the church. "Kel, if it were you, how would you issue the order next?" Wylan turned to look at Kyle and asked with some interest. Kyle thought for a while and answered, "Let the 8,000 dwarf civilians move, collect all edible food within a radius of 30 kilometers, burn vegetation, cut down trees, hunt wild animals, and pollute water sources. At the same time, send troops to strengthen the defense of the logistics troops to guard against attacks by the dwarf rebels and cave dwarves. As for the camp, send heavy troops to guard the food storage area, waiting for the cave dwarves to fall into the trap. These 8,000 dwarf civilians will have their food rationed. Those who hide the food secretly will be treated as associates of the dwarf resistance. Once a certain number is reached, they will be sold to slave traders at low prices." "You are still cruel enough." There were some details that Wellen had not thought of. After hearing this, Kyle said seriously, "Lord, on the battlefield you should put down all moral principles and do whatever it takes to win. You are right. War is about defeating the enemy by any means necessary. They bet with their lives, and we are also betting with our lives." The two stood quietly on the hill, watching the fire engulf Copper Mountain City until nightfall. In the next half-month, the area around Tongshan City completely calmed down. Everyone knows that these cave dwarves hiding in dark corners will not give up and are definitely plotting some conspiracy. Without Wylan's orders, Monkas and others patrolled the military camp and inspected the granaries every day. Under the ruins of Tongshan City, several cave dwarf tribe elders gathered together to plot a new way out. Humans burned down the Copper Mountain City, but all the entrances were opened. "I suspect they want to lure us out," a cave dwarf chief said. "I think so too." A dwarf chief wearing leather armor nodded in agreement. This human army burned down the Copper Mountain City and moved those mountain dwarves out, trying to cut off our access to food. Then there is nothing to discuss. Our food can be used by our people for 6 years. No matter what conspiracy these humans have, we will stay in the tunnel and watch them perform quietly. The chief is right. Survival is the most important thing now. As for the group of mountain dwarves, they have never treated us as fellow tribesmen. Their life and death have nothing to do with us cave dwarves. The other cave dwarf chiefs nodded one after another when they heard this, feeling a little happy. Their cave dwarf tribe is simply the Black Earth people in the human world. They are not welcomed wherever they go. Now they see these mountain dwarves who used to be domineering suffer, and they feel very happy. In the ground world, Wylan followed Kyle's advice and organized the 8,000 dwarves into groups of 100 people. He sent a small team of soldiers to guard them and escort them to the wilderness to collect food and cut down trees. In addition, a detachment was sent to burn bushes, destroy the surrounding environment, and block all the caves visible in the wilderness, from caves that humans can pass through to rat holes. In less than 2 months, the area of Tongshan City, which was originally somewhat green, became bare, with yellow sand all over the sky, showing a desolate color. Seeing their hometown become like this, the surviving mountain dwarves were full of hatred in their eyes, but they were powerless against the sharp swords on the opposite side. During this period, there were more than a dozen dwarf raids, all of which were mountain dwarves. and there was no cave dwarf. Kyle, do you think these cave dwarves hibernated? Wylan looked at the report in his hand and said helplessly. Kyle tilted his head and said uncertainly, My lord, this may be the reason why the cave dwarves are not welcomed by other dwarves. Without national consciousness or regional consciousness, it is strange that the mountain dwarves allow these cave dwarves to survive here. Wylan shook his head with some disdain in his heart. No wonder the cave dwarves have not established a country of their own until now. With such a racial inferiority root, it is impossible for them to establish a country. Since this group of cave dwarves like to be mice, Wylan no longer pays attention to them. He sends troops to strengthen patrols, protect transport troops, and perform their tasks safely. On December 20, 9734 of the glorious calendar, the mission of garrisoning Tangshan City was completed. After handing over the mission to the next garrison, Wylan led the 135th Legion back to the Iron Tower City in the southern part of Ziga's province for rest. According to the order given by the 27th Corps, their legion was given a half-year rest period to rest at the 27th Corps base. There were no tasks, and they could do whatever they wanted except not leaving the front line. Not only Wylan was looking forward to the pleasant days in the next 6 months, but even his own men were looking forward to it. Fighting for 3 consecutive years, even if they were strong, was a big burden on their mental will. The first phase of the Dwarf War on December 31, at the entrance of the 27th Corps base, Wylan rode on a red phosphorus horse and looked up. Uncle Bammond, Aunt Flora, Sister Layla, and some other familiar people were waiting for him at the gate of the base. Bammond stepped forward and gave Wylan a hug. Good boy. I heard from my uncle that the battle at Black Forest Fortress was well fought, with 50,000 troops blocking 80,000 elite dwarves. Luck, if it weren't for the support of my uncle, I might have had to abandon the city and flee. Wylan said with a smile on his face. Luck is also part of strength. How many people have lost their lives because of their bad luck? Bauman patted Wylan on the shoulder, feeling a little emotional, as if recalling a past event. By the way, third uncle, how is the battle on the front line? Wylan interrupted Bauman's memories and asked curiously. It's still the same, nothing has changed. Bauman replied with a smile. Since the last battle of Dinsabai, the southern battlefield has returned to its former peace. So the north is fighting again. Of course. Bauman nodded and whispered, you have to pick the weak ones. I heard that half a month ago 3 more legions of the Bashio kingdom were destroyed and a soul knight and 2 soul warriors died on the battlefield. So weak. Wylan was a little unbelievable. Bauman spread his hands and said proudly, our kingdom of Ilia basically fights a big war every 100 years and a small war every 10 years. The system of military merit makes us full of martial virtue. More than 150 years ago, we mobilized the whole country to fight against the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland, allowing the kingdom to expand more than 1 million square kilometers of land. 100 years ago, we fought a 6-year war with the kingdom of Q, confirming our dominant position in the Leia Forest. More than 80 years ago, we fought with the kingdom of his half-elves for 5 years and robbed more than 200,000 square kilometers of forest. 40 years ago, we went to war with the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom and seized a large piece of land from them. 9 years ago, we sent troops to the Principality of Bogonhan and drove the forces of the Kingdom of Bashio to the north. In less than 200 years, we have fought 5 wars worth mentioning, not counting small-scale wars. So much so that countries in distant places think that our Kingdom of Ilia believes in the god of war, but in fact, we are believers of the goddess of life. Wylan was very proud when he heard his uncle's story. If the United Kingdom of Coals is the most warlike kingdom in the eastern part of the Synapse subcontinent, then the Kingdom of Ilia ranks second and is a well-deserved war maniac. Perhaps because of this reputation, the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom adopts the strategy of stabilizing the south and attacking the north. The northern battlefield, fight as big as possible. The southern battlefield, fight as big as possible. Okay, I have something else to do. You have a good chat with Flora and the others. Goodbye, uncle. Hearing this, Bauman waved his hand and left with 2 female swordsmen. Aunt, Sister Layla, I haven't seen you for 2 years. It's been 33 months. Flora said gently with a smile on her face, which was less sharp and more radiant with maternal love. Layla came to Wylan and smiled while covering her mouth. Your aunt is always thinking about her fiancé and has long forgotten you, her nephew. Engaged so soon, how come I didn't know? Wylin looked a little surprised. Oder and I decided privately, and we haven't officially been engaged yet. Flora said it openly and without any cover-up. Wylin looked at his aunt's slightly red face, which showed that she was not as calm as she appeared on the inside. By the way, Sister Layla, I heard Lord Medmonkey urging marriage 10 years ago. It's been so long and you still haven't set a date with my cousin. When this war is over, we will get married. Layla replied with a smile without any shy look. Already married, I have to speed up the process and strive to get married within 10 years. Do you have someone you like, or Lord Angus has chosen a suitable wife for you? Layla's eyes lit up, and she stared into Wyland's eyes, full of curiosity. Probably, Wyland said vaguely. He was a little unsure, but believed that his father would solve the matter. At night, Wyland held a small banquet, took out 20 bottles of luminous wine and 200 bottles of ordinary wine, and entertained some nobles with good personal relationships. It wasn't until late at night that everyone dispersed. At noon the next day, Varin climbed out of bed. Okay, I'm going to take a vacation starting today. And I have to enjoy my life. In the afternoon, Varin took Kyle and several followers and headed 30 kilometers west of the core station. Looking at the commercial camp in front of me, I can only sigh that as long as there is a place to make a fortune, I will definitely see groups of businessmen appear. Less than a kilometer into the commercial camp, Wylin had already seen no less than 30 kinds of commodities from abroad. 70% of them are specialties from the Kingdom of Bahio. No matter how the northern battlefield is fought, it will not affect this group of businessmen from the Bahio Kingdom making money, let alone the noble masters behind them. My lord, why don't you come in and take a look? A charming woman came to Wylin and introduced her enthusiastically. Why are you dressed like this? Wylin looked at the dress of the woman in front of him a little confused. He wears a gauze scarf on his head, covers his ears, wraps his chest in silk, wraps a cloth around his waist, and wears leg rings on his feet. He doesn't look like people from surrounding countries. My lord, I come from the Holy Orc Kingdom of Shia. This is the dress of our hometown, please don't mind. The woman bowed slightly and apologized to Varin. That's not true, I'm just a little curious. Would you like to go in and take a look? Facing the invitation, Wylin hesitated for a while, then nodded and agreed. Following the woman, Wylin entered this peculiar building. Upon seeing this, Kyle ordered for guards to wait outside and then followed his master into the building. There is a stage in the center of the building where several exotic Shia orcs perform dances, accompanied by melodious beats, which gives people a peaceful feeling. The surrounding area is divided into 2 floors. Most of the guests sitting on the first floor are wearing gold and silver, and their gestures have a sense of imitation. In contrast, the second floor should be rooms for those with real status. This is it. Wylin pointed to a location near the corner and said, "Follow your orders." The woman lowered her head and replied respectfully. Not long after Varin and Kyle sat down, 2 Shia orc women with scantily clad clothes and pretty faces came to them, knelt down beside them, and poured wine for them. This yellowish fruit wine looks a little turbid, but it tastes refreshing. There is something addictive about watching the dance on stage. It's a good place to relax. Kyle said nothing, nodded, and agreed with Varin's statement. 10 minutes later, the magic lights around the stage suddenly went out, and all the spectators around sat upright, pretending to be gentlemen. Wylin looked at the postures of this group of people, and his curiosity was aroused. The next moment, a woman wearing a veil descended from the sky. Her appearance was dazzling and stunning, attracting the attention of the surrounding onlookers. Her figure is graceful and moving, like a dancing butterfly landing lightly in the center of the stage. Her eyes are bright and sharp, as bright as the stars, which makes people fall in love with her. Her smile is warm and charming, like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, bringing hope and beauty to people. Who is this? Varin tilted his head and asked the 16 or 17-year-old Shia orc female. Attendant, dear sir, this is Miss Mia's, the deputy leader of our dance troupe. She's also our best dancer, and she is also a music lawyer. The Shia orc waitress slowly said with admiration in her eyes, Tao Lai. Lawyer Yin. Kyle heard the confusion in Varin's tone and whispered, My lord, the priest of the god of music, commonly known as the piano attendant, also known as the music lawyer, can play music that shakes the heartstrings. The god of music is very ignorant, and I don't know much about it. Varin recalled the memories in his mind and shook his head. There was basically no information about the god of music. The two Shia orc women beside them remained silent, focusing on their own affairs and not listening to things that had nothing to do with them. Kyle did not continue the story. His own defense was triggered, and the weak angelic power dispersed the confusing music around him. The god of music, according to the records in the inherited memory, is a subordinate of the god of dawn. In the far north of the Monrimia subcontinent, there is a DOC's country, and only this country believes in her. Apart from this god has no other country of faith. However, the inherited memory tells him that the god of music is the lover of the god of dawn, so he has won a special honor to spread his faith within the scope of the god of dawn's faith. As for the kingdom of Ilia, it is the country of faith of the goddess of life. As a medium-powered god, the goddess of life herself does not belong to the dawn god system established by the god of dawn, nor does she belong to any god system. Among the gods of mankind, she is in a neutral position, and naturally will not allow other gods to run to her territory. To spread faith, according to legend 60,000 years ago, the god of dawn also pursued the goddess of life. As for the follow-up, Kyle is not qualified to understand it now, and this inherited memory is in a blocked state. Staring at the woman on the stage, Wylan kept thinking in his heart why this dance troupe from the Holy Shia Orc Kingdom appeared here. If it's for money, why don't they go to other countries? Compared to countries like the Kingdom of Ilia that are at war, other peaceful country should be their first choice. If I'm not mistaken, they came here to have some unspeakable secrets. Is it related to the Moon Elf Kingdom 10,000 years ago? If so, maybe we should report this to the higher-ups. While Wylan was thinking, the touching performance slowly came to an end, drawing applause from the surroundings. Wylan followed the crowd and applauded. Then a musical note fell in front of a thin-faced man on the second floor, which attracted the envy of the audience. "Let's go." Wylan patted Kyle on the shoulder. Hearing this, Kyle stood up and went to the counter, paid the money, followed Wylan and left. "My lord, there is a big problem here. It seems that these Zia people are trying to find out some news." Wylan shook his head to keep his mind clear and whispered, "The singing has the effect of confusing the mind. Except for the two of us, others have more or less let down their guard. The priest of the god of music should have come here for some purpose. I don't know what news he wants to find out." Kyle nodded and answered, "Go back and report it. Naturally, there will be special people to deal with it. We don't have to worry about it, so as not to be involved in a conspiracy." "My lord is right. These 6 months belong to them. They can't waste it on such inexplicable things. Special things should be handed over to special people." In the commercial camp, there were people selling female slaves, armor, weapons, potions, and even their own. An alley was surrounded by a large crowd of people watching the excitement. 4 followers, with their strong bodies and low-level silver strength, cleared a way for Wylan and Kyle. The people watching the excitement around them found out the strength of the other party, but they dared not say anything. They kept their tails between their legs and gave way obediently. Wylan approached and saw a swordsman in cloth sitting cross-legged on the ground. There was a wooden board next to him which read, "Sell your life for 10,000 gold coins." "Boy, you are just a low-level silver warrior. Why do you think your life is worth 10,000 gold coins?" An adventurer asked. The scar from his right eye to his neck was hideous and terrifying, which was daunting. The cloth swordsman slowly opened his eyes and looked at the adventurer expressionlessly. In an instant, the adventurer, who was also a low-level silver, felt like he was falling into an ice cave. His face changed drastically. He even left the place with his team members without caring about his face. Wylan looked at this scene with some curiosity and secretly wondered in his heart, what did the adventurer see in the eyes of the commoner swordsman that made him look so terrified? "My lord, this commoner swordsman exudes a demonic aura." A voice sounded from Wylan's heart. It turned out that Kyle was communicating with him using an auxiliary combat skill similar to heart voice. Wylan was very surprised. He didn't expect Kyle to learn this auxiliary combat skill without his knowledge. It was really surprising. "If possible, I hope you can buy him. I have an idea," Kyle continued. Hearing this, Wylan put his hand in his pocket without asking the reason and took out 10 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins from the space ring. He came to the commoner swordsman, squatted down, and put the money in front of him. "I'll buy your life." The spectators around were all shocked and talked about it. Hearing the bad gossip, The 4 low-level silver knights drew their swords, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet, not daring to talk any more. The commoner swordsman opened his eyes, looked at the gold bill in front of him, and then looked at the young man in front of him who was about the same age as himself. He reached out and picked up the gold bill on the ground, making a hoarse sound. "Before becoming your slave, please let me do one thing first." "Okay." After receiving Wyland's promise, the commoner swordsman stood up and walked west. Wyland was a little interested and followed him. When the people around saw the real owner leave, they began to discuss. Some said that the other party was a fool, and some regretted the 10,000 gold coins. Following the other party, they walked 12 kilometers and came to a remote military camp. "Which unit is stationed here?" "It should be." "Let me find it." Kyle was also a little confused. He took out the regional defense map given to them by the Corps headquarters. It roughly recorded the garrison map of the surrounding troops, but it was not too detailed. "My lord, this is a garrison unit, numbered as the 3rd garrison unit of the 27th Corps, with about 4,000 people, commanded by Viscount Acate of the Serot province and the logistics department of the 27th Corps headquarters." "Why would a Viscount serve as the commander of the garrison here?" Wyland asked with his hands folded across his chest, somewhat puzzled. Kyle put away the map and spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. A few minutes later, a patrol unit surrounded them, led by a middle-aged man with weak steps, a look of kidney deficiency, and a somewhat unfriendly look. Seeing this, the 4 followers stood in front of Wyland and made the gesture of drawing their swords. "Who are you?" The other party's tone was very arrogant. His condescending attitude made Wyland a little unhappy. Kyle didn't waste any words, took out an identity token and threw it over. The middle-aged noble reached out to take the token, but was directly knocked away by a slight force, flying into the patrol team, knocking down more than 10 soldiers. The remaining 30-odd soldiers saw this, looked horrified, and retreated one after another. Ahem. The middle-aged noble got up from the ground, looked at the token in his hand, his face changed drastically, and he endured the pain, came to Wyland and said respectfully, "My lord, please forgive me." "Yes." Wyland nodded without saying a word. An attendant stepped forward, took the token, returned it to Kyle, and then stepped aside. The middle-aged noble bent over, sweat on his forehead, and pulled a soldier over to invite his cousin to the tent. He had offended a big shot, and if he didn't solve it now, he might have a lot to worry about later. In the tent, a middle-aged man played with the jade in his hand, staring at the commoner swordsman in front of him, his face gloomy. "Brit, do you want to betray the Anlet family?" "My lord Viscount, I am just your illegitimate son, an insignificant consumable, and my lowly origin does not make me a member of the Anlet family." The commoner swordsman looked directly into his father's eyes, facing Viscount Acate, who was 2 levels higher than him, without any fear. "Brit, who gave you the power to talk to your father like this?" A pale-faced noble shouted loudly with a very arrogant tone, looking at the heir borne by the maid as if he were a pig or a dog. "My lord Viscount, the money is here." The commoner swordsman did not reply, staring at Viscount Acate and repeating this sentence. Acate looked at the money in front of him, his face darkened terribly. Anyone who could take out 10,000 gold coins at once must be no small figure. These gold notes were all serial numbers, which further indicated that the other party's identity was extraordinary. If he detained them and didn't release them, it might bring disaster. Just as Acate was hesitating, a soldier rushed in a hurry. "My lord, something bad has happened. Lord Dorrit has offended a big shot and needs you to deal with him." "Damn it," Acate cursed, kicked the soldier who reported the news away, left the tent, and walked out of the camp. The pale-faced noble glanced at the cloth swordsman and left the tent. "My lord, I don't know what you are doing here." Acate came outside the tent, looked at the people in front of him, lowered his posture, and said humbly, "I have a person or a slave in your camp." Welland glanced at the Viscount in front of him. His strength was average, only high-level silver, reaching the threshold of the Viscount, but his foundation was unstable and his face was old. He used other methods to forcibly raise his strength, and the upper limit was like this. "Please wait a moment, I will bring the person to you now." Smart people don't need it. Although Acate's own strength is insufficient, his ability to observe words and expressions is indeed not bad at all. He apologized and returned to the camp. After entering the tent, Acate's face instantly turned gloomy. Looking at his illegitimate son, he hated why he didn't strangle him to death. The commoner swordsman met his father's eyes without fear. His mother was just an ordinary human woman who died of illness when he was 15 years old. From that moment on, he had no worries, and the last bit of nostalgia for the Anlet family also dissipated. In the next 10 years, he became a marginal figure in the Anlet territory with his taciturn and withdrawn appearance. Why did he sell himself in the commercial camp for a high price of 10,000 gold coins as a commodity? It was all because of an adventure 10 years ago. After burying his mother, he met an ascetic monk of the Dawn Church in a daze. The other party not only taught him a set of warrior breathing and exercise methods, but also left him a prophecy that could change his own destiny. In the Dwarven territory, at the center of the commercial camp at dusk, offer yourself as an item and offer 10,000 gold coins. When someone takes out this money without hesitation, the shackles on you will be removed, and your fate will begin to turn again. May my God protect you. Follow me. The cloth-clad swordsman heard this, holding the sword in his left hand and the package in his right hand, followed Viscount Eckhart and left the tent. Outside the camp, Wylan looked at the slave he had just bought and appeared in front of him. His eyes fluctuated a little, and he nodded to Kyle. Seeing this, Kyle stepped forward and said, "Viscount Eckhart, control your subordinates in the future. Otherwise, my master doesn't mind letting you go to the front line. Your advice will be remembered by the Anlet family." Eckhart saluted with his chest and answered loudly. Others followed their families, bowed and saluted, their faces full of fear, and they did not dare to have any resentment in their hearts. It was not until Wylan and his group disappeared from sight that Akate stood up, clenched his fists, and then put them down helplessly. "Father, that illegitimate child. Okay, from now on, there will be no son named Britt in the Anlet family, and there will never be any illegitimate children." "Yes, father." The pale noble was a little unwilling, but he did not dare to disobey his father's order. "Deorit, from now on, you will no longer be the captain of the patrol team. Go and guard the tent." Akate's face was gloomy, staring at his cousin, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, yes, cousin." The middle-aged noble left the place quickly as if he had been pardoned. On the way back to the barracks, Wylan learned the ins and outs of the matter from the commoner swordsman. However, the commoner swordsman chose to conceal the prophecy and the content of the language and did not tell it. "Your life will start anew, so there is no need to continue using your original name and surname. Please name me master." The commoner swordsman was very straightforward. Since he had to break away from the past, he would break away completely. 10,000 gold coins were enough to repay the grace of the Anlet family for raising him. There were only two people he owed. One was the ascetic monk of the Dawn Church who had taught him, and the other was the master who broke the shackles of his fate. "Kyle, I leave it to you." Wellen acted as a hands-off shopkeeper and handed the commoner swordsman to his servant. Kyle looked him up and down, stretched out his hand on the commoner swordsman's shoulder, and sent a trace of angelic power into his body. The angel's power and the devil's breath collided with each other, causing black words to appear on the commoner swordsman's face with extremely strange power. If it weren't for Kyle's protection, the spirits of others, including Wylan, would be polluted by the black words. After more than 10 years of companionship, Wylan was no longer surprised by anything that happened to Kyle. "Hold on." The healing voice soothed the restless soul of the commoner swordsman. Just like returning to the arms of his mother, so warm and nostalgic. 10 minutes later, the black text on the commoner swordsman gradually dissipated, and the blank part was replaced by runes full of light, slowly blending into his soul. Under Wylan's perception, the strength of the commoner swordsman climbed step by step, from the low silver level to the middle silver level, and finally stopped at the high silver level. Black and white intertwined, and finally formed gray runes, which merged into the soul of the commoner swordsman. After waiting for all this to be completed, Wylan looked at Kyle, his eyes full of curiosity. Kyle saw this and explained, "My lord, his soul is tainted with the breath of the devil. If everything goes well, he can be transferred to a variant of the swordsman profession, the devil's swordsman." After his subordinates injected the power of light to neutralize the devil's breath in his soul, his path has changed and evolved into a new profession called the black and white swordsman. "What's so strange about the black and white swordsman?" Wylan asked curiously, touching his chin. The black and white swordsman can use the power of darkness and light at the same time. His blood also contains extraordinary power. The offspring born can become black swordsmen, white swordsman or black and white swordsman. So, he is similar to those dragon descendants, descendants of titans and other alien humans. Their offspring are born to embark on the path of extraordinary. Yes, Kyle nodded and continued to add, since he relied on my power to complete the evolution of his bloodline, in a sense, he can also be regarded as my dependent. In that case, he will be in charge of you. Wylan made a decision in his heart and said to Kyle. Yes, Kyle did not refuse and accepted the task. Half an hour later, the cloth-clad swordsman opened his eyes, knelt on his knees, bowed to Wylan, and finally turned to Kyle and bowed again. From today on, your real name is Lahayer, and your code name is Gray. Yes, Lahayer stood up, and an illusory mask appeared on his face, and the word Gray appeared on his forehead. Kyle looked at the Gray swordsman and was very satisfied. Next, he needed to continue searching for such special talents and strive to form a 12-swordsman guard. There was a lot of inherited knowledge in his mind, and he was already impatient to experiment. Gray, show your ability. Yes, master. The Gray swordsman stepped back a few steps. Black and white magic energy appeared out of thin air, wrapping his body. A long sword constructed by magic energy condensed in mid-air, with white on the front and black on the back. In less than a minute, the magic energy dissipated, and a swordsman in black armor appeared in front of Wylan with a sharp horn on his head. The next moment, the black armor faded and turned into pure white armor, and the iconic sharp horns disappeared, replaced by a sharp horn growing from the forehead, somewhat like the horn of a unicorn. My lord, these are the two forms of the Gray swordsman, the dark and the shining forms. Kyle stood aside to help Wylan. Which form is stronger? Dark form mainly attacking. Shining form mainly defending. Yes, Wylan turned to look at Kyle and continued, I'll leave it to you. I understand. While the two were talking, the Gray swordsman exited the shining form and returned to human form. In the evening, the group returned to the camp. Gray, you will keep watch in front of the Lord's camp tonight. Yes, my lord. Lahayer bowed and saluted, with a firm face, standing at the entrance of Wylan's tent. Serving as a guard, Kyle nodded with great satisfaction and then went to the tent of Baman to report the incident of the Shia orcs to him. In the tent, Wylan lay flat on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to rest, waiting for the arrival of fate. In order to verify his guess, Wylan formed a strong desire in his heart, wanting to reproduce the previous news about the clues of the ancient magic puppet army, and test whether the destiny guidance would tell him related news. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Under the cliff 30 kilometers east of Unicorn Mountain, in the interlayer space, the artifact Ring of Time fragments are buried. The Druid's book is the key to your obtaining the artifact Ring of Time fragments. Hearing this news, Wylan's face was somewhat helpless. It seems that the destiny guidance will not tell you the information you want according to your own will. Every time he tells you the news, it is unpredictable, but it is of great help to you. This time the news is very explosive. A fragment of an artifact is equivalent to a legendary item. However, this thing needs to use the Druid's book to obtain the fragment's recognition. Could this be the work of his predecessor, or is the birth of this artifact closely related to him? With a bunch of questions, Wylan closed his eyes and began to rest. At 6 o'clock the next day, Wylan got up from the bed, found a map of the Ironforge Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, and began to check the location of the so-called One-Horned Mountain. It took Wylan a few minutes to find the location of the One-Horned Mountain. The direction east of Duodi City is 200 kilometers in a straight line, and the actual distance is more than 300 kilometers. It is not advisable to bring too many people for this operation so as not to cause any problems. It is not that he doubts the loyalty of his men to him, but the fewer people know about this kind of thing, the better. A fragment of a divine artifact, he does not believe that some poor legends are not tempted. Kyle, go prepare some food, I will go to find my third uncle. Yes. After passing through several camps, Wylan quickly found the tent where his third uncle was. What's the matter with you, kid? Baman put down the documents in his hand, looked at his nephew and asked, Uncle San, I'm going to be away for a while, maybe half a month, maybe 2 or 3 months. Remember to help me if anything happens. I don't know if you found any treasures. Get ready to go on an adventure. Baman looked at his nephew carefully and said half-jokingly, Uncle San, there are some things I can't tell you. Wylan spread his hands and said helplessly, Be careful when you go out, and pay attention to safety. Bauman suddenly became serious and solemnly warned. Wylan waved his hand and said, "You still don't trust me. I won't do anything that I'm not sure of." Looking at his nephew's back, Bauman patted his head, shook his head, and said to himself, "I'm not right. This kid is really going out to find some treasures." Thinking of his eldest brother's warning, he shook his head, dispelled his doubts, and stopped thinking about it. He didn't want to be beaten for no reason. Returning to the tent, Kyle was ready. Without saying anything more, he got on his horse and left the 27th Corps with Kyle, heading east. Shortly after leaving the camp, Wylan and Kyle put a layer of cotton cloth on their heads to cover their faces. At night, 60 kilometers away from Unicorn Mountain, the two sat around the fire, waiting for the food to be roasted. "My lord, 3 kilometers to the north, a group of adventurers are being chased by a ferocious tiger." Kyle turned his head suddenly to the north, his left hand on the knight's sword. "Depend on the situation." After saying that, Wylan picked up the weapon beside him, listened to the movement from afar, and prepared himself. "Captain, that beast is playing tricks on us." A strong man looked back at the ferocious tiger's movements, panting and speaking. "I know, keep running." The strong woman in red held a big sword, carried the mage on her shoulder, and ran hard. Facing the low-level gold ferocious tiger, their 5-member adventure team was the opponent's meal. Since the opponent played tricks on them, it meant that they still had a glimmer of hope for escape. Since there was hope, they would not give up. Looking at the 5 humans in front of him, the ferocious tiger had expectations in his eyes. The food after intense exercise was extremely delicious. It was a cooking master and would never allow the food to be eaten before it reached the ultimate deliciousness. This was a blasphemy to the food. Suddenly a bright light appeared, and then there was nothing else. Kyle walked out of the darkness and came to the body of the ferocious tiger. He looked up and down. From his point of view, the ferocious tiger was well developed, especially the forelegs, which were top-grade ingredients. Its ribs were also rare ingredients and worth cooking by himself. The 5-member adventure team looked back and saw that the tiger's head and body had been separated, and the wind-attributed magic shield wrapped around the tiger had also collapsed. Seeing this, everyone collapsed on the ground, showing expressions of surviving a disaster. This beast chased them for more than 200 kilometers. If it weren't for the belief in survival that supported them, they would have given up long ago. Wylan walked down from the low hill and came to the front of the dire tiger. He looked at the flat gap on the corpse, shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid I'm no match for you. As a lord, it's normal that you are not good at fighting. You can leave these things to us." Kyle advised, "Don't comfort me, I'm not that easily depressed." Varen waved his hand and said to Kyle with a smile. At this time, the leader of the adventure team, Kong Wu, a powerful woman in red, came to her senses, walked towards the two of them, stopped 10 meters away, bent down to salute, and said, "Thank you. Thank you both for your life-saving grace. From your accent, it sounds like you are not from the kingdom of Ilia." Wylan turned to look at the muscular woman in front of him and asked curiously, "My lords, I am from Basio, you can call me Murata." The woman in red did not hide anything and told her origins. "Would you be interested in coming over and chatting?" Facing Wylan's invitation, the woman in red nodded and agreed. Upon seeing this, Kyle applied levitation to the body of the ferocious tiger, took the knight's sword, and now began to dissect the 11-meter-long behemoth. Varen stepped back to admire Kyle's knife skills. In less than 10 minutes, the ferocious tiger was dismembered and turned into elegantly shaped pieces of meat. With the faint moonlight, you can clearly see the lines on the ferocious tiger's flesh and blood, as well as the biological magic energy contained in it. Next, Wylan came on stage and stuffed all the 30,000 kilograms of ferocious tigers into his space ring, leaving only one big front leg to prepare for a taste tonight. The 5 members of the adventure team supported each other and followed Wylan to the camp where they were camping. Kyle ignored everyone's gazes and put the dire tiger's left front leg on the fire. At the same time, he took out more than 20 kinds of seasonings. He took out a piece of gray cloth from somewhere, tied it to his chest, and started cooking. With his strength, there is no need to do this. All of this was Varen's fault. Just because he casually said that there must be a sense of ritual many years ago, Kyle would always take out this gray cloth apron when cooking. The 5 adventurers sat aside solemnly, watching the strong man who killed the ferocious tiger cooking on the spot, which had an aesthetic quality to it. "Captain Murata, cooking will take some time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I want to know your story and why you, a woman, turn yourself into like this. Varin turned to look at the woman in red, asked with a smile. His tone was very kind. My lord, it is my pleasure. The other four adventurers all raised their ears, and they were also very interested in their captain's past. Even Kyle, who was cooking on the side, was a little curious and cast a partial glance at the female adventure captain. I was born in the Earl of Midas, the Dalek province in the northern part of the Bahio kingdom. Although my parents are both civilians, they are both free people. Compared to serfs, I am lucky. When I was 15 years old, a fish disaster broke out on the beach and countless fishmen landed. My parents and two brothers died in this disaster. I survived because of good luck, maybe God's blessing, because some talent, adopted by an adventurer, who is my adoptive father. The name Murata is the new name my adoptive father gave me. When he adopted me, my adoptive father was already 120 years old. For a silver mid-level swordsman, there are still at least 30 years left. He has a long life, but many years of adventure have accumulated many hidden wounds. After 6 years of teaching, he returned to the embrace of God on a rainy night. Before he died, my adoptive father told me that in the kingdom of Bahio, there is no hope for the people at the bottom, and asked me to leave this country and go to other countries after his death. At that time, I was just an intermediate bronze swordsman, apart from my hometown. The farthest place I had ever been was the provincial capital of Dalek province. Everything outside was strange to me. Finally, when I was confused, a senior adventurer suggested that I go to the holy kingdom of the Third Dawn. I made up my mind. Took out the 3,000 gold coins left by my adoptive father, took the teleportation array, and went to the holy kingdom of the Third Dawn, after staying in the northern Bohemia province for 10 years. My strength has also improved to a silver low-level swordsman. I believe you, adults, should know that the holy kingdom of the Third Dawn, as the most powerful human country in this subcontinent, has attracted talents from various countries on the subcontinent. My strength has reached a bottleneck, and I have the idea of leaving this country. After that, I went to the Principality of Spina for 3 years, and then went to the Kingdom of Cube for 5 years. There I met my current partner. I heard that the Kingdom of Ilia and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, when the war broke out, I took my team members and ran here to look for new opportunities, and then I met you too. As for why I look like this is a side effect of the warrior breathing method my adoptive father taught me. As long as I break through the gold, I can return to my original appearance. Unfortunately, my talent is limited, so this goal is far away, but this is okay. I met many people who helped me in the first half of my life. So when I meet adventurers who need relief, I will help them to a limited extent. Varin could tell from the looks in the eyes of her 4 team members that Murata was not lying. On the other side, Kyle silently calculated in his mind the captain of the adventure team is already 39 years old, and her strength has reached the middle level of silver swordsman. She is quite satisfactory. According to her situation, if she does not have additional resources, she will be able to break through gold. Not much hope. How much money can you make in a year by running around like this? Wylan asked. Under normal circumstances, the 5 of us can earn 10,000 gold coins a year. But for equipment maintenance, potion replenishment, and other supplies, we can have a surplus of 3,000 gold coins if we are lucky, but we may have to pay out if we are unlucky. If it is a mission that risks life, with the strength of the 5 of us, we can earn 30,000 gold coins a year. We will not do this unless we have no choice. Wellen thought for a while and then asked, so, you usually walk to your destination? Yes, sir. Murata nodded and replied, if you are a gold-level adventurer, no matter which country you go to, you can enjoy a 20% discount on the teleportation array. The mission is of a national nature, and the teleportation fee is free. As for adventurers like us who are silver and below, everything has to be paid by ourselves, so most of us choose to walk. A distance of 1,000 kilometers only takes about 5 or 6 days. From Murata's mouth, Wylan understood the real life of this group of low-level adventurers. Thinking of this, Wylan would not only think of the North Wind adventure team he met in Dani province, but also wonder where they are now. Counting the time, it has been 11 years since we last met. Would you like to work for me? The shocking words not only surprised Murata and her team members, but also filled Kyle with doubts. I can help your adventure team grow and become an adventure group. I will not interfere with the selection and management of internal personnel. I will only send one person to serve as the deputy leader of the adventure group to perform the duties of supervision. Sir, what are our obligations? Murata asked respectfully. Wylan looked at the other party and said in a deep voice, You need to be loyal to me. Sir, please give me some time to consider. Murata hesitated and asked Wylan, I hope you can give me an accurate answer before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. 10 minutes later, Kyle finished cooking, casually cut off a tree that 3 people could hug, made 20 plates, a wooden table and 8 chairs on the spot, and began to serve the dishes. Wylan picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of ferocious tiger meat, put it in his mouth, and enjoyed it to the extreme. The other 5 people sat on the chairs stiffly, enjoying the food with trepidation. An hour later, dinner was over, and Midas led her team to camp 1 kilometer away and began to rest, leaving enough space for Wylan and Kyle. Master, you are interested in that female adventurer. Kyle tilted his head and asked the question in his heart. Wylan shook his head and replied with a smile, Just think of it as a chess piece that I dropped on a whim. I understand. Kyle did not ask, and built a wooden house on the spot to prepare a resting place. With his current status and strength, his master is qualified to play a small chess game. If this female adventurer named Murata carries the fate, his master may reap unexpected fruits in the future if he invests now. Just like the North Wind adventure team, it was only that his master took the initiative to make friends with the other party at that time, and this time it was Midas who was lucky and took the initiative to bump into him, which made the master have the idea of dropping a piece. Beside the campfire, the 5 people sat together. The other 4 adventurers looked at the captain, hesitant to speak. Ask whatever you want to ask. Murata looked at her companions and said with a smile, with a hint of fatigue in her words. The strong man saw the hesitation of the other 3 and asked first, Captain, what do you think of the proposal of the adult just now? I am very hesitant. This is an opportunity. I may not encounter such an opportunity again in this life, but being loyal to the other party means that we lose part of the initiative and become the other party's vassal. Captain, the other party actually sees you, especially your ability. The 4 of us are at most a bonus. The thin wizard put the staff horizontally on his knees and said to Midas. The other 3 saw this and nodded in agreement with the wizard's words. Captain, no matter what you choose, we will always follow you. Everyone take a rest first. We have run more than 200 kilometers and are tired. Let me think about this matter carefully. Murata was touched. Looking at his teammates, the scale in his heart began to tilt. The next morning, Wylan came out of the wooden house and saw Midas waiting not far away. After thinking about it all night, what is your choice? Sir, I accept your advice, pledge my loyalty to you and work for you. Murata knelt on one knee, put her right hand on her chest and said respectfully. The etiquette of loyalty was a little non-standard, but Wylan didn't care. After all, the other party was born a commoner and had no special training. It was very good to achieve this level. A wise choice, you will not regret your choice today. Wylan stepped forward to help Murata up and said gently, Sir, what do you need me to do next? Murata looked up at Wylan and asked, You go to the commercial camp near the Tower City and wait for me first. Leave this mark. I will look for you after a while. Wylan took out 3 gold notes with a face value of 1,000 gold coins and handed them to the other party and instructed Midas. Yes. After sending Murata and her team away, Wylan and Kyle continued their journey to the Unicorn Mountain. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they crossed the Unicorn Mountain and came to the cliff. Along the way, they encountered a dwarf resistance army of more than 100 people, all of whom became the dead souls under Wylan's sword, allowing him to fight happily. Standing on the cliff and looking down, the specific situation under the cliff could not be seen due to the fog. With their strength, they would not be injured if they jumped from here. Kyle, go hide the horses first, and we will go down and take a look later. Yes. Then Kyle led the 2 red phosphorus horses to a rock wall, melted a cave out of thin air with his own power, arranged a few simple barriers, put them in, and took out some grass and put it on the ground. Before leaving, he stroked the jaws of the 2 red phosphorus horses to calm their emotions, then blocked the entrance and walked towards the cliff. Considering that the exploration time was not determined, Kyle did not block the entrance, leaving a certain margin. The 2 red phosphorus horses were hungry and could break through the gravel at the entrance by themselves and go around to find food. Let's go. Kyle spread his wings of light, took Wylan's hand, and flew down from the cliff. Looking at the wings behind Kyle, Wylan felt a little envious. He knew without thinking that it should be the adventure he got from King Bogonhin last time. Many years have passed. With Kyle's learning ability, he was not surprised at all to master this skill because he had been surprised too much before. Passing through the fog, there was still a height of more than 40 meters below the cliff. Because it was shrouded by fog all year round, most of the plants growing below had dark attributes. There were still white bones next to many plants. As expected, they fell from the cliff. "Where is the platform?" Seeing this, Kyle flew over, put Wylan on the stone slab, retracted the wings of light, and landed beside him. Looking at the gloomy environment around him, Kyle stretched out his hand and cast light of purification. The next moment, the dark environment was filled with dazzling light. This power with the attribute of light was like a flood and beast, destroying everything around the mountain stream, purifying the poisonous fog in the air, and turning the dense poisonous insects, snakes and ants into ashes. Wylan looked at everything in front of him with a dull look. Just now, he had already calculated the area of this mountain stream from the sky, which was about 200 square kilometers. He didn't expect that Kyle would purify more than half of the area with just one move. "Tell me the truth, what stage are you in now?" Faced with Wylan's question, Kyle hesitated for a while and finally said, "Golden high level, there is still a distance to break through the soul stage. It will take about 6 years. My race has changed, so the energy I use now is no longer fighting spirit, but magic energy. I currently master 6 large-scale destructive combat skills, 3 command-type combat skills, 13 combat-type combat skills, 33 auxiliary combat skills, and 88 light and wind attribute spells. Leave me alone." After Wylan finished speaking, he fell silent for a moment, squatted aside, and began to reflect. "Over the years, I have successfully cultivated only 4 combat skills. The combat-type combat skills are 2 Blossoms and Aoki Slash. The auxiliary combat skills are returned to the same as before, and the command-type combat skill 1 Person 1,000 Voices. As for the druid profession, he is currently at the silver intermediate level and has learned 13 spells. Compared with Kyle, I seem to have been too lazy in recent years, a little too salty, and a little too complacent. No, we can't go on like this. When we go back, we will be strict with ourselves. We will admit that we have been let down too much by Kyle, but we can't let ourselves down too much." Kyle stood aside, quietly waiting for his master to think, without disturbing him. He knew very well that his master must have been hit hard and was now adjusting himself. After more than 10 minutes, Wylan's fighting spirit rekindled in his heart, and he would work harder when he returned. "Lord, you said that when you get back, let me make a training plan for you." Kyle almost suspected that he had heard wrong and spoke again to confirm. "Yes, I think it was too casual in the past. After I return, you will be my teacher. Your supervision cannot stop until I break through to the high gold level." Facing Varen's firm eyes, Kyle nodded and agreed, cutting his training plan in half. His boss should be able to survive, or we should reduce it to a quarter. Kyle was in a tangle in his heart, and it was hard to make a decision. Should he start from the original training plan and increase the intensity layer by layer to see how long the master could last? "Let's go, let's find clues." "Yes." Giving up thinking for the moment, Kyle followed closely, jumped down from the stone slab, stepped on the fluffy grass, and walked deeper into the mountain stream. The dark environment always gives people a depressing feeling. A tree growing on a rock wall has a sign of decay on the left, but lush branches and leaves on the right. The two merge into one, giving people an extremely weird feeling. Standing on the thick rhizome and looking at this strange plant, Varen subconsciously turned his head to look at Kyle, only to find that the other person was also thinking. Kyle raised his head, met Varen's gaze, and said helplessly, "Lord, don't look at me. I don't know what this weird plant is called." "All right." Wylan felt a little happy in his heart, and didn't know why he felt like this. According to the message that fate told him, this weird tree that was half withered and half lush should not be the target he was looking for. Just when Wylan and the two were about to move forward, the strange tree suddenly moved, and 2 branches fell in front of them. One was gray and the other was turquoise. The next moment, the 2 branches started to dance and stopped 10 meters away from the 2 people. They changed erratically and finally formed 2 human faces with only mouths. "Wait a moment." Seeing that Kyle wanted to take action directly, Varen stopped him. He always felt that this thing would tell him something. "The 1326th tester, who broke into this place, welcome to the lost land of Midas." The green face made a voice from the distant past, gentle and reassuring. Varen looked at the green man's face and asked, "Is the lost land of Midas the name of this mountain stream?" There is no answer to this question, whether it is a turquoise face or a gray face. Answer the question, and if you answer it correctly, you will open the door to the next trial site. The gray man opened his mouth and told the two people this useful information in a hoarse voice. Before Wylan and Kyle could agree, the green man with a green face asked the first question. "Excuse me, what is Mida's favorite forehead?" Hearing this question, Varen's head was full of questions. Who knows what this guy likes? There was no time limit, no urging, the two faces just stayed there with no next move. Knowledge, clothing, someone else's wife. None of the church. I gave several answers one after another, but there was no response at all. It was just no response to wrong answers without any punishment. Seeing this situation, Wylan had no worries at all and let go completely. He shouted out any unbelievable answers and tried them one by one. The result was unexpected, and none of the answers was correct. Multiple choice questions are easy to do, but fill-in-the-blank questions are not easy at all, as Wylan now understands. This man named Midas has no name in history, and we don't know if he is a man or a woman. We don't even know if he is an intelligent creature. It would be a ghost if he could answer this question. After half an hour of continuous high-intensity output, Wylan felt a little desperate. Since the other party has set up this level, it means that violent methods cannot pass the other party's test, so he gives up looking for the ring of time fragments, and he is somewhat unwilling to do so. Kyle stood aside and remained silent. After searching the inherited memories in the angel's heart, he found no record of the name Midas. By the way, could it be this? Wylan patted his head and recalled the message that fate had told him. The Book of the Druid. After telling this answer, there was still no change at all, which made Wylan a little crazy. Druid. Kyle then added the gray face, and the turquoise face still showed no reaction at all. "My lord, maybe there is something recorded in the Druid's book. You can open it and check it out." "I'll try." According to Kyle's suggestion, Wylan took out the Druid's book and flipped through it. With his current strength, he could only flip through the first 60 pages at most. This time he actually flipped to page 236. Unconvinced, Wylan flipped back again, but the previous page showed the 60th page. The content in between was automatically hidden by the Druid's book. In other words, Wylan was not qualified to flip through it yet. 300 years ago, according to Midas's request, I spent 3 months researching the flower of decay. I don't know how he cultivated it. Wylan closed the Druid's tree, took a deep breath, calmed his inner fluctuations, and said, "Flower of decay." Correct answer. The gray face made a hoarse voice, confirming Wylan's answer. The next moment, the green face and the gray face began to move, and the two branches gradually extended to form an arch. 3 seconds later, the two faces began to melt, and the blue-gray magic energy and the gray magic energy intertwined and filled the archway. 1 minute later, a door leading to an unknown space was formed. Looking at the door, Wylan did not hesitate, holding the Druid's book, and walked through the archway. A second ago it was a desolate mountain stream. But as soon as I opened and closed my eyes, an endless garden appeared in front of me. Surrounded by flowers, Wylan lost his sense of direction. "My lord, this should be a mezzanine space." "Mezzanine space, what is that?" Wylan asked with some confusion. Kyle saw this and patiently explained to Varen. "The main material plane we are in is called the real space, also called the frontal world. Correspondingly, there is the shadow world, known as the negative world. Compared with the stable order of the positive time laws, the shadow world shows a certain chaos, but compared to other spaces, the shadow world is relatively stable. Secondly, there are demiplanes, various ruins planes, and various mysterious secret realm planes, all located in different spaces. Different spaces are also called the wombs of the world. They are located under the shadow world, but are not directly connected. Those the entrance to the demiplane is equivalent to an anchor point into a different space. The divine kingdom of the gods is embedded in the positive world. That world is generally called the divine space. It is the place where the gods are located, but it is also a space where the power of world consciousness can be released without reservation to the gods. Besides the real space, the shadow world, the divine space, and the alien space, there are 2 spaces with stable order. One of them was born due to the existence of an ancient being. The angel family lives in this space. Because of this, most creatures in space use light attributes, so it is also called light space, also known as heaven. The other space is the elemental space, which is filled with various elemental creatures. It is also the space where world consciousness has the strongest control besides the real world and the divine space. Beyond the 6 relatively stable spaces, there are many spaces, also called dimensional spaces, with chaotic laws and order and space storms at all times, also called mezzanine spaces, also called disordered spaces, where the influence of world consciousness is relatively weak. With this loophole, many powerful forces have mostly established their strongholds in the mezzanine space. It is precisely because of this that it is difficult for ancient forces to be truly destroyed. Some outer gods, evil gods, abyss demons, astral stowaways, and some refugees from the broken world are hiding in these mezzanine spaces. Is it only our world that has such a layout, or do other worlds in the star sea have the same characteristics? Varen's eyes were full of curiosity. If Kyle hadn't told him this, he might not have even known the world he was in. The distribution is actually so complex. I thought that the world I was in was the whole world, but I didn't expect that it was just a small part. There were people with the same status as it. According to the classification of world levels in the star realm, it can generally be divided into lower plane worlds, intermediate plane worlds, upper plane worlds, and supreme plane worlds. And our world, Irelia's world, is in the world of the highest plane. With our world as the center, it radiates outward for millions of light years. They are all the prey areas of our world, and are also affectionately called food ingredients. Reserve area. Are those mezzanine spaces originally a world of planes? Wylan asked curiously. Kyle shook his head and said, I don't know. No living being knows how many layers there are in the mezzanine space, so there's no way to detect whether a new mezzanine space will be born if the world devours other planes. As a young man with ideals, I want to look at other spaces in the future. 34 years after coming to this world, it was only today that he truly understood the full picture of this world. While the two were chatting, the garden world was undergoing subtle changes. 13th Trialist, welcome to your arrival. I am the manager of Mida's garden. You can call me Thorns. A humanoid creature with a body made of petals appeared in front of the two of them. When the two saw this, they stood up and looked at the strange creature in front of them, very curious. May I ask, what is your true identity? Dear Trialist, the Garden of Midas is Thorns. But the Garden of Midas is not the Garden of Midas. I am just one of the 13 consciousnesses of the Garden of Midas. Compared with the previous gray faces and turquoise faces, the petal humanoid creature in front of him is much more polite. At least he will interact with him and answer certain questions. So, what trials do we need to complete to open the door to the next trial space? The trial of Mida's garden is very simple. You need to cultivate the flower of decay within 3 months to open the door to Mida's manor. How many trialists have passed through Mida's garden? Sorry, I can't answer your question. The trial will officially start in 3 minutes. Please be prepared. After saying this, the body of the petal humanoid creature Thorns began to disintegrate and turned into petals, scattered around, revealing the seeds hidden in the body. Kyle stepped forward and took the seeds. There were 3 seeds in total, exuding a bright aura, but their appearance was rotten. Varen leaned forward and looked at the 3 seeds in Kyle's hand with a surprised expression. It's really strange that there are such plant seeds in this world. 2 minutes later, with Wylan as the center, all the petals in a circular space with a radius of 50 meters withered, revealing the black earth below. At the same time, a virtual light screen appeared in the sky, showing 7,776,000, and the next moment it changed to 7,775,999. The change in numbers told Wylan and Kyle that the trial had officially begun. Don't worry, let me see if there is anything recorded in the Druid's book. Seeing Kyle preparing to sew, Wylan hurriedly stopped him. Seeing this, Kyle stopped what he was doing and waited quietly. Opening the Druid's book and flipping to the back, it was page 236. Then he flipped again and turned to the back, and the page number showed that it was page 237. Decline, prosperity, and decline. The flower of decay needs pure light power to breed. When the plant decays, the flowers that grow on the decaying trunk are the flowers of decay. Kyle came up, looked at the introduction above, and began to plant. He did not have the power of light, so Wylan could only watch Kyle operate from the side. Kyle squatted down, dug a deep pit with his bare hands, buried a seed, and then scooped up soil to cover it. And he began to infuse the seed with the power of light. Because he didn't know the bearing capacity of the seed, Kyle was very careful in his delivery, fearing that the seed would burst. Wylan sat aside, observing carefully, and did not say anything to interrupt Kyle's operation. Wow, 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 suddenly, a strange sound came. The next moment, the seed buried deep in the ground emerged, transformed into a baby face, stuck out its tongue, and then ran away. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Wylan stood up from the ground in shock, looking at the escaping seed in disbelief. Kyle didn't hesitate and reached out to catch it, but he missed it. Without the two of them noticing, the seed of the flower of decay disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Wylan also joined the ranks of catching seeds. I don't know how long it took. The seed of the flower of decay calmed down, returned to the deep pit, and began to sleep. Kyle and Wylan returned to the original place, looking at the snoring seeds, full of questions. It's really weird. My lord, this may be the peculiarity of the flower of decay. It is born like a baby, making the first sound in this world, and sleeping when it is tired. Forget it, as long as the flower of decay blooms steadily. Wylan sat on the ground. His body did not feel tired at all. But he felt tired in his heart. With his strength, he could run for more than 30 hours without breathing, but mental fatigue was the real fatigue. Kyle did not continue to stand, but sat on the ground, carefully observing the sleeping flower of decay, and looked at the other two seeds of the flower of decay in his hand, and decided not to continue sowing and wait to observe the situation. Time passed slowly in the busyness of the two. 360 hours passed. And the flower of decay went through the infant stage, the adolescent stage, came to the youth stage. In just 15 days, Wylan experienced the feeling of being a father, and he really felt the same way. Looking at the gradually growing, decaying flower, there is an inexplicable meaning in it. Kyle came to the decaying flower and gently touched the flower on the top with his hand, causing it to laugh like a silver bell. Hearing this sound, Kyle's heart had different emotions. He stroked his chest and felt a little restless inside. Feeling the emotions from the decaying flower, Kyle started his previous work and began to feed. In this way, another half a month passed, and the decaying flower grew into an 18-meter-high tree with well-organized branches and leaves, and each leaf contained different emotions. Leaning against the tree trunk, Wylan felt the long-lost tranquility. Just like when he was old, his descendants would shelter him from the wind and rain. Maybe I am sentimental. In this way, another half a month passed. In just 45 days, Wylan and Kyle felt like they had forgotten time. If there was no timer light curtain in the sky, they would have almost forgotten that this was Mida's garden. My lord, the flower of decay may be about to bloom. Kyle stood in front of the tree, channeling the power of light. He sighed as he watched the flower buds gradually grow on the trunk. There was not much joy in his tone, but a hint of loneliness. Kyle had no doubts about why a tree's trunk would grow flower buds, and Wylan had no doubts about this either. Perhaps its life is so short, and it was destined from the moment it was born. Wylan's tone was not much joyful, nor was it much lonely, but very calm, as if he had expected this moment long ago. In this way, another half a month passed, and the flower of decay slowly withered. The lush branches and leaves of the past dissipated, and the thick trunk began to dry up just like humans and began to age. In contrast, the flower buds growing from the trunk of the flower of decay began to slowly bloom. When the flower really blooms, it is the end of the life of the trunk. On the morning of the 65th day, when Wylan and Kyle came to the flower of decay, the two flowers born on the tree trunk officially bloomed, and their beauty eclipsed other plants in the Mida's garden. Perhaps it was just the two of them who had this view, without any other factors, just because they poured their feelings into it. The two was silent in the scene of the blooming of the flower of decay, and the petals of the flowers around them began to fall off, forming a human-shaped petal creature, standing quietly 100 meters away, quietly waiting. After an unknown period of time, the two flowers of decay fell off the rotten tree trunk, turned into two purest energies, and merged into the bodies of the two. Wylan felt this power and subconsciously guided it to his internal organs. Under the blessing of the mysterious power, the fighting spirit ran spontaneously, at a speed visible to the naked eye, starting from the heart and spreading to the surroundings. Time passed slowly, and after 2 days and months, Wylan opened his eyes and felt his strength, going directly from the low-level gold to the middle-level gold. The fighting spirit in his body was running smoothly, more than 5 times faster than before. From now on, all his internal organs have evolved. Next, he only needs to strengthen his limbs to break through to the high gold level. Turning to look at Kyle on the side, he has not woken up yet. Seeing this, Wylan was not in a hurry and waited at ease. After another 3 days, Kyle slowly woke up, his breath was restrained, and as expected, he had already entered the soul level. Thinking of this, Wylan couldn't help but sigh. How many years have passed, and Kyle has reached this point? In his heart, there was no other emotion except envy. My lord, this is the last gift from the decaying flower to us. Kyle looked at the rotten tree trunk with mixed feelings, and his tone was a little lonely. Yes, Wylan was also a little sad. We only accompanied him for 65 days and nights, and the reward he gave us in the end was so great. Trialist, your point of view is wrong. Hearing this voice, the two turned around and found that Thorns was standing not far away. Your 65 days and nights are just a short time in your life journey, but for the decaying flower, you have accompanied him for his entire life. Time has different definitions for each individual. Some creatures only have a few months in their lives, some have only decades, and some have hundreds, thousands, or even longer lives. Should I call you Thorns or Midas? Wylan stared at the humanoid petal creature and said in a deep voice, It's all right, the name is a code name, you can call it whatever you want. The humanoid petal creature did not answer directly. So, Lord Midas, do you know who developed the flower of decay for you? Varen stared at the humanoid petal creature and asked, This memory is not retained in this consciousness, and I don't know who helped me research the flower of decay. The humanoid petal creature shook its head and said calmly, If you want to find the answer to this question, the next place, which is my manor, may have the answer you want, but I am not sure whether I left the relevant memories in the consciousness of the manor. Good luck to you. After saying these words, the humanoid petal creatures began to collapse. Without giving Wylan and the others a chance to continue asking questions, the petals flying in the air gathered on the remains of the decaying flower to build a passage to the manor. Varen turned his head and glanced at Mida's garden, buried the memory of living with the flower of decay in his heart, adjusted his mentality, and entered the petal gate. Kyle followed closely, stepped into the petal door, and entered the next place of trial. Shortly after the two left, the petal door disintegrated and returned to its human form. He waved gently at the flower of decay, and time went back. The withered tree trunks exuded vitality, and time regressed within 100 meters. Half an hour later, the 18-meter-high tree trunk turned into a seed again and merged into the body of the humanoid petal creature. Then he held his hand toward the void, and the two seeds of the flower of decay returned to his hand and were integrated into his body. Good luck to you. After saying that, the humanoid petal creature disintegrated again. The scattered petals floated on the blank black earth, and flowers grew again, completing the blank area. Just like 2 months ago, nothing happened here. It was still as peaceful as ever. After passing through the petal gate, the two came to a classical manor. A silver-haired man wearing a white dress appeared in front of them. After careful observation, it is not difficult to see that the person in front of him should be the consciousness of Mida's manor. What surprised the two of them was that the man in front of them was actually a moon elf. His representative pointed ears and silver hair already indicated his racial identity. Trialists, welcome to your arrival. In 26,763 years, you are the first trialist to walk to the manor. Congratulations. Regardless of whether you can complete the trial of the manor or not, I will send you away from here. You can call me Midas, or you can call me Lord of the Manor. Before the trial begins, I will answer your 2 questions, but it will not include the content of the trial. His tone is very gentle and his treatment of others is sincere. Varen did not hesitate and repeated the question to the manager of Mida's garden. Sorry, I don't have relevant information in my memory. It's difficult to answer this question for you. Because I didn't answer your question, it won't count this time. Please ask again. There were some surprises, but not many. Wylan had already been mentally prepared. Sir Midas, what is your identity? My full name is Midas Levitch Ovelia, the 5th son of Ovelia, the first queen of the Ovelia Moon Elf Kingdom, a legendary high-level arcanist, and also a legend, a high-level druid who was born in the year 8873 of the magic calendar, and died in the year 18,993 of the magic calendar. The Midas you see now is just the consciousness left over from more than 20,000 years ago, which can also be called soul fragments. So are you still you now? Is this the second question? Midas asked with a smile. When Varen heard this, he shook his head. Midas saw this and did not answer. Does the Ovelia Moon Elf Kingdom have a treasure trove? Hidden somewhere, Varen thought for a while and asked tentatively. I'm sorry, I don't have the relevant memory in my consciousness to answer your question. Midas replied calmly, not feeling angry because of Varen's question. Wylan smiled awkwardly when he saw this. After all, his question was a bit shameless. Lord Midas, in that case, please tell us the information about this mezzanine space. Can. Hearing this, Midas nodded and told the information about this space in a leisurely manner. This mezzanine space, my main body is named Midas Space, is 18 times the size of the Sinapa subcontinent. The laws are chaotic. Even the main body took 300 years to sort out an area of 100,000 square kilometers and built 7 areas in sequence: garden, manor, arcane tower, magic puppet workshop, elemental pool, woodland, and cemetery. Beyond the anchor point is the first trial site. The garden is the site of the second trial. As for the manor where you are, it is the third and final trial site. After completion, you will go to the arcane tower to obtain the items left behind by the main body. Among them, the garden. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, allowing the two of them to understand the entire area. This is all the information. You have half an hour to rest, and then the third trial will begin. After Midas finished speaking, he put his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly to salute, the standard etiquette of an elf noble, and then disappeared. After listening to Midas' story, Varen was still immersed in Midas' power. Even Kyle was no exception. He was impressed by Midas' single-handed efforts to build his own paradise in the mezzanine space where the laws were disordered. The inherited memory of the angel's heart recorded that even a legendary rank could die on the spot in the mezzanine space, not to mention building his own paradise in the mezzanine space with only his own strength. Now Kyle had a great goal in his heart: to follow Midas' example and build his own territory in the mezzanine space. Wylan turned his head slightly and looked at Kyle with shining eyes. He was a little suspicious whether his partner had set another unattainable goal. While the two were thinking, the third trial officially began. Midas appeared again, smiled and signaled the two, and then told the topic of the third trial. Time is cheap and precious at the same time. You need to find 3 keys of time in this manner within 60 days. Good luck to you. After that, Midas disappeared again, leaving Wylan and Kyle here. This manor covers an area of 3,000 square kilometers and is divided into 3 areas: the front area, the middle area, and the back area. As expected, each area hides a key of time. Wylan and Kyle looked at each other. Needless to say, just one look was enough to understand each other's meaning. I'll go to the front area, you go to the middle area. And finally, we'll meet at the back area. Yes, Kyle nodded and flew towards the middle area of the manor. Looking at the other person's figure, Wylan was a little envious. He didn't know when he could reach the soul level and fly freely. Retracting his gaze, Wylan began to observe the surrounding environment. It's estimated to be 800 square kilometers. There are some to find. There are 5 buildings in the front area of the manor. Wylan doesn't know the architectural style of the Ovelia Moon Elf Kingdom, so he can't see what the actual function of these 5 buildings is. In addition to the 5 buildings, there are 2 leisure areas, 3 grasslands, and 4 forest areas. Let me see where to start looking. Looking at the 14 targets in front of him, Wylan was a little difficult to choose for a while. Closing his eyes, he pointed in a direction at random, and finally determined that the first search target was a building, located at the junction of the grassland and the forest area. After crossing the 3-kilometer-long stone road, Wylan stopped in front of the 13-meter-high building. There were 2 magic puppets at the door, all silver-white, holding a spear in the left hand and a shield in the right hand, standing on both sides of the building. When Wylan approached the range of 30 meters, the eyes of the 2 magic puppets were lit up, turned their heads, and stared at the creatures in front of them. Trialist, defeat me, and you will be qualified to enter the warehouse. The magic puppet on the left made a sound and said to Wylan. Seeing this, Wylan was about to take out his weapon, but saw the magic puppet on the right automatically disintegrate, fly to Wylan, and attach to him. In less than half a minute, Wylan's body was wrapped in the magic puppet. Trialist starred. After the magic puppet on the left finished speaking, he began to attack. Facing the oncoming spear, Wylan raised his shield in his right hand to block it. The sound of weapons colliding with each other added a bit of noise to the silent manor. In front of this building called a warehouse, two magic puppets began to fight. Without using any fighting spirit or magic power, Wylan operated the magic puppet and fought with another magic puppet. Being inside the magic puppet, Wylan did not feel claustrophobic, and his vision was not obstructed. Even the magic puppet outside his body seemed to be non-existent. The only disadvantage was that his fighting spirit was blocked, and he could not mobilize any power, so he could only use the power of his body. After an unknown period of time, Wylan went from being defeated at the beginning to fighting back and forth with the opponent in the end. Slight distraction gave the opponent an opportunity to be knocked away and fell to the ground. "Trialist, please don't be discouraged." The voice of the magic puppet sounded in his ears, giving Wylan a wonderful feeling. This trial made him feel not disgusted. In his stereotyped impression, failure in the trial means death, and at the very least there will be punishment, but such a gentle trial method directly broke his inherent view. Wylan got up from the ground and looked up. The opponent was waiting for him to adjust his state in the same place and was not attacking. Come on. Accelerating his run, Wylan continued to rush forward. Knocked down, stood up and continued, knocked down again and continued again. After failing for an unknown period of time, Wylan's fighting skills became more and more proficient, or under the guidance of the magic puppet, his progress became more and more obvious. Finally, with a subtle opportunity, he pierced the opponent's right chest. "I'm sorry." Looking at his masterpiece, Wylan said with some embarrassment, "Trialist, congratulations on defeating me. Now you are qualified to enter the warehouse." The magic puppet pulled out the spear in front of his chest, and under the unknown power, the broken gap repaired itself. The next moment, the magic puppet on Wylan disintegrated and recondensed into a magic puppet, standing next to his companion, congratulating. "Trialist, I'm glad to see your progress." "Thank you." Wylan thanked from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, these two magic puppets were not just puppets, but more like his teachers. Afterwards, the two magic puppets returned to their posts, the red light in their eyes dissipated, and they returned to the guarding state. Wylan bowed again to express his gratitude and came to the gate of the warehouse. With a gentle push, he opened the 5-meter-high wooden gate. The lights inside the warehouse were lit, dispelling the darkness inside and illuminating the direction of progress. Stepping into the warehouse, the interior was full of shelves, and the items on each shelf were wrapped in a miniature barrier. When he came to the first container, Wylan touched it gently with his hand, and a light curtain popped out of the magic barrier. There was a question on it. Only if the answer was correct could he open the magic barrier and take out the things inside. "Forget it, don't think about it anymore." He took a look at the text above. Although it was written in the common language, Wylan was ignorant and didn't know the question above. What is the second regular class of the third semester of the Third Magic Academy of the Kingdom of Ovalia Moon Elf? For this kind of question, Wylan felt that except for Midas himself, only the students of that year knew this question. It took Wylan 3 days to visit the entire warehouse, but he didn't find the whereabouts of the Key of Time. He could only exit the warehouse and go to the next place to explore. In the next half-month, Wylan searched the other 4 buildings through the trials of the Swordsman Magic Puppet, Archer Magic Puppet, Shieldman Magic Puppet, and Knight Magic Puppet respectively, but still did not find any clues about the Key of Time. However, it was not without gain. In the past half-month, under the guidance of the Magic Puppet, Wylan made rapid progress. He felt that he could beat the 2 previous selves. Leisure area, grassland, and forest area. Which one should I choose? Looking at the remaining blocks, Wylan made a decision and decided to go to the leisure area first and relax. Not long after entering the leisure area, he found a notice on the side, where the Key of Time stored Wylan stood in front of the notice board, staring at the common language text on it, his eyes widened. "Has been looking for half a month, and you finally told me that this thing is placed here, and there is actually a notice board next to it. Are you kidding me? Such a bad taste, it's comparable to that one." Seeing this scene, Wylan would think of the scene when he went to get the Druid's book that year, which was also like this. It's not that family members don't enter the same door. It is precisely because of their similar personalities that this human and elf will become friends. But there is one difference. This Midas is a little better than that senior and is very tolerant to the trial. Entering the cabin, a key with a golden luster was placed upright on the table. It was not in a box or in a private room. It was just there. Forget it, I won't lose anything. Thinking of his improved strength, Wylan felt much better. Picking up the time key on the table, Wylan left without looking back and headed for the back of the manor. As soon as he walked to the entrance of the central area of the manor, he saw Kyle waiting here with 2 time keys. "Master, here you go." Taking the other 2 time keys from Kyle, Wylan felt like a waste. Shaking his head, he threw this idea out of his mind. Kyle was his subordinate, and his finding was equivalent to his own finding, which was also his ability. Putting the 3 time keys together, they attracted each other and merged with each other, and finally formed a cube, a bit like a Rubik's Cube. Trialists, congratulations. You have successfully collected the time cube. Just when the two was silent in the time cube, Mita's figure quietly appeared and congratulated them. "Sir Midas, you are really special." Ha ha ha. Midas couldn't help laughing when he heard it, and waved at the time cube, which floated into his hand and eventually turned into a staff. "I seem to have said the same thing to others in the past, but I don't have this record in my memory. The fragments of the Ring of Time are placed in the Arcane Tower. I hope you can be in awe of time and not get lost in time and eventually sink into it. This is my parting gift." After Midas finished speaking, the turquoise staff flew in front of Wylan, earned into a bracelet and appeared on Wylan's right wrist. "This is the first staff I made after entering the legendary stage, the Kingmu staff, which can resist mental pollution and increase meditation speed. I hope it will be useful to you." "Thank you." Midas smiled, then waved his hand and a door appeared out of thin air. "This is the door to the Arcane Tower. Trialist, I wish you good luck." After speaking, Mida's figure dissipated and disappeared. Wylan looked down at the bracelet on his right wrist, thanked him silently in his heart, and then entered the door. When Kyle stepped into the door disappeared directly, and Mida's manner returned to its former silence. With his eyes open and closed, the two appeared in a magnificent hall. Looking up at the sky, it was 100 meters high, and the surroundings were shining under the illumination of magic crystals. 1,000 meters away, an arc-shaped fragment floated in the air. "That should be the fragment of the Ring of Time." Wylan pointed to the distance and said. Seeing this, Kyle used the Eye of Truth to look into the distance. The speed of time around the Ring of Time fragment was obviously accelerated, and the difference was 20 times compared to the surrounding time speed. Then, Kyle told Wylan the situation. "If we put this thing in the magic potion plantation, can we get 20 times the yield?" "My lord, energy is conserved. If time is accelerated by 20 times, the growth rate of magic potion will be accelerated by 20 times, and the consumption rate of magic energy will also be 20 times. If it is not used with restraint, it is easy to turn an area into a low magic energy area. If you want to use it, I suggest deploying a training ground with the fragments of Ring of Time for you to practice. Your suggestion is very good. Let's improve it when we go back. The area around Kixing Lake is originally a low magic energy area. If the magic energy level in the area is reduced, it may become a magic energy-free area. If so, spellcasting talents may become extinct in Kixing Lake. The higher the magic energy content, the higher the number of spellcasting geniuses, and the higher the number of geniuses in other occupations. There are countries where spellcasters have disappeared on the Synapse subcontinent, such as the Principality of the Knights of Kum in the Western region. It's not that people want to call it this name, but this country is full of knights and warriors. There is no way it can only be like this. Wylan walked forward, and when he was close to 100 meters, the druid's book came out of his chest, flew to the fragment of the Ring of Time, let go of the pages, and ate the fragment. This scene stunned Wylan and Kyle. "Quick, spit it out for me." Wylan quickly stepped forward, grabbed the druid's book, asked him to hand over his artifact fragments. What he had worked hard for several months was eaten by a book. The druid's book seemed to have become a spirit, breaking free from Wylan's restraints, floating in the air and turning the pages as if mocking him. "Come down, I'll burn you." Wylan was halfway through his words and saw the druid's book spontaneously combust. "Don't, I was wrong." Seeing this scene, Wylan was completely dumbfounded. "You are just a book, I am just threatening you, do you have to be so decisive?" The druid's book ignored it and continued to burn itself. Seeing this, Kyle stepped forward and explained. "Master, don't panic, this is just the druid's book evolving itself, it's nothing serious." Then, forget it, I'd better wait a while. Now Wylan can only believe what Kyle said, hoping that the druid's book is evolving itself, otherwise this trip will be a big loss. Half an hour later, the flame went out, and the druid's book lost its former appearance and became more old. Then the druid's book flew down, and Wylan was about to catch it. But he didn't expect the other party to open the pages of the book, swallow his space ring in one gulp, and throw the things inside into the hall like throwing away garbage. Damn it, how can you make a book like this? That was a space ring with 1,000 cubic meters of space, but it was swallowed by it. If this dog thing can't evolve into anything, he promises to tear it apart. Forget it, just sell it to the family and get some blood back. 10 minutes later, the druid's book seemed to be full, turned the pages, and took advantage of Wylan's lack of reaction to directly suck him in. As for Kyle, he gave up resistance and let the druid's book suck him into the internal space. Afterwards, the druid's book floated to the place where the garbage was thrown just now, and it was a little disgusted, but it still ate it into its stomach. Before Wylan, who was confused, had time to see the surrounding scene clearly, Kyle fell on him. Then a pile of gold coins, gold notes, the flesh and blood of the ferocious tiger, and other sundries was scattered randomly in the unknown space. Kyle felt the meat pad under his buttocks and quickly got up and helped his master up. Looking at the surroundings, Wylan was completely confused and had no idea where this place was. My lord, this should be the result of the evolution of the druid's book. The fragments of the ring of time represent the law of time, and the space ring represents the law of space, thus forming this independent space. Kyle looked around and explained. Not bad. Wylan looked around and made a rough estimate. It was about 3 square kilometers, and it had evolved a little bit. Let's go. Before he could finish speaking, a hole suddenly appeared under his feet and he fell straight into it. Opening his eyes again, he returned to the arcane tower. Looking at the druid's book floating in the air, Varen felt itchy with hatred. Not long after, Kyle was also thrown out of his inner space by the druid book. Lord, do you want to repair it first? Kyle stared at the druid's book with a cold look on his face. Don't worry, it will definitely not cause too much damage. I think it's feasible. Feeling the threat of the angel in front of him, the druid's book turned into a ray of light. Flew to Varen, attached to the back of his right hand, formed the shape of a book, flashed 3 times, and disappeared completely. Hidden pretty quickly. Kyle snorted coldly and could only give up the idea of repairing the druid's book. Varen touched the back of his right hand. He could feel the fear coming from the druid's book. This bitch also knew how to be afraid, which was really satisfying. The big space ring is gone. Wylan can only take out the small space ring and wear it on his finger to temporarily use it as a storage prop. After the war is over, he will contact the family again to see if there are any extra large storage items. Space ring, try to buy one. As for the space inside the druid's book, although it can store items, it is inconvenient. In comparison, the space ring is still more convenient. Not long after, a portal appeared in front of the two of them. Gone. After hearing this, Kyle nodded, followed Varen, and left the arcane tower. Nearly 3 months later, the two of them returned to the mountain stream under the cliff. They just didn't know whether their and Kyle's mounts had starved to death. With the red phosphorus horse's ability to resist hunger, they should be able to survive for a while by eating rocks in the cave. Time. After Kyle came out of the Meta's space, he touched his chest. Unexpectedly, the 2 flower of decay seeds did not exist. Varen watched Kyle groping around and asked, "What happened?" "Lord, the 2 seeds of the flower of decay are missing." Kyle stopped groping and answered, "Forget it. It should be that the consciousness of Meta's garden has been retracted. I originally wanted to do some research, but in this case, I have no choice but to give up." Kyle said with some regret, this was someone else's property. It was taken back by the owner. He couldn't say anything. After all, he left without telling anyone. As the two talked, the tree of corruption and prosperity began to disintegrate, turned into light, and began to dissipate. The mountain stream is filled with stars. In the dark environment, with the upper fog as the background, the two of them seemed to be in the night sky. Wylan stretched out his hand and touched the scattered starlight, giving it a cold touch. 10 minutes later, the main body of the corrupted and prosperous tree completely dissipated, leaving only a staff, half gray and half cyan, stuck on the rock wall. With a thought, Kyle took off the staff and floated it in front of the two of them. The staff of corruption and prosperity is such a simple and straightforward name. Kyle looked at the elven text on it and said calmly, "Just accept this staff." When Kyle saw this, he did not refuse and put the staff away. Then he spread his wings, came behind Wylan, hugged him, and began to rise. When leaving, Weilin looked back at the mountain stream again, and it was still as quiet as ever. However, starting from today, this place will no longer be the anchor point of Mida's space. I believe that soon the fog above will dissipate, and this place will become ordinary. I don't know if I will have the chance to visit Mida's space again in this life. Through the fog, the two returned to the cliff. As soon as they landed on land, they saw two horses coming towards them, with resentment in their eyes. It seems that the temporary stables you arranged are not very reliable, Weilin said with a smile while stroking the red phosphorus horse's chin. Hungry made them pry the rocks at the entrance and run out to find food. Kyle checked his mount. It was very healthy and even fatter than 3 months ago. The bare bushes around the cliff should be the masterpieces of these two. Okay, when I get back, I'll let you eat as much as you want. Chinese letter. Obviously very satisfied with his master's attitude, the red phosphorus horse screamed happily. 2 days later, Weilin returned to the 27th Corps Station. Master Weilin has successfully returned to the headquarters of the 135th Legion. Compared with 3 months ago, Master Weilin's strength has reached the gold intermediate level. A female swordsman knelt down next to Bamond and reported to his director the news handed over by the patrol officer at the entrance of the camp. This kid really went out to hunt for treasures. His strength has improved a lot. He is already at this level under the age of 35. I don't know what my elder brother's expression will be when he finds out. If he had known about such a good thing, Bamond would have lost his face no matter what and followed his nephew to hunt for treasure. Hey, I missed a good opportunity. Master, your strength is not weak. At the age of 120 years, you have reached the lower level of soul. In our hearts, you will always be the strongest. Another female swordsman comforted softly. Apart from your mistress, you two are the ones who love me the most. Bamond held each of the two female swordsmen in his arms. When I was young, my parents paid the most attention to my eldest brother and had the strictest requirements. There was no other reason because my eldest brother was the heir. As for my second sister, myself, the fourth and fifth children, they received much less attention. They were basically in a free-range stage, but they did not fall behind in everything they should have. For this, Baumann did not blame his parents. When he got married and had 3 children, he gradually understood everything. Busy with his career and in the army all year round, fortunately his wife, Sekna, was virtuous enough to support their family very well. He knew very well that the 2 female swordsmen around him were all his wife Sekna's people, but Baumann pretended to be confused and turned a blind eye. He did not do anything wrong, and he was not afraid that his wife would know about the situation around him. On the other side, after Weilin returned to the Legion station, he asked someone to call Orlando and Cassius over. My lord. The two entered the tent and bowed. Orlando, I've been away for 3 months. How is the Legion doing? Everything is normal, but some nobles have sent a message to their subordinates, hoping to buy the butcher shop you distributed last time from the master. Orlando reported. I see there's no rush for this matter. Let's talk about it after the war is over. Velen turned to look at Cassius and asked, how is the army? All 50 high-level bronze warriors have broken through. Now the Kixing camp has added 25 swordsmen, 15 archers, 8 spearmen and 2 shieldmen, which has greatly inspired the soldiers below and boosted their enthusiasm for training. Cassius replied respectfully and reported to Velen. For the control of the following, it is necessary to be meticulous. For the warriors who have made contributions and are highly malleable, more attention should be paid. At the same time, we must not forget to build their minds. Yes. Cassius nodded and replied. After sending the 2 out, Velen began to rest. He had been busy for 3 months, and it was time to have a good rest. Tomorrow, he would go to the commercial camp to find the adventurers he had accepted 3 months ago. For this move, Velen had to plan carefully. The next morning, after enjoying the front leg meat of the ferocious tiger cooked by Kyle, he took a few guards to the commercial camp. This dance hall still exists. It seems that the higher-ups have reached some kind of agreement with the other party. Weilin stopped in front of the dance hall opened by the Zia orcs. There were still a lot of guests coming and going. He shook his head and dispelled his doubts. Since the higher-ups have reached an agreement with the other party, there is no need for him to meddle in other people's business. He patted the red phosphorus horse and continued to move forward. After searching for a while, Weilin found the mark left by Murata in front of a hotel. Following the mark, Wai Lin came to a yard. It's more like a few wooden boards put together to circle out an area and build a few wooden houses, which are rented out to adventurers. As for who did this, it's a bit hard to say. It may be done by several senior officials of the 27th Corps, or it may be the 6th Commander who is behind it. Maybe his uncle has a part of the profit in it. For this kind of thing, Wai Lin couldn't say anything and signaled a guard to knock on the door. Not long after, the door was slowly opened, and a woman appeared in front of Wai Lin. Although she looked ordinary, she exuded a faint wind-attributed magic energy. It was not difficult to find that she was an elemental mage. Her expression seemed a little reserved. Her eyes fell on Wai Lin, and she asked timidly, "Who are you looking for?" "Is Murata here?" Wai Lin asked politely. "Wait a moment, I'll go find my mother." Hearing the words of the young girl, Wai Lin's face was calm, but his heart was a little turbulent. "My lord, this should be Murata's adopted daughter." Maybe. Not long after, the woman in red led her team to the gate, bowed and saluted, saying, "Hello, sir. Go in and talk. I want to know some information about you and your men." "Yes." Entering the courtyard, unlike Wai Lin's imagination, this courtyard of less than 200 square meters is well planned. Although small, it has everything, including training grounds, open-air kitchens, prey storage areas, and other functional areas. Seeing this scene, Wai Lin's evaluation of Murata and her team members was raised to a higher level. The young girl just now brought a stool, placed it in the middle of the courtyard, and retreated behind her mother. "My lord, this is my adopted daughter Paulina. She is introverted. I hope you can forgive me." Murata touched her daughter's head and apologized to Wai Lin. "It's okay." Wai Lin didn't care at all and replied with a smile, "Your daughter has good talent. If she has the opportunity to receive orthodox education, her strength will be even better." Hearing this, Murata looked at her daughter again, feeling a little guilty. Feeling her mother's emotions, Paulina silently lowered her head. "Let's start with you, Murata. I need to know your identity, name, age, strength, and family information. As for the means of hiding, you don't have to tell them." Murata heard this and reported. Basio Murata, 39 years old, silver intermediate swordsman, unmarried, has an adopted daughter. Cube Larry, 35 years old. Silver low-level elemental mage, unmarried, no other relatives. The mage in the adventure team stepped forward and told Wai Lin about his situation, and then returned to the team. Wai Lin nodded and looked at the third person, the muscular man who was comparable to Murata. Lekotz Greta Dahlin, 33 years old, silver intermediate swordsman, unmarried, descendant of a fallen noble family, with 2 brothers and a sister. "I come from the Bohemia province of the Holy Third Dawn Kingdom. Jocelyn is my name, 36 years old, silver low-level priest. Only one adoptive father is alive, a priest in a town church, no other relatives." The dark and thin man followed closely and reported his information. Ilias Clintamines, 33 years old. Silver low-level assassin, with an older brother and sister, and 2 younger brothers, unmarried. "Which province are you from?" Wai Lin looked at the last masked man and asked curiously. "My lord, I come from the West River province." Clintamines bowed his head and replied, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you and I to come from the same place. It's really interesting." Wai Lin said with a smile, easing the tense atmosphere in the courtyard. When everyone saw this, the expressions on their faces also eased, not as serious as before. "My support for you is divided into 3 stages." Wai Lin raised 3 fingers and said to Malada and others. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully. "The first stage has a time limit of 10 years. The strength of each of you needs to be raised to a higher level. The number of adventure groups needs to reach 100 people. The strength of each group member must not be lower than the low level of silver. During this stage, every year I will provide you with 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 bottles of ice blue potion, 30 sets of sophisticated warrior equipment, 50 green and purple horses, and 5,000 kilograms of dried meat to assist in training. On this basis, I will give you 6 sets of warrior breathing techniques and corresponding exercises to help you develop. In these 10 years, I will not give you any orders. You have only one mission, to develop with all your strength. As for the location of development, I suggest you choose Danny Province, where my elders are. You will not encounter interference from local officials in the development process, and you will even get some conveniences. In the second stage, I don't need to tell you for now, and you don't need to know now. If it doesn't meet my expectations, my assistance to you will be suspended. For me, only if you show your value is it worthy of my continued investment. Can you hear me clearly? The 5 people were knocked unconscious by Wyland's generosity. They came to their senses and said in unison, "I'll understand later." Main, Lord. A low-level silver knight stepped forward and bowed his head to answer. From today on, you will stay in Murada's adventure group as the deputy leader, perform the duties of supervision, and do not need to interfere in daily management and development. Yes, Lord. Mean took the task with a serious face, retreated behind Wyland, looked at the captain with grateful eyes. If it weren't for his recommendation, he might not have gotten this opportunity. The other 3 guards turned their heads and looked at Mean, the lucky guy, with envy, and at the same time made up their minds to perform well after returning and strive to get the captain's recognition. After the visit, Wyland took Kyle and the remaining 3 guards and left the courtyard, walking on the street, strolling casually, and then returned to the garrison. 3 months ago, I made up my mind that I couldn't be so lazy anymore. At least before becoming a soul knight, I couldn't slack off. The guard team is missing 1 person. You need to reselect the right person. Don't worry, my lord. I anticipated this situation a few years ago. I have a list in my mind and the missing people will be filled soon. Kyle answered confidently. Before breaking through the Soul Knight, you will be in charge of supervision during this period. I don't want to leave you behind too much. Don't worry, my lord, leave it to me. Kyle already has a plan in mind. From tomorrow, no matter how his lord resists, it will be useless. Meeting the eyes of his partner, Wyland felt a little cold on his back, hoping that it was his illusion. On July 10, 9735 of the glorious calendar, the half-year rest period of the 135th Legion ended. 3 months after the end of the search for the fragments of the Ring of Time, Wyland spent 3 painful and fulfilling months. Every morning at 6 o'clock, he was caught by his guardian knight, first undergoing 2 hours of gravity training, resting for half an hour, and then starting a 4-hour combat training. At 1 p.m., he entered the inner space of the Druid's book. With the help of Kyle, he studied Druid knowledge for 6 hours, including cultivation, meditation, and spells. From 7:30 p.m. to 11 p.m., he continued to learn combat skills. After 3 months of hard work, Wyland's strength was significantly enhanced. He learned 4 combat skills: Flash, Wood Guardian, Wood Prison, and Horizontal Wood Armor. In just 3 months, Wyland found that Kyle was omnipotent. What he had in his head was no less than a treasure trove of knowledge. At the same time, he felt that he was so lucky to have his loyalty. At the 27th Corps, Wyland dressed up, entered the tent, sat down in the 6th seat on the right, and waited for the meeting to begin. Not long after, the commander of the 134th Corps came in with a pair of dark circles under his eyes and sat next to Wyland. "Sir Russell, what happened?" Wyland looked at the other party's haggard appearance and asked in a low voice. "It's okay, I just endured 10 days and 10 nights. Once we finish guarding the Black Forest Fortress, it will be easy later." Russell yawned and said to Wyland, "In the past 6 months, no major battles have been heard on the southern battlefield. It seems that the mountain dwarves have learned from the last lesson and turned to the full defense stage. Health is the most important. Pay attention to rest." Seeing the other party yawning repeatedly, Wyland couldn't help but persuade him. "Thank you for reminding me. I will pay attention." While the two were talking, people entered the tent one after another and took their seats. Half an hour later, the 3 giants of the 27th Corps entered the venue, and the meeting officially began. According to the new order of the headquarters, the defense zone of Ziga's province is demarcated, and our 27th Corps is stationed there. During the garrison period, we are not allowed to take the initiative to attack and provoke war. But we must resolutely eliminate the signs of the invading dwarf army and the dwarf rebels in our respective jurisdictions. Under the arrangement of the commander of the 27th Corps, Bulborn Silves, the 135th Corps led by Wyland took over the defense of the area from Shanyan City to Aishiku, which is nearly 50,000 square kilometers. In view of the loss of troops in each corps, Bulborn assigned part of the logistics troops of the 27th Corps to each corps and accepted their command. The 135th Corps was given the command of 2 battalions with more than 8,000 people, which was better than nothing. After the meeting, Wyland said goodbye to everyone he knew, led the army to leave the Corps station, and set off to the west. When he returned to Shanyan City again, it had become an empty city. and even the mice were unwilling to stay here for a long time. Returning to his hometown, Wylan stood on the top of the rock city, looking at the river bank, and vaguely saw traces of undead creatures. 2 days later, Wylan divided the 135th Legion into 5 parts, commanded by himself. Monkas, Algernon, Alcott, and Edgar respectively, and stationed in the 5 areas of Rock City, Multi-Iron City, Stone Tree City, Iron Library, and Short Stone Pass. After the troops were dispersed, Wylan was left with a prayer star camp, an ordinary camp, and a logistics camp, with a total force of about 12,000 people. Compared with the quiet southern battlefield, the war in the northern battlefield has been ignited again, and the iron-forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom has begun to use troops on a large scale against the Basio Kingdom. In the northern part of the eastern region of the Synapse subcontinent, the war between the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom has entered a white-hot stage. The small country of Marseille Autonomous Principality was also involved in the war. It was completely reduced to a battlefield between the two kingdoms, and the population dropped sharply. The legends of both sides used this land of nearly 3 million square kilometers as a battlefield, fighting without scruples, and as many as 1 million orcs died in the aftermath of the battle. For this group of orcs, neither the Ash Magic Kingdom nor the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom had any mercy on them. Even the orc god of war they believed in could only watch helplessly, because he could not afford to offend the third-generation magic goddess and the Dwarf Mountain god, let alone the god of dawn who was behind the scenes. As for the guardian legend of their principality, before the war, he took his blood-related clansmen and some confidants to the Orc United Kingdom to avoid this sudden disaster. As long as he exists, the Marseille Autonomous Principality exists. This is the bottom rule of this world. In comparison, the war between the two countries, the war between the 3 kingdoms of the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Basio, and the Iron-Forged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom, has become much more friendly. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the final outcome of this war will be determined by the 2 countries, the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Holy Mountain Dwarf Kingdom. So far, the Kingdom of Elijah is prepared to continue the stalemate until the 2 countries decide the final winner. The ordinary garrison mission was the beginning of a new round of training for Wylan. Every day he was pulled up before dawn and could not rest until 11 o'clock in the evening, so that the garrison troops in Shanyan City could only be managed by Cassius. On October 1, 9735 of the glorious calendar, after more than 2 months of hard training, he finally got a 3-day holiday. Before dawn, Wylan opened his eyes and looked at the white roof. It was not that he didn't want to sleep anymore, but he woke up at this time. Kyle has something to do today, and it's a holiday. So let's go out for a walk first. With this thought in mind, Wylan immediately got up from the bed, told the guards to prepare some food, and began to wash. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. Carrying a large bag of food, Wylan rode a red phosphorus horse alone to the small hill near Shanyan City, ready to have a picnic of his own. Standing on the hill and looking down, I have to say that the scenery is really good. Comfortable. After living a self-disciplined life for several months, it was really a comfort to my spirit to stop and rest suddenly. Facing the sun, Wylan took out the grill and a lot of ingredients placed inside the Druid's book and picked a few common fruits from the farmland reclaimed inside as pre-meal fruits. Carefully spread a piece of cloth, prepared the ingredients, and then lay down comfortably and began to bask in the sun. Sometimes the time when a person is alone is so peaceful and beautiful. In this quiet world, Wylan felt the inner peace and relaxation. Close your eyes, enjoy the warmth of the sun, feel the breath of nature, and your mood becomes more peaceful. Time passed slowly. More than 2 hours passed. Wylan ate a lot of fruits and stood up with satisfaction. Change. Under the nourishment of the green magic energy, the grass began to grow wildly, entwined with each other, and grew a set of seats. Sitting on it, the comfort level is full, worthy of your hard practice. Take a deep breath, feel the fresh air, and then start to prepare the main meal. Take the golden and crispy roasted meat from the grill. The aroma is overflowing, making people salivate. Pick up a piece of roasted meat, put it on the plate, cut off a small piece, put it in your mouth, chew slowly, and enjoy the beauty of this moment. In this simple and beautiful moment, Wylan feels that it is a pleasant thing to relax occasionally and enjoy life. According to Kyle's estimate, such high-intensity training, plus my talent, only takes 5 years at most to break through the high-level gold. 5 years is really a long time. However, as allured, there are a large group of people following me behind me, so I can only move forward. Although he wanted to lie down anyway, the lifespan of the gold level is 300 years, and there is no rush for this moment. But there is a crazy guardian knight, 2 geniuses whom he regards as his adopted sons, and a large group of knights and warriors who are loyal to him, which puts enough pressure on him. After the transformation of the 7-color life flower, the talent is already in the upper class. As long as he works hard, plus the resources in his hands, there is no bottleneck below the legend. But if you want to be promoted to a legend, it has nothing to do with your talent, but depends on how much you contribute to the world. If you can meet the standards in the positive world, Wylan thinks no one wants to leave his hometown, except those legends who are born with a spirit of adventure and strong people who want to go further. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing this picnic that belongs to him alone, Wylan packed up his things, rode his beloved red phosphorus horse, and returned to Mountain Rock City. At 8 o'clock in the evening, sitting by the window, shaking the glowing wine in his hand, it exudes an attractive luster under the moonlight. 3 months later, on the west bank of Ayeshiku, the moon god believers who returned from the misty forest will return to Alp Island. Go to meet them, and you will get 5 invitations to the Alp Island banquet. The moon god believers, could it be the group of strange minotaurs I met more than 10 years ago? Searching for relevant information in his mind, Wylan recalled the snow-white minotaur named Sarah, the priest of the moon god Lady Sulan. The invitation to the Alp Island banquet is a good thing. Alp Island, located at the northern end of the Synapse subcontinent, is a belief area of the moon god. No kingdom has been established, which seems to be related to the race of the moon god believers. On this island, which is about the same size as the kingdom of Ilia, there are dozens of races living in the form of tribal city-states. They are protected by the moon goddess Miss Sulan and have little contact with the subcontinent, or basically no contact. There is a natural barrier between Alp Island and the subcontinent, the Moon Ring Sea, which blocks the communication between the two and also ensures the purity of the island. Without a pass given by the Moon God Church, unless the strength is strong enough, it is impossible to cross the Moon Ring Sea. The lucky ones will return to the starting point, and the unlucky ones will be buried in the Moon Ring Sea. The invitation to the Alp Island banquet is also a pass in a sense, but it is a one-time pass. This banquet is held every 300 years. The minimum threshold for participants is the soul level, which can be blessed by the moon god. Why would I get 5 invitations to the Alp Island banquet just by meeting this Pastor Sarah? This was very confusing. However, since fate had told me this news, there was no need to miss it. Even if I can't attend this banquet, my elders can. Maybe with these 5 invitations as bargaining chips, I can get the family's unconditional support for my business plan. The cost of building a large teleportation array is not a small amount, and the precious materials used in it are unimaginable. 2 days later, it was time to practice again. The southern battlefield was completely calm. Except for small-scale frictions on the front line, there were no other battles. In contrast, the northern battlefield was completely in a real fight. Both sides kept pressing their chips and consuming the chess pieces in each other's hands, which made the kingdom of Ilia painful on the face and happy in the heart. This time, in response to the kingdom of Bashio's request for help again, Belgrav Silves, the king of the kingdom of Ilia, stayed in the Temple of Life in the capital every day on the grounds of serving the goddess of life. He didn't go anywhere and was determined not to pay attention to the request of the kingdom of Bashio. The kingdom lost a lot of troops to help them last time, and some generals were quite dissatisfied. As a king, he helped once out of friendship with the same camp, which was already enough to give face to the holy third kingdom of Dawn. He should not even think about letting him continue to be a scapegoat. The envoys of the kingdom of Bashio did not dare to step into the temple of the goddess of life. The conflict between the god of war and the goddess of life was known to everyone in the human world with a little status. Faced with this unsolvable method, the envoys of the kingdom of Bashio were helpless. Even Bishop Talia of the Dawn Church had no way to deal with it. It was disrespectful to the gods to rashly enter the church of a god. He did not want to go to the kingdom of the god of Dawn early. After 3 fulfilling months, the garrison mission of the 135th Legion in the Zegas province has not yet ended. In the Lord's mansion of Mountain Rock City, Wylin, Kyle, Orlando, Hebrew, and Cassius gathered together. While I am away, Orlando will be in charge of Mountain Rock City, and Cassius will assist on the side. Yes, my lord. The two bowed and saluted. What about me? Seeing that his elder brother and Cassius both had tasks, Hebrew looked at his master and couldn't help asking, "You just follow your elder brother and study hard." Okay. Hebrew took the task reluctantly. After handling the affairs of Mountain Rock City, Wylin led his men to set off and went to Abyss Rock Pass under the pretext of inspection. 2 days later, Wylin arrived at Abyss Rock Pass. "Uncle, I have something to do during this period." Wylin looked at Alcott and said, while presenting his gift, 6 bottles of luminous wine. "What do you need me to do?" Alcott asked someone to accept the gift, lowered his posture, and asked Wylin. Upon hearing this, Wylin waved his hand. "No, I can solve it myself. Some things, if you know about them, it will be bad." "I understand." Alcott did not ask any more questions. He knew that what his nephew was going to do must be very important. As a member of the Aches family, he only needed to do what he should do. In the next few days, Wylin patrolled around the Abyss Pass, met with military nobles, and inspected the troops. On December 3, 9735 of the glorious calendar, Wylin took Kyle and left the Abyss Pass and entered the Grey Wasteland under the cover of night. Less than 100 kilometers away, they encountered a monster clan from the Grey Wasteland. Kyle rode on a red phosphorus horse and slashed the monster clan tribe in front of him. A ray of light crossed the night sky, and the road ahead became smooth. More than 200 dog-headed men disappeared on this land before they understood what happened. The war between us and the dwarves has caused this group of monster clans to come back and spread to this place. Wylin stared at the flat land in the distance and said, "My lord, this shows that the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland are recovering. In less than 30 years, they will be all over this narrow buffer zone." "Forget it, let's consider this matter in 30 years. Wylin shook his head. It was not time to consider this matter yet. "After this war is over, I will go to the magic saint city of the magic kingdom of Ash to see this famous magic city in the subcontinent, broaden my horizons, go out and see the world, and then detour to the Silver Dragon Burke kingdom to discuss trade matters. I hope Algeta can help, otherwise this trade route will be difficult to open up." The two continued to move forward in the night. 3 hours later, 300 kilometers away from Ashishku, Wylin met the group of brown minotaurs again. "My friend, we meet again." A brown minotaur looked at Wylin and Kyle with a smile on his face and a hint of joy. In his tone, "Pastor Sarah, it has been more than 10 years since we last met." Wylin turned over and dismounted, put his right hand on his chest, and bowed slightly. Seeing this, Sarah took off her and her followers' disguises and revealed her true face. The snow-white body under the moonlight had a strange beauty. The half-moon mark on her forehead showed that Sarah's current identity was not simpler than 10 years ago. Facing her eyes, Wylin felt lost. Until Kyle patted her on the shoulder, she came back to her senses. "Sorry." Sarah felt the hostility of the angel, seemed to realize something, and took back the half-moon mark on her forehead to express her apology. "It's okay." Wylin rubbed his swollen head and waved his hand to show that he was fine. Sarah looked at the other party's somewhat painful expression and began to recite a passage of scripture. The white moonlight gathered on Wylin and soothed his body. After 10 years of trials, she was recognized by the moon god until 3 months ago and became the candidate saint of the moon god church of Alp Island. Until now, she has not adapted to the power bestowed on her by Miss Su Lun. Seeing the other party's actions, Kyle snorted and didn't care. "I'm very sorry, my friend." Sarah bowed her head again to apologize. "I'm fine now, Pastor Sarah, you don't have to take it to heart." Wylin replied with a smile. He could feel that the other party had no ill intentions. At this time, a snow-white minotaur came to Sarah and reminded her softly. Because they communicated in their native language, even if Kyle could hear it, he didn't know the meaning. "Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for your reminder, Leah." Sarah patted her head and suddenly realized that she almost forgot the master. "Lord Sarah, you can't do this when you return to the island. Otherwise the High Priest and the other 8 legendary lords will definitely not think highly of you, which will cause you to miss the position of the saint of the Moon God Church on Alp Island, and will also fail the bishop's training of you." The snow-white minotaur Leah reminded earnestly. "Don't worry, I won't." Sarah smiled a little embarrassedly. 3 months ago, when she had just become a candidate saint, Miss Sulan had given an oracle that when she returned to Alp Island, she should pass through the intersection of the faith areas of the goddess of life and the dwarf mountain god. If she met an angel and a human, she should give them 5 invitations to the Alp Island banquet. Then Sarah took out 5 invitations emitting moonlight, a one-time pass woven by the power of faith. This is the invitation to the Alp Island banquet. My God asked me to give it to you. Thank you. Wai Lin thanked him and accepted the 5 invitations. Sarah secretly observed that the other party was not surprised at all, as if he had known it for a long time, and his somewhat uneasy heart calmed down. By observing the other party's actions, Wai Lin already had the answer in his heart. The other party should have invited Kyle. As for why he handed it to him, it was unknown. Kyle looked at the actions of both parties, and his heart was calm. Having seen many inexplicable behaviors of his master, his heart had long been calm. 50 years later, the banquet will be held. 1 invitation can bring 3 people. I hope to see you, my friends. Sarah said, and said goodbye to Wai Lin and the others. Pastor Sarah, see you in 50 years. Wai Lin bowed and saluted, saying goodbye to the moon god priest. Watching the other party leave, Wai Lin took out an invitation and handed it to Kyle. Master, you decide the right to use this one. I will keep one. As for the remaining 3, I will use them as bargaining chips to make a deal with the family. Oh, Kyle did not refuse and accepted the invitation. At the same time, he made up his mind to work harder in the future. Within 30 years, he will definitely help the master grow into a soul knight. No matter how the master resists in the next 30 years. Kyle will not be soft-hearted. Wai Lin, who was thinking, suddenly felt a chill on his back and had a bad feeling. With his own strength, he should not feel cold. Master, do you want to stay overnight? No, hurry back overnight. Wai Lin thought about it and gave up the idea of staying overnight. The return journey was very fast, and it took only 4 hours to return to the Eishiku area. At dawn the next day, Wai Lin took his guards to patrol the next area. A month later, the patrol ended, and Wai Lin returned to the painful and happy days. On April 15, 9736 of the glorious calendar, the 9-month garrison mission was completely over. According to the order of the 6th Command, their 27th Corps will be transferred to the north of the Grey Wasteland and join forces with the 30th Corps to attack the Angara province. The day after receiving this order, Wai Lin summoned the garrison troops in the other 3 regions to assemble at Eishiku. According to the task assigned to them by the 27th Corps, the 135th Corps entered the Grey Wasteland as a vanguard, cleared the Centaur clans adjacent to the Angara province, and opened the way for the army. This mission, which was not very dangerous, was fought for by his uncle without thinking. Of course, Lord Madmanchi may have played a certain role in it. Viscount Monkus, Viscount Olcott, and Viscount Edger. Your troops will be the vanguard. Yes, Commander of the Corps. The 3 Viscounts stood up and answered loudly. And Wai Lin looked at the 2 disabled Viscounts, Viscount Auric, who lost his left arm, and Viscount Carriage, who lost his right leg, and asked, do you have any objection to the 2 of you leading the army of your own army, plus the logistics troops of 2 battalions to form the rear army? No objection. Viscount Auric and Viscount Carriage stood up and saluted and answered respectfully. Yes. Wai Lin nodded and then said, I will be in charge of the Central Army, and the troops led by Viscount Algernon, Viscount Sigro, and Viscount Miriam will form the Central Army. The distance between the front army and the Central Army shall not exceed 15 kilometers. The distance between the Central Army and the rear army shall not exceed 10 kilometers. Report back and forth every 3 hours. I need to know the specific situation of your 2 armies. Yes, Legion Commander. The 8 people stood up, lowered their heads, and answered loudly. After 4 years of getting along, both Viscount Monkas, the former noble leader of the Cordero province, and Viscount Alcott, the elder of the family, believed in this Legion commander who was only 40 years old. After the war in the Cordero province, with Wai Lin's reputation, his words will be more effective than the governor's words. Carrying enough dry food, the 135th Legion of more than 46,000 people, plus more than 8,000 logistics troops, set out from Eishiku and headed north along the Zikyu province. When we first came to Cordero province, we robbed centaurs. Yes, my lord, the blue-purple horse was snatched from them. Cassius heard this and replied respectfully, in the blink of an eye, 16 years have passed. During his pioneering career, he became a robber 3 times, one of which was to rob the goods of centaurs. He still remembers the figure of the white centaur back then. It's not that he has any special preference for centaurs of this color, but her fur color is the most eye-catching, which left a deep impression on him. The vanguard army marched very smoothly, and most of the centaur tribes they encountered were very weak, with less than 500 horses and only more than 10 horses. Something is wrong. Wellen looked at Moncas's report and was a little confused. It's true that something is wrong. Could it be that this group of centaurs has some conspiracy? Kyle took the report, read it, and said, Varen summoned a herald and told him, tell Viscount Moncas to capture some living centaurs. Yes. The herald bowed and saluted and went to the front army. At night, 23 centaurs were escorted to the central army. After receiving the news, Varen put down his pen, left the tent, and came to the camp. I am curious, this is your gathering place, why are there so few centaurs now? My lord, I hope my answer will make you raise your hand and release my people. The leader of the centaur tribe lowered his head and pleaded with Varen. Okay. For this group of minions, Varen did not want to kill them all. Their purpose was to open the way for the army, and they only needed to ensure that the road from Aishiku to Angara province was unobstructed. There was no requirement for him to do anything. 5 years ago, the dwarf army invaded our gathering place and massacred us. Our people fought bravely, but they still couldn't stop the dwarf army. Our chief could only lead the remaining people south to attack the gathering place of the Grey Goblins and seize living space. 3 months later, the bloody looting against us ended. But the hatred accumulated between us and the Grey Goblins for many years broke out. The chief also wanted to seize new living land, so the war began. It has continued until now. The dwarves sell high-priced weapons and cut flesh with soft knives. Facing the disgusting and numerous Grey Goblins, we can only spend a high price to buy weapons. With your identity, you cannot be the leader of a small tribe. I want to know your true identity. Wylan looked at the centaur in front of him with a smile and asked curiously. Faced with this question, the centaur did not answer. Cassius let them go, seeing that the other party did not answer. Varen had no intention of continuing to press and asked his men to let the 23 centaurs go. Lord, do you want my subordinates to deal with them all? Cassius came to Varen's side and whispered. After hearing this, Varen shook his head, took out a token, and handed it to Cassius. Follow me and tell them that I want to do a business with their leader. If you are interested, take this thing, send the centaurs to find me outside Angara province. Yes. Cassius accepted the sign and walked towards the gate of the camp. The centaur captives looked at the well-equipped troops around them with only fear in their eyes and no intention of resistance. Well, the centaur tribe chief sighed and begged the centaur. God for forgiveness. Old man, listen, my master wants to do a business with your leader. If you are interested, you can come to my master outside Angara province with a token. Cassius handed the token to the centaur, waved his hand, told his men to put away their weapons and let them go. Riding the darkness, 23 centaurs headed west. Half a month passed in a flash. As the vanguard, the 135th Legion wiped out more than 300 centaur tribes, nearly 20,000 centaurs. The remaining centaur tribes heard the news and collectively migrated to the gathering place of the Grey Goblins. After the governor of Angara province received the news of the centaur migration, he immediately ordered the dwarf army to block the border and sent people to request reinforcements from the dense forest province. 130 kilometers away from the border of Angara province, except for the alert troops, the remaining troops of the 135th Legion all participated in the construction of the military base. Within 7 days, building a camp that can accommodate 300,000 troops is a considerable burden for the 135th Legion. On May 10, the troops of the 27th and 30th Corps arrived at the camp one after another. The 132nd Corps took over the defense of the camp, giving the 135th Corps a chance to rest. 5 days later, a joint meeting of the two corps was held. In the big tent, the generals of the 27th Corps sat on the left, and the generals of the 30th Corps sat on the right. This operation was mainly based on the 27th Corps, and the 30th Corps was auxiliary, so Bulborn Silves became the nominal commander and sat in the main seat, and the commander of the 30th Corps, Ophelia Silves, sat in the first seat on the right. Wylan turned his head slightly and secretly observed. Ophelia Silves. Her long golden hair shone gorgeously against the black armor. The perfect combination of beauty and majestic temperament exudes an irresistible charm, which makes people feel awe. It is hard to imagine that the other party is only 100 years old, but he has stood out from the royal family and served as a corps commander. Ophelia noticed Wyland's gaze, turned her head and looked over, and their eyes met. Wyland realized that his behavior was a bit inappropriate. He looked apologetic, lowered his head slightly, quickly retracted his gaze, restored his serious expression, and waited for the meeting to begin. 10 minutes later, Bolborn signaled his subordinates to start the magic instrument. A magic barrier enveloped the entire tent, isolating the inside and outside, and the representative meeting officially began. According to the order of the 6th Command, the purpose of this operation is to cut off the dwarves' access to resources from the Grey Wasteland. According to the information obtained by the kingdom, the dwarves have set up many secret resource collection points in the Grey Wasteland. Since the outbreak of the undead scourge in the West Hill province, these resources collected or traded from the Grey Wasteland have been transported to the Angara province through the Centaur gathering place. So we have two tasks. The first is to reduce the number of dwarf troops in the direction of the Angara province. The second is to cut off this channel. It is best to find the location of these resources. The 6th Command promised that only 20% of the seized resources need to be handed over, and the rest will belong to you. Everyone was a little impatient when they heard this. Bolborn looked around and saw everyone's expressions. I want to emphasize that if you have any special means, you can use them privately, but if the church knows about it, I can't do anything about it. Bolborn knew what these people were thinking. You can use some means, but don't let others know. Otherwise the church's pastors will find out and come to a big purge, and he can only stand aside. Wyland secretly observed other legion commanders. His face was calm, and there was no psychological change. He didn't know whether Commander Bolborn was reminding those people. Half an hour later, Bolborn explained some important matters and announced the dissolution of the meeting. Everyone filed out and left the tent one by one. Not long after coming out, he felt a little uneasy. He was worried that the Lady Ophelia would cause trouble for him. Until he returned to the Legion's base, he didn't find anything. Wyland laughed at himself. It seems that he thought too much. However, the other party looked a bit like Zumia, and he didn't know if he was wrong. After Wyland returned to his tent, he suddenly remembered something. He took out the map stored in the space ring. This was the spoils of war obtained when he robbed the goods of the dwarf Marquis Dereg last time. There were some strange symbols recorded on the map. He couldn't understand them at that time. And it's still the same now. My lord, why did you take out this map? Kyle entered the tent and looked at the sheepskin map on the desk. Seeing this, Wyland told Kyle all the details of the corps meeting. My lord, if you want to get the specific location of these resources, this map is the key. After all, this thing belongs to the dwarf Marquis Dereg. There must be a lot of resource mining points recorded on it. Kyle looked at Wyland with a shining look, and his tone was difficult to conceal his excitement. Unfortunately, I can't understand it. Wyland spread his hands and said helplessly, this map, I feel that except for the dwarf nobles, other dwarves may not understand it. Maybe only the dwarf Marquis Dereg himself and his confidants know what these symbols represent. This is a trouble. Kyle sat aside, his face a little serious. If the information on it cannot be interpreted, this map is just a piece of waste paper and has no value. Lord, how about you give me a month and I'll go around and see if I can find the corresponding location. If not, I can only hand it in to see if anyone understands what the mark on it means. Thank you for your hard work. Wyland folded the map and handed it to Kyle. Kyle took the map and took out a schedule and handed it to Wyland. I hope you won't carry it with you while I'm away. I'll come back to check after a month. Gray will be my eyes to supervise you. Wyland looked at the schedule and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He muttered to himself, don't you trust me so much? After sending Kyle away, Wyland ordered people to invite the important generals of the Legion to come, read out the orders issued by the Corps headquarters, and then sent them back to wait for his orders. That afternoon, the 133rd Legion and the 147th Legion left the camp and went to search for the Centaur gathering place. For several days in a row, legions left the camp one after another. In the end, except for the 131st Legion and the 146th Legion who stayed as garrison troops, only the 135th Legion stayed in the camp. According to the schedule left by Kyle, Wai Lin practiced every day and didn't care about worldly affairs. In response, the 135th Legion was surprisingly quiet. No one raised any objections. They all believed that the Legion commander's move must have its own deep meaning. After learning about this, Bulborn just smiled and did not give any instructions, as if the 135th Legion did not exist. A month later, the person he had been waiting for returned. "My lord, after my comparison, I have roughly understood the markings on this map." Kyle walked to the desk, unfolded the sheepskin map, and said excitedly, "This triangle symbol represents that the map scale of this area is 110,000. The map scale of the square area is 110,000. The place marked with a 5-pointed star looks like a mountain, but it actually represents a plain." Listening to Kyle's words, Wai Lin's mind was a little confused. It's not that he didn't explain it clearly, but these symbols were too hard to believe. The place represented by this broken sword is not a river, but a passage hidden underground. This bold road, although it represents a road, is also in the triangle symbol area, but the ratio it represents is not 110,000 but 120,000. And this place, marked with the symbol of a treasure chest, ultimately represents a stone mountain, but there is a hammer symbol below. The hammer handle points to the northwest, but the real resource point is 60 kilometers southeast. Wait, let me be quiet. Wai Lin rubbed his temples and stared at the sheepskin map, becoming more and more confused. However, he had to admire the wisdom of the dwarf Marquis Derag. In comparison, Kyle's wisdom is beyond reach. In less than a month, based on actual investigations, 90% of the information on this map was interpreted. "Come on, my great hero, sit down and rest first." Wai Lin pushed Kyle to his seat, took out the tea he had brought from his uncle, and poured it for Kyle himself. Kyle did not refuse and slowly tasted the tea in his hand. "My lord, there are more than 200 resource points on this map. How do you plan to deal with them?" "There are too many resource points. We don't have much time to mine them. It will not take more than 2 years at most." Wai Lin thought for a while and said to Kyle, "My idea is to share them equally. Give a quarter to Commander Bulborn, Lord Madmanchi, and my third uncle Bammond, and another quarter to the other 4 Legion commanders. The remaining half will be left for the nobles, and the rest will be eaten by ourselves. As for the manpower for mining, it is easy to solve. If the plan goes well, we will not lack qualified miners. If not, we will take less and subcontract it to other legions. We can collect part of the profit." According to the current time, the trade between the centaurs and the dwarves has been interrupted, but the fight with the gray goblins is still going on, and weapons are definitely needed. In the original plan, Wai Lin planned to sell the dwarf weapons seized on the battlefield to make some extra money. Now, with the change of plan, he has set his sights on the gray goblins. The premise is that the centaurs take the bait and actively come to him for trade. If that doesn't work, then the second plan is to outsource it to other legions and collect part of the profits. However, Wai Lin decided to wait for half a month. After half a month, there was no movement, so he started to act. In the gathering place of gray goblins, an area called Black Kiln Mountain, there are more than 65,000 tents densely distributed. In a large tent, the Khan of the Twilight Hammer clan, one of the branches of the 13 clans of the Centaurs, the Khan of the Berryhand clan, the chief of the Centaurs tribe union, Rhodey's Twilight Hammer, played with the token in his hand, and it was difficult to make up his mind. 300,000 human troops occupied the northern part of their gathering place, killed tens of thousands of centaurs. More than 100,000 centaurs were forced to migrate to the southwest, forming a chain reaction. More and more tribesmen migrated to the southwest, increasing their food supply problems. In addition, the war between them and the gray goblins was at its most critical moment. The speed of weapon depletion was accelerating. The stock of weapons exchanged from the dwarves was exhausted. They had to continue to replenish weapons, otherwise they would definitely lose this war. However, the reputation of human cunning made Rhodey suspect that this was a trap. Although the dwarves were sometimes capricious and liked to take advantage of the situation, the traded items were real and there was no deception at all. "Khan, Chief Serlin wants to see you." A voice came from outside the tent, interrupting Rhodey's thinking. "Let him in." The curtain was lifted, and a gold-level centaur archer entered the big tent, crossed his hands, placed them on his chest, and saluted Rhodey's, "Great Chief." Suralun, what do you want to talk to me about? Rhodes propped up his horse's legs, stood up on four horse legs, looked straight at the centaur archer, and asked in a deep voice. Captain, according to my warrior's report, a large number of gray goblins gathered 200 kilometers west of Black Kiln Mountain, with a number of no less than 200,000. This damn group of worms, even after killing so many. There are still such a large number. Rhodes showed an angry expression on his face, feeling a little powerless. In their heyday, the centaurs had a population of only more than 500,000. After the bloody massacre by the dwarves, there were only about 360,000 left. In order to compete for living space, he summoned all the centaurs, gathered an army of 130,000, and went south to attack the gray goblins to seize the land for survival. Unfortunately, he missed the number of gray goblins. This group of lowly creatures like worms has a population more than 10 times that of their heyday, and the racial population exceeds 5 million. Although his warriors have a high lower limit, they can't withstand the consumption of this group of gray goblins. How many people are there in the camp? Rhodes suppressed his anger and asked. Suralun bowed his head and replied, Great chieftain, there are still 3,000 warriors, 12,000 centaur warriors, 20,000 centaur archers, and 30,000 centaur young men in the Black Kiln Mountain camp. What about the weapons? In order to support the battle in the southwest, the army left behind in Black Kiln Mountain has less than 40% of iron weapons, less than 30,000 iron arrows, and only 200,000 bone arrows. In terms of protective gear, 3,000 warriors have a full set of armor to use, and only 1/3 of the other warriors wear leather armor. The rest only have rough animal fur for self-defense, which basically has no defensive function, only warmth. Is there only this much left? Rhodes widened his eyes, somewhat unbelievable. He remembered that half a year ago, he had just purchased 5,000 sets of custom armor, 8,000 long swords, 200,000 iron arrows, and 3,000 tons of food from the dwarves, spending 6,000 intermediate magic crystals. According to human calculations, the goods worth 30 million gold coins were consumed so quickly. Chief, there are too many of those lowly worms and the weapons are wearing out very quickly. If it weren't for General Amos's strategy, the speed of weapon consumption would have been even faster, Suralun said with a wry smile. Alas, Rhodes felt that he had failed as the chief. Since he killed his uncle and took over the position 30 years ago, the number of his tribe members has dropped sharply, and he has encountered a disaster that is rare in a century. Rhodes held his forehead with his hand. Feeling a little headache, tell me, is the news brought back by Booker true? Chief, I am willing to take people to test it. Suralun made up his mind and proposed to Rhodes, you have to think clearly, that is the base camp of humans. If the other party is not sincere, you will die. Rhodes stared at Suralun and said in a deep voice, Chief, if there are no weapons, even if our warriors fight 10-1, they will eventually fail and be eaten by the gray goblins, so I am willing to test it with my life. Even if the human bids twice as much as the dwarf, I am willing to buy it. Rhodes stepped forward, put his head against Suralun's head and said seriously, I will wait for you for a month at most. If you don't come back after a month, I can only lead my people to migrate south. May my God protect you. Take care, Chief. Suralun took the token from Rhodes, stepped back 3 steps, crossed his hands, placed them on his chest, bowed his head and saluted, and then left the tent. He came to his tribe, selected 300 centaur archers and headed northeast. The day after Suralun left, Rhodes began to mobilize the troops left behind in Black Kiln Mountain, led them personally, defeated the gray goblins in the west, and crushed the conspiracy of this group of worms. 100 kilometers away from the camp, Suralun and his men were surrounded. If they had not shown the token in time, they would have been beheaded. You guys come back to the camp for now. I will decide your destination after communicating with the 135th Legion. A middle-aged noble checked the token in his hand and said to Suralun, Thank you, sir. Suralun breathed a sigh of relief. The human in front of him was reasonable, otherwise he would have been dead. Back to the garrison, the middle-aged noble reported the situation to Russell, the commander of the 134th Legion. Send someone to inform Commander Wylin immediately and ask about the situation. If this group of centaurs dare to deceive us, let them die without a complete body. Yes, Commander. 8 hours later, when Wylan received the news, couldn't wait to tell the messenger to go back and tell their commander to send this group of centaurs to the camp, and at the same time let him tell Russell that he wanted to host a banquet for them after the mission was completed. Russell, who got the news, looked at the herald and asked again, "The other party really said that they would hold a banquet for me after the mission is over?" "Yes, sir," Commander Wylan told his subordinates personally. The herald confirmed again, "Very good, you have worked hard." Russell smiled, patted the herald on the shoulder, turned to his guardian knight and said, "Reward him 10 gold coins." "Thank you, Commander." The herald was overjoyed and said respectfully, "I didn't expect that just delivering a message, which was my job, would get a reward of 10 gold coins. It was really a pie in the sky. For him, a bronze mid-level warrior, it was equivalent to his 3 months of military pay." 2 days later, Surlin and his group of centaurs was sent to the camp. Wellen stood at the gate of the camp, looking at the centaurs that appeared in his sight. The leading centaur was of the gold rank, and he was very satisfied. This shows that the centaurs attach great importance to this transaction, otherwise they would also send a mainstay over. "Centaur Sulilan greets you." Sulilan came to Wylan, crossed his hands and bowed. Wylan introduced himself and invited Sulilan to his tent. "Lord Wylan, we need a batch of weapons and the price is negotiable." Sulilan did not say anything polite and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Seeing this, Wylan did not beat around the bush and answered, "I have a batch of dwarf weapons, more than 50,000 pieces. I wonder if you can eat them. Can you sell your weapons? Compared with those dwarf weapons, the weapons prepared by the human army are more suitable for centaurs." "No." Wylan refused without hesitation. Although his uncle could suppress the sale of weapons in the army, he did not need to do it. Seeing the other party's attitude, Sulilan felt a little bitter. The other party was of high status and did not look like a greedy person. He was so young that he reached this position and was stronger than himself. There was really no need to do such a thing. "Sir, I wonder how many magic crystals are worth a dwarf weapon in your hands." Sulilan also risked his life. It was better to have it than not to have it. The war between them and the Grey Goblins was urgent. As long as it was a weapon, it could be transformed into their fighting power. 3 young and strong slaves of the Grey Goblins for 1 weapon, or 9 old and weak Grey Goblins. Kyle saw the hint from his master and made an offer to the other party. Hearing this, Sulilan turned his head to look at Wylan and could not see any information from the other party's face. Could it be that this group of humans discovered the material collection point of the dwarves in the Grey Wasteland? It's no wonder that he thought in this direction. Before the arrival of humans, those dwarves appeared in the Grey Wasteland every day, and sometimes they would take out customized weapons and armor to exchange the right to use part of the land with them. However, Sulilan did not say it. He had to pretend not to know about this kind of thing, otherwise he might not be able to get out of here. Because of their size, centaurs are not naturally suitable for mining, so it is understandable that this group of humans targeted the Grey Goblins. "Sir, 1 weapon for 2 young and strong gray-skinned goblin slaves. Or 7 old and weak gray-skinned goblins, what do you think?" "No, the price is a bit low. My master will suffer a loss. 2 weapons for 5 young and strong gray-skinned goblin slaves, or 15 old and weak gray-skinned goblins." Kyle shook his head and raised his price appropriately. After repeated negotiations, he finally traded this batch of dwarf weapons at the cost of 3 weapons and 5 young and strong gray-skinned goblin slaves, or 14 old and weak gray-skinned goblins. "In half a month, we agreed to trade 100 kilometers away from here. I hope you won't let me down." "Don't worry. Those gray-skinned goblins like worms are no match for our centaurs. Don't worry, we will prepare enough slaves to trade with you in half a month." After sending away the centaur Surlin, Wylan took the map that Kyle had redrawn and went to the headquarters of the 27th Corps. Meet the Corps Commander Bulborn, the Deputy Corps Commander Madmonch, and the Chief of Staff Bauman. Wylan entered the tent and saluted the 3 people in turn. Seeing this, Bauman waved his hand and asked everyone else in the tent to leave. With a smile on his face, he said to his nephew, "Come, sit down and talk." When Wylan saw the other 2 nod, he sat down at the low table without any politeness, took out the map drawn by Kyle and spread it on the low table. "What is this?" Bulborn asked curiously, looking at the map on the low table. Wylan did not reply immediately, but took out the original map and placed it on the left side for comparison. It's a bit like a resource map drawn by dwarves. Medmonkey suddenly said, shocking the other two. Your Excellency, Medmonkey is well informed. The map on the left is the resource distribution map I accidentally obtained from the dwarf Marquis Darroch. The map on the right is the actual exploration, speculation, and verification by my guardian knight, a map that was finally drawn. Wai Lin explained with a smile. That's the squire you call Kyle. He is indeed a talent. Even my cousin praised him. Bommond was on the side to answer their questions, his tone of indescribable envy. Wai Lin felt a little proud of his third uncle's actions. There are a total of 63 resource collection points recorded on this map, and there are 35 mineral resources, including 13 iron mines, 8 copper mines, 11 silver mines, and 3 small gold mines. There are also 6 obsidian lumber mills, 3 bluestone mines, 2 orichalcum mines, 3 mithril mines, 3 blackwater mining shafts, 3 red ant free-range areas, and 2 small magic mines. Crystal mine, 5 redbud planting areas, and a gray-skinned pangolin breeding area. Although the faces of the 3 people were calm, their hearts were in turmoil. These resources, even for the 3 of them, are very exciting. Medmonkey raised his head and looked at the smile on Varen's face, knowing that this boy was waiting for them to speak. Varen, what do you want? Can I owe it first? Wai Lin touched his head and said with a smile. Ha, yes, if you need anything from me or Medmonkey, just come to us. Bulborn said with a smile on his face. What about me? Bommond pointed at himself, pretending to be dissatisfied. You are his third uncle, why don't you help your nephew when he begs you? Medmonkey pushed Bammond and joked with a smile. Looking at the joking between the 3 of them, Varen could tell that Bulborn, Medmonkey, and his third uncle had good personal relationships, otherwise they wouldn't be talking to each other like this. Of course, it is also possible that they are just superficial brothers. Who can tell whether they are true or false? Someone is coming. The 2 guards outside the tent heard Bulborn's order, open the curtain, entered the tent, knelt on one knee and waited for the order. Let me prepare some dishes and bring some wine. Yes, my lord. The 2 guards bowed their heads and replied, then exited the camp. While waiting for the dishes, Wai Lin sat next to his third uncle and listened to the 3 men's discussion of the current situation. Different locations lead to different perspectives on the current situation. In this short half hour, Wai Lin learned a lot of useful information. I don't have many direct troops around me, only about 1,000 people. Maidmund, you have to lend me some people. On the low table, Bulborn raised his wine glass, shook the wine in the glass, and said to my Demonge said, As many people as you need, there won't be any more. My knights only have that many people. Medmonkey responded with a smile, and the lord clinked glasses with Bulborn. It's not much. Just lend me 4,000 troops, go to the south and catch some goblins to serve as mining slaves. It's enough. Bulborn didn't have the big mouth of a lion, and he was just stuck on the bottom line of Medmonkey. Okay. Medmonkey nodded, turned to look at Bommond, and asked, Your main army is at the 5th command, and there are only more than 300 loyal subordinates around you. Do you need an old man? Brother, I will support you with some troops. Haha, my cousin is the deputy commander-in-chief. I will still be short of people. I will send a letter tomorrow to borrow the Eagle Battalion of the Hurricane Legion. Bommond chuckled and declined Medmonch's proposal. Third uncle, how about I lend you some people? Wai Lin hesitated before suggesting. Didn't you just bring 5,000 people here? Bammond asked curiously, could this kid be able to conjure people out of thin air? There is a deal. If it goes well in half a month, I will have a large number of gray-skinned goblin slaves, numbering no less than 50,000. Wai Lin took a sip of wine and replied with a smile. Those centaurs use dwarven weapons as bargaining chips. It's certainly a good idea. With just one sentence, one person revealed all his details, which made Wai Lin feel a little embarrassed. In retrospect, if these 3 could not fully control the situation around the camp, they would probably not be qualified to serve as regimental commanders. Bulborn Court, there is no one else here, just call me uncle. Bulborn interrupted Wellin and said with a smile. Seeing this, Medmonkey also suggested, It's the same for me. There's no position difference between us now, just call me uncle. Uncle Bulborn, Uncle Medmonkey. I still have a lot of resource points in my hands that need slaves to mine and collect. So I will leave at least 20,000 and the rest can be given to you. Let's do this. There are still a lot of dwarf weapons in the army's arsenal. According to the price you negotiated with the centaur, add 30% to this to buy the slaves in your hands. Bulborn suggested. I agree. Wylan nodded and agreed. He could not only gain favors from the other party, but also regain his blood, so why not do it? After the private banquet, Varen returned to the Legion station, summoned all the other 8 Viscounts of the Legion, and gave them 7 resource points each. You ate meat, and some of your nobles will also drink soup. I will hand these things to you. I don't need to tell you what to do next. I will take 10% of your total income. Do you have any objections? We have no objections. Thank you for the gift, Commander. The 8 Viscounts stood up and saluted, saying respectfully. As for the selection of people to collect, I will not interfere with whether you use your own subordinates or go out to capture slaves, but you have to be secretive. After all, there are 30 corps next to you. Don't let passers-by know. Yes. After everyone left, Wylan asked someone to bring paper and pen, and began to write letters to the other 3 corps commanders of the 27th Corps. For the 132nd and 133rd Corps, Wylan gave them 15 resource mining sites and asked for 30% of their total income. Russell, Wylan gave him 20 resource mining sites and symbolically took 10%, but asked him to declare that he had taken 30% of their total income. 3 days later, I received a reply from the 3 people. Through the language and words in the letter, I could tell their attitude. The 27th Corps, from the Corps Commander Bourbon to the petty nobles, all knew it tacitly and made a fortune quietly. If the people of the 30th Corps knew about it, they would have to eat less meat. 10 days later, 100 kilometers away from the camp, Wylan exchanged 50,000 dwarf weapons for 50,000 young and strong gray-skinned goblins and 100,000 old and weak gray-skinned goblins from the centaurs. The extra gray-skinned goblins are considered gifts from our centaurs. Sulilan looked at the weapons on the carriage with a somewhat excited tone. Mr. Sulilan, if you were a human, I believe you would be a qualified businessman. Wylan responded with a smile. Thank you for your praise. Sulilan responded with a smile, but he was not attentive in his heart. If this group of humans took advantage of the situation, they would lose a lot. I still have a batch of dwarf weapons in my hands. About 30,000 in number. Wylan said calmly, without paying attention to Sulilan's vigilance. Sulilan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he whispered, Sir, how about trading here again in a year? In the next trade, if the number of young and strong gray goblins exceeds 60,000, we can trade you the rotten feather arrows that are stored in the warehouse of our army, but I hope you won't make me wait too long. In 8 months, I will prepare the goods for you. Sulilan put 3 fingers deep in his left hand and 1 finger deep in his right hand. What do you think of this price? Okay, let's go with this price. Wylan nodded with satisfaction. The next 2 hours, the 2 sides began to trade. The centaur put the saddle on himself, took the carriage, and went west. The Kixing camp escorted 150,000 gray goblin slaves to 30 kilometers north of the camp to wait for distribution. Wylan inspected the area and found that the centaurs were very reliable. Each gray goblin was divided into groups of 100 people, with their hands tied to a 50-meter-long vine. A huge stone was tied to the end of the vine. This action not only consumed the gray goblins' physical strength, but also made it difficult for them to move and escape. Master, I don't understand why you still want to trade with the centaurs. Kyle rode to Wylan and asked. I got the news from Commander Bulborn that our deterrence operation outside the Angara province should last for 3 years, which means that we only have 33 months left to exploit resources. The usual mining mode is definitely not applicable to this situation. Kyle suddenly realized that his master was preparing to carry out destructive mining, desperately plundering resources without considering any consequences. In this way, the consumption of slaves will increase sharply. I plan to organize 100 goblins into a group. Select a goblin to manage them, and evaluate them according to their performance every month. Those who pass the test will eat meat, and those who fail the test will be punished. The bottom 10 groups will be executed in public to serve as a warning to others. My lord, the bottom 10 groups have 1,000 gray goblins. It would be a waste to execute them all. I suggest that the working hours can be extended. For example, under normal circumstances, 14 hours a day is the best. Give the bottom 10 groups a chance to extend their working hours by 6 hours a day. If they still can't get rid of the last place, then there is no need for these wastes to exist. You are still awesome. Wylan thought for a moment, and felt that his idea was a bit naive. Kyle's way was the way to maximize the benefits, which was really great. "Master, I can handle this matter. You should focus on your cultivation and not let these affairs disrupt your progress." "Actually, I think I can." Being stared at by Kyle, Wyland's idea of being lazy failed, and he smiled bitterly. "Then thank you for your hard work." "Master, don't worry. I will contact the chief steward Baird and ask him to send people here every 3 months to receive the supplies," Kyle said in a serious voice. "I am very confident in your work." The next day after returning to the camp, Kyle handed a data form to Wyland. It contains 46 resource mining sites, all of which belong to them. The number of gray goblins allocated to each resource mining site, the number of garrisons, and the monthly production standards are all clearly stated. Looking at the form in his hand, people have to admire Kyle's administrative efficiency, which makes him unable to catch up even if he flatters. If anyone kills Kyle, the development speed of Kixing territory will slow down by 2/3. So far, this former teenager has become more and more important in his heart. A close relationship is even comparable to the family relationship between him and his parents. Even Orlando and Hebrew are probably not as important as Kyle in his heart. On July 1, 9736 of the glorious calendar, at 8 o'clock in the evening, a pleasant voice rang in Wyland's ears again. 3 months later, 6 gold-level necromancers and 20 silver-level necromancers plan to cross the Grey Mang wasteland and sneak into the West Hill province. Please be sure to eliminate them. Be sure to eliminate them. Could this group of necromancers pose any threat to me? Wyland lay on the bed, supporting his chin, and fell into deep thought. The message expressed by the guidance of fate has a warning meaning. This has never happened before. During the war, only the heads of the enemy's gold-level professionals can be used as the standard for calculating military merits. In other words, the undead are not the main target of this war, and they have not formed an alliance with the dwarves. Even if he strangled these 6 gold-level necromancers, he cannot obtain military merits. This rule is to prevent someone from taking advantage of loopholes and maliciously hunting down gold-rank professionals who are not targets of war. In order to fill in the numbers, however, since fate has reminded me to eliminate this group of necromancers, I have no choice but to do so. Just in case, it is not enough to rely on Gref, a soul-level hidden guard. I have to ask a few more strong men to be on the safe side. If the other party has magical equipment that can be teleported, they may let the other party escape. Let me think about it. Who is proficient in space blockade? After thinking about it, apart from his grandfather, the Duke of Moravia, the only person Wyland can ask for help is Lord Oder. Apart from that, he can't think of any other suitable candidates. Gref, Oder, Kyle, and call Uncle San, it should be enough. 4 soul-level positions fight 6 gold-level necromancers and 20 silver-level necromancers. If there are still necromancers who run away in this predicament, he has no way. Get up from the bed and start writing a letter. 10 minutes later, Wyland called 3 guards, handed the letter to them, and told them to deliver it to Baird. After doing all this, Wyland began to rest. There are still 3 months left, enough time for him to prepare well and entertain these guests who have come from afar. 200 kilometers from the border of Zikyu province in a closed barrier, 5 people sat together, waiting for the necromancer to come. In 3 months, the 27th Corps made a lot of money. In order to maximize their profits, many small nobles not only sent their troops into the mines, but also went to mine with their bare chests, in order to maximize their profits within a limited time. Bamond closed his eyes to rest, but was very shocked in his heart. It has only been a few years, and his nephew has 2 soul-level subordinates. I don't know how powerful this kid will be in another 20 years. The 6th Earl of the family may really be his nephew. Here he comes, Oder said to everyone with a calm face. 60 kilometers away, a group of necromancers in black robes rode 3 ferocious tigers and headed towards the border of Zikyu province. Corian, is there really such a thing in the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom? A pale young man opened his eyes, looked at the white-haired man beside him, and asked in a low voice. The information revealed by the fragments of the Kyra stone tells me that the thing is hidden in the hill province of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom. The undead have broken the divine power left by the God of Light. The information of the thing is unconsciously transmitted through the interlayer space. If we get that thing, we will no longer be a small group. After 1,000 years, we will become the 2nd Skeleton Flower Council, 2nd Holy City of the Dead, and and the second paradise of the abyss. Other necromancers showed fanatical expressions when they heard Corian's words. They came from the land of chaos, passed through the Orc United Kingdom, bypassed the misty forest, and crossed the gray wasteland. They were less than 300 kilometers away from their final destination. Wait a minute. The white-haired man felt the flashing light of the Kyra stone fragments and immediately stopped. Everyone, the other 5 gold-level necromancers gathered around, and together with the white-haired man, they mobilized their own magic power and fed the Kyra stone fragments. The other 24 silver-level necromancers formed a circle and guarded the surroundings. Danger ahead, Detour. The warning of the Kyra stone fragments is correct. We must evacuate as soon as possible. The enemy has ambushed in advance. If there is no bait, we may not be able to escape. The 6 people communicated with each other through their souls, and the meaning was self-evident. Using the 24 silver-level mages as bait, the 6 of them evacuated as quickly as possible. How to make them believe us? Why are you so pedantic? Just use charm, humans, and let them move forward obediently. My thinking needs to be improved. Thank you for your reminder. The few people nodded in tacit understanding. While the 24 silver-level necromancers had not yet reacted, they directly cast charm humans on them and cast puppet mind on the 3 fierce tigers, allowing the 3 born to continue to follow these abandoned children. At the same time, they buried blood and flesh storm in the bodies of the 3 fierce tigers to give some gifts to the sneak attackers who had never met. After watching the 24 silver mages leave, the white-haired necromancer took out a precious magic scroll, added breath blockade for everyone, turned underground, and went to the north. My lord, the breath has weakened, and a necromancer has escaped. Kyle stopped and said to Wylan. Oder heard this and nodded, saying, the number has decreased. The monitoring nodes I set up told me that 6 gold-level necromancers have gone underground and are missing, but it is certain that they did not teleport. It's troublesome. It seems that they have something in their hands that can predict whether there is danger. Wylan's face became solemn, and the other party ran decisively. Master Wylan, they can cover up the information of the positive world, but the traces of the shadow world cannot be hidden. Glaive put on the mask and said, Sir Glaive, please. Don't worry, I will bring people back. Glaive bowed slightly and saluted, then entered the shadow world, covered his breath, and went to the south. My lord, then I will go and clean up this group of baits first. Go. Wylan nodded and agreed with Kyle's suggestion. The 24 necromancers and 3 ferocious tigers who were moving forward completely disappeared from this world under the extreme light, and there was no trace at all. In the sky, Kyle looked at the deep pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer and felt the changes around him, which was very strange. I don't know what this group of necromancers want to do. I just killed a group of abandoned ones and got the reward of world consciousness. Patting his head, Kyle regretted a little. He should let the master come up. With this kind of cultivation and perception bonus, he may only need 10 years to grow into a soul knight. I hope Gref can find the group of escaped necromancers. Retracting his thoughts, Kyle came to a hill, cut off the top of the hill, moved to the front of the pit, filled it with gravel and soil, then clapped his hands and left. Wait a minute, the fragment of Kyra stone is lit again. The words of the white-haired necromancer Corian made the other 5 stop. We won't be exposed, a necromancer said with some concern. The young man's face darkened when he heard this, and he said, We have come all this way, and now we are only 1 step away. Are you willing to give up? This remark resonated with the others. Finally, greed overwhelmed reason, and everyone decided to light up the Kyra stone fragment again to seek a solution. Seeing this, the white-haired necromancer Corian took out the Kyra stone fragment again. Before he could make any move, the Kyra stone fragment flew to the forehead of the white-haired man and embedded in it. The next moment, the white-haired necromancer's eyes collapsed. No, his soul is gone. The other people heard this and moved away from the white-haired necromancer. Just after running more than 10 meters, the 5 people's bodies could not move. The magic energy in their bodies was extracted, and even the soul was not spared and was swallowed by the Kyra stone fragment. A minute later, the body of the white-haired necromancer was transformed by the Kyra stone fragment. Sharp horns grew on his head, a pair of white arms differentiated from his abdomen, a pair of flesh wings grew on his back, and his facial features disappeared, turning into a blank board. The human body is so weak. This body can only last for 3 months at most. I must get my things back as soon as possible. After saying this, the white monster tore open the space with his bare hands and drilled in. Space fluctuations, 150 kilometers to the north. Soon after the white monster left, Oder sensed the space fluctuations and rushed to the north. Kel hugged Wyland from behind and followed Oder's pace. Seeing this, Bommond had no choice but to follow the three. 10 minutes later, Oder landed on the ground and dug away the upper layer of soil, revealing 5 corpses hidden 30 meters below, who ate their souls. Oder stared at the 5 mummies with a heavy expression on his face, the breath of the outer god. While everyone was deep in thought, Kyle made a surprising statement. That's probably true. Associating the news told to him by the guidance of fate, Varen felt that he might have discovered some truth. I think, before Wyland could finish speaking, the space shattered and an old man in gray robe walked out. Wyland looked at the other person's figure, and his eyes widened. Isn't this why the ascetic monk from the Church of Dawn whom I met more than 10 years ago is here? Could it be that he is also here for the believers of foreign gods? Dear ***, it's a pleasure to meet you again. The old man in gray robe bowed and saluted to express his respect. Forehead, except for Kyle, Oder, and Bommond, all looked at him with scrutiny. Varen really wanted to tell them that he knew nothing. I don't know what to call you. You can call me Gerald. The old man in gray robe smiled and ignored the others. Your Excellency Gerald, you are also here to pursue the believers of the outer gods. Yes, but not entirely. To be precise, I am here to help you clear out the followers of the outer gods. The gray-robed old man Gerald shook his head and replied. When Varen was still about to ask, Gerald came to the place where the information about the outer gods was thickest and tore open the space with his bare hands. An unknown mezzanine space, Kyle said with a deep gaze. Suddenly Bommond felt like a waste, just watching from the side. What is the identity of his nephew? What Gerald just said was silenced by him. In addition, he secretly observed that neither Oder nor Kyle could hear what the ascetic monk from the Church of the Dawn called Varen. After I go back, I have to. What do I want to do? For a moment, Bommond felt as if he had lost a certain part of his memory, but it was as if nothing had happened. Gerald put 3 layers of mourning protection on the 4 of Varen, and then stepped into the space passage with his physical body. Let's go. After Wyland finished speaking, he entered the passage first. Kyle followed closely and stepped into this space passage. Bommond and Oder looked at each other and entered the space passage. Opening his eyes, everything around him was different from what he imagined. There was no fog or anything blocking his sight. Everything in this mezzanine space was presented to everyone. There's only one word to describe the scene in front of me: broken. Everywhere you look, there are islands floating in the void, ranging in size from tens of kilometers to tens of meters in size, dotted in all directions. With a slight jump, Varen suddenly felt his body free from restraints and flew high into the sky. Seeing this, Kyle quickly grabbed his master's upper leg and pulled him back to the ground. With the ground as the benchmark, you can walk normally within a height of 3 meters. Above 3 meters, it does not belong to the ground, but belongs to the void of this mezzanine space. Oder explained to everyone based on his own understanding. What the Arcanist said is right, but not entirely. This mezzanine space is missing many laws, but some laws exist to maintain the operation of this mezzanine space. Each island has its own rule. After Gerald finished speaking, he expanded his territory and enveloped everyone. Please do not leave the area covered by my domain. This is an unknown mezzanine space. If you are teleported, I may not be able to find you. I see. Don't worry, Lord Gerald, we won't run around. Afterwards, the 4 of them followed the gray-robed old man Gerald, looking for traces of the followers of the outer gods. At this moment, Gref, who was searching for traces of the necromancer in the shadow world, was completely forgotten by everyone, passing through islands with strange rules, constantly climbing towards the upper level of this space. 2 faceless men emerged from the ground and attacked everyone without explanation. As soon as he stepped into Gerald's domain, he was burned to ashes and turned into a ball of white residue. This is the believer of the outer god? Varen asked curiously. Gerald shook his head and said, No, these are the creatures living in this mezzanine space. They can also be called refugees fleeing from other worlds. There is no way to know their original appearance, but what is certain is that they were contaminated by the divinity of the outer gods. After an unknown period of evolution, they finally became like this. Faceless people, I'm curious about how they eat. No one can answer this question. The higher you climb, the more faceless people you encounter. Without exception, when you step into Gerald's domain, you turn directly into a ball of white residue. In the mezzanine space, the laws and order are disordered, which prevents the legendary path of living beings from living again. Unless you go to the main world or other 5 spaces, you can only hide here and be a mouse. Theoretically, with Gerald, the ascetic monk of the Church of the Dawn, here, their trip this time was completely a sightseeing trip, and they would not feel any pressure, not even a little bit. After an unknown amount of time, everyone landed on a wide island with an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers. It was the largest island within sight. Thousands of meters away, a strange city in white appeared in front of everyone. The text on it, I don't understand it. In Wyland's eyes, the text on the city gate was completely a mess. Beyond his cognition, perhaps this kind of text was not meant for creatures with eyes. After all, the natives here were a group of faceless people. Entering the city, the prosperity of the city disappeared without a trace. Various items were scattered on the streets, and it was a mess, like a ruin that had been looted. However, what was creepy was that there was not a single faceless person here. The whole city was shrouded in a terrible silence, as if time had frozen and there was no trace of life. Kyle felt the breath around him, frowned, and protected Wyland behind him. The next moment, countless faceless people emerged from the ground and rushed silently towards Glaude's territory. There was no sound. The silence was terrifying and horrifying. Wyland stared at the scene in front of him, feeling like he was watching a silent movie. He could only see the other person's movements but could not hear any sound. If he had not been able to make a sound, he would have really thought he was deaf. I don't know how long it took, until there were no more faceless people on the ground who appeared to commit suicide, and the group of 5 continued to move forward. Passing through the desolate city, everyone witnessed the afterglow of the city. The whole body is white, with distinctive buildings and historical traces left behind, showing the once brilliant culture of the faceless people. After walking for more than 10,000 kilometers, a vast square appeared in front of the 5 people. 1,000 meters away, a 100-meter-high statue stood in the center of the square, with 2 pairs of arms holding up a huge stone, a pair of white wings spread out, the head drooping, and a light pupa condensed in the center of the horns. Boom, the sound wave hit the soul directly. Wyland supported Kyle and barely stood up. Then came the faceless people emerging from the ground. Compared with the 5-faced people who entered the city and attacked them before, this group of faceless people was more like an army, and in a certain sense, they were alienated. 2 pairs of arms, a pair of horns, and a pair of flesh wings, different from the faceless people they met before. Their appearance was close to the appearance of the stone statue in the center of the square. Boom, the attack signal sounded, and tens of thousands of faceless people marched in neat steps and launched an attack. Glaude's face was calm, and under the gaze of everyone he took out a priest's staff. 3,000 troops, as Glaude's voice fell. The light shone, gathered together, condensed into a night of light, formed a battle formation. Lined up in front, 3,000 knights of light, each of whom had strength not lower than his own, let Wyland really see the strength of a superior legend. Above the stone statue, the light pupa emitted white light, covering the faceless army. The weak faceless man was swallowed by the powerful faceless man. In Wyland's sight, it was more like the weak faceless man took the initiative to merge with the powerful faceless man. After a silent charge, only 7,000 faceless people were left. 6,000 gold intermediates, 800 gold highs, and 200 souls. Sir Glaude, can you resist? Kyle supported Wyland and asked, if the situation is not right, he can only run away with his master as a respect. Don't worry, the peaceful voice soothed the restless hearts of the others. Dawn heroic spirit, another divine spell. The Knights of Light began to merge with each other, and their momentum gradually expanded. After a while, only 300 of the 3,000 Knights of Light remained, but each of them reached the soul level. Seeing that Gerard was calm and not even breathing, not only Wyland was extremely shocked, but even Oder and Bamond were no exception. They both knew that the Dawn Church was very powerful, but they had never seen it with their own eyes, and they felt that they had heard it from others. Until today, their new worldview was rebuilt. 2 divine spells condensed 300 Knights of Light whose strength was not less than the 2 of them. Purification. As Gerard raised the priest's scepter, 300 Knights of Light began to charge and collided with the army of faceless people. The white army formation collided with the light golden light, and the terrifying prestige spread all around. Kyle stared at the scene in front of him and unfolded a light barrier to offset the terrifying power. Wylan, who was standing next to his attendant, only felt a breeze blowing past him and no other discomfort. As for Oder and Bammond, they could only stand there and watch. This kind of battle scene was not something that the two of them, who were small souls, could participate in. Half an hour later, the white light pupa bloomed a second ray of light. The white residue scattered around the battlefield was gathered together and condensed into 7 mysterious creatures. Unlike the faceless man, these 7 mysterious creatures all have their own faces. It can be seen that each face has its own emotions, representing the 7 expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, surprise, fear, and thought. The authority of this outer god should be the 7 emotions. These 7 mysterious creatures should be his believers, or incarnations. They are all legendary and a bit tricky. Kyle stared at the 7 creatures in the sky and said in a deep voice, "Sir Gerard, can you handle it?" Wylan asked him with some concern in his heart. "You must remember that this is our world. The power of the outer gods to use their authority here is limited." Gerard's calm voice gave Wylan enough sense of security. The mysterious creature representing joy gave an order and commanded the other 6 mysterious creatures to start moving, the 3 mysterious creatures of sorrow. Joy and shock fell to the ground to block the night of light. The other 4 mysterious creatures flew to the side of the light pupa and wrote strange mysterious words with their own blood. What are they going to do? Bammond, who was just playing soy sauce, pointed to the distance and reminded. "I don't understand." Gerard looked up and shook his head. He had lived for more than 5,000 years and had never seen such words. Although he wanted to stop them, the few people around him could not withstand the pollution of the divinity of the outer gods. If there was a problem, he would not be able to explain. However, this person might not be able to get the favor of the world consciousness. Not long after, a fault appeared in the space. Although the stone statue was in front of him, it was in 2 different time and space. Ai Lanjing, the 3 mysterious creatures, saw that their goal had been achieved and no longer entangled with the night of light. They flashed back to the side of the light pupa, and together with the other 4 mysterious creatures, they began to burn themselves and inject energy into the mysterious text. As the 7 mysterious creatures burned out, the space where the stone statue was located began to break, opening up a path to the outside world. "That's the star boundary," Gerald explained, and then ordered the night of light to stop. Standing on the ground, this was the first time Wylan saw the sight of the star realm. Unlike looking at the night sky at night, the star realm at this moment was full of all kinds of strange sights that could not be seen before. Seeing the passage formed, the light chrysalis no longer hesitated and actively integrated into the stone statue, driving the remaining power of faith to fly towards the star realm. As for the power of faith stored here for tens of thousands of years, we can only give up. Retaining this trace of divinity is the most important. Just when everyone thought that the other party was about to leave, a god appeared in the star realm, bent his bow and arrow, condensed a golden feather arrow, and shot at the stone statue. Just when a few people were curious about the result, the space cracks began to repair themselves. "Your Excellency, that is the god." Varen felt regretful and asked Gerald. "Crown of the god of glory." Gerald's tone was respectful and he opened his mouth to explain. "The war is about to begin. I'll send you back first." After passing through the space passage, everyone returned to the real world where they originally set out. "I regret that I didn't help you complete the task of clearing out the followers of the outer god this time. Please atone for your sins." Gerald leaned over and saluted, apologizing to Varen. "It's okay. No one knew that things would turn out like this. Anyway, I didn't lose anything." Wylan replied with a smile without any anger. "Thank you for the token you sent me back then. This is for you. When you reach the soul level, take this item to the Holy Third Kingdom of Dawn. They will build a teleportation array to your territory. Come back." Before Wylan could thank him, Glaldtor opened the space and left. Looking at the hexagonal stone in his hand, he fell into silence. Behind Wylan, Oder, Bammond, including Kyle, no one knew what Glald said to Wylan. "By the way, what was I going to do?" Bammond rubbed his head and said with some confusion. Oder saw this and didn't say anything. Kyle was the same. Glald blocked part of the memory of his master's third uncle to prevent more people from knowing some of his master's details. Master Wylan, I'm sorry. I didn't find any traces of the group of necromancers in the shadow world. Gref appeared beside Wylan with a low tone. After searching for more than 3 months, there was not even a single hair. This was a huge loss of face. It's okay, it's not important anymore. Hearing Wylan's comfort, Glaive felt more guilty and felt that he had to do something. Otherwise, he would be ashamed of Wylan's trust in him. After this journey, everyone returned to the camp on the border of Angara province. The next morning, Wylan practiced hard under the supervision of Kyle. 2 months later, Wylan conducted a second slave trade with the centaur Surilan, obtaining 40,000 young and strong gray-skinned goblins and 100,000 old and weak gray-skinned goblins, which greatly increased the speed of mining. On April 1, 9737 of the glorious calendar. Year had passed since they stationed at the border of Angara province and blocked the trading channel between the dwarves and the Grey Wasteland. Both sides remained restrained, and no conflict broke out. The 27th Corps worked hard to mine and make a fortune. The 30th Corps noticed something was wrong and could only watch helplessly. If they wanted to blame someone, they should blame themselves for not getting information about the dwarven mineral resources. After the 3rd Corps meeting, Wylan returned to his tent and asked the guards to call Kyle over. "My lord." Kyle entered the tent, bowed and saluted and asked. Wylan waved his hand and asked him to come and sit. At this meeting, Commander Bulborn received an order that we will end this alert mission in 8 months. 8 months' time is a bit tight. Kyle silently estimated in his heart that it would take at least 3 years to mine the existing resources. If they ended this alert mission after 8 months and retreated to the south, they would have to work day and night. Even if they worked day and night, they could only mine half of it, and the rest had to be abandoned. As for handing over the remaining resources to the centaurs and using weapons to drive them to mine, this idea was rejected as soon as it appeared. After they withdraw, it is unknown whether the centaurs dare to return to this land. It has not been many years since the last bloody massacre launched by the dwarves. Unless the centaur chieftain is a fool, the other party will definitely not come back. The Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom cannot defeat the Elijah Kingdom, so can't it deal with the centaurs? My lord, I suggest that the 30 legions be brought in, and the lower value resource points in hand be handed over to them for mining. We will profit from it and collect 30% of the profits. Then we will gather the gray-skinned goblin slaves in these mining areas and mine the more valuable resource-producing areas day and night. You can only have it if you sacrifice it, just follow your ideas. The plan proposed by Kyle coincided with Wylan's idea. Only in this way can the benefits be maximized, and some favors be obtained by the way. Then, Wylan called the herald and asked him to summon the nobles of the 135th Legion and announce to them the deadline for the alert mission. You still have 8 months. After 8 months, we will withdraw south and end this alert mission. Many nobles whispered when they heard this. Afterwards, seeing the displeasure on the face of the Legion commander, everyone shut up and dared not talk in a low voice. There are only 8 months left. If you can't finish it, outsource it to maximize the benefits. Don't be too narrow-minded. That's all I have to say. What you do is your business, but I want to warn you. If the combat effectiveness of your army decreases due to mining and resource collection, then I can only say sorry. Don't blame me for turning my face against you. We know. Everyone bowed their heads and answered. Some of the small nobles at the back were a little uneasy. After returning, they planned to restrain themselves. If they could use the monster clans in the Grey Wasteland, they would use the monster clans. Otherwise, if they offended the Legion commander, their days in the Cardro province would definitely not be easy. Seeing this, Wylan waved his hand and asked them all to go out. After all the nobles left, Kyle handed the prepared list to Wylan, which recorded the personal information, family information, and faction forces of the 5 Legion commanders of the 30 Legion. Taking the document and opening it to check, the information recorded on it was very detailed. As expected, when Kyle was doing things, he didn't need to worry about anything and just had to wait for the results. This is very good. Count Celtic Seeds is the commander of the 148th Legion. High-level gold warrior, 133 years old, one of the 2 earls of the Seeds family, and has a friendly relationship with the current Earl of Miss Highs. Although his troops come from various provinces, he is fearless in battle, has good military discipline, and is not harsh on his subordinates. The most important thing is that his wife is the sister of Earl of Mishies, Ipjil Axe. You can tentatively contact him to see what he thinks. For this Earl of Mishies, Wylan has only met him a few times, and most of the time he heard his father Angus tell the story of this Earl. Similar to the experience of Earl Hurricane, this Earl of Mishies also took over his eldest brother's team. He himself is not the eldest son. For some reason, his eldest brother Callio Axe finally gave up the inheritance of the title and chose to go far away, leaving the Sinops subcontinent and disappeared. According to his father, Callio X had disappeared for more than 100 years in order to fulfill a promise, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. My lord, I will invite Count Celtic Seeds to meet tomorrow night. Okay, Wylan nodded, and when Kyle was leaving he stopped him and added, invite Russell, the commander of the 134th Legion, to come over tomorrow night to discuss some things. Yes. Looking at Kyle's back as he left, Wylan looked at the form in his hand and muttered to himself, I hope Celtic Seeds knows how to judge the situation, otherwise he can only be replaced by another one. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was this important moment again. Lying on the bed, looking at the top of the tent, I heard a sound. The last time fate warned me that I was done, but the incarnation of the outer god still ran away. It was not done, but I did stop the group of necromancers from going to the West Hill province. The scene of the battle between the ascetic of the Dawn Church, Gerard, and the outer god also revealed a strangeness, as if he was deliberately setting a trap, but it seemed not so simple. When leaving the interlayer space, Wylan heard Gerard say that the war was about to begin. Is this all a play? Someone wants to get the coordinates of the plane world where the outer god is. So they set up a game. I know too little and can't see the plan behind this incident clearly. Who knows what those gods are doing, planning the other party's power, or peeping into the other party's world, or the Ilaria world is looking for food. This war will end soon, at most in 2 years. Wylan had a hunch that the war between the Kingdom of Ilia, the Kingdom of Bashio, and the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom would soon come to an end, and even the war between the Ash Magic Kingdom and the Holy Dwarf Mountain Kingdom would end and enter the negotiation stage. 3 years later, a mutant white thorn flower will appear at the border between the Misty Forest and the Silver Dragon Burke Kingdom's Isold territory, which has the effect of soothing the soul. It will only appear in 3 years. The time interval is so long. Let's talk about it later. Wylan felt a little disappointed in his heart, which was a normal reminder. He pulled the quilt over and began to rest. At night, in the camp of the 148th Legion of the 30th Legion, Count Celtic Seeds made a tour. As soon as he returned to the territory, he saw his confidant coming forward. My lord, this is the invitation letter from Lord Wylan, the commander of the 135th Legion of the 27th Legion. His guardian knight asked me to hand it to you. Invitation letter? Celt was a little confused. He took the invitation letter, opened it, and looked at it. Looking at the invitation information on it, he gradually understood something in his heart. He also knew a little about the news that the entire 27th Legion had made a fortune. There were only 8 months left before the end of the alert mission. The other party took the initiative to invite him, and the purpose was very obvious. Prepare a set of formal clothes and 3 boxes of wine I brought. I will use it tomorrow night. Celt heard that the commander of the 135th Legion liked to drink, and sending his own collection of fine wine was a qualified gift. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man bowed and saluted, left here, and went to prepare what he needed for tomorrow. The next afternoon, Kyle worked as a banquet planner and a part-time chef. As for the waiter, Gray was in charge. He had a solemn, mature, and steady appearance, and was also the only idle person. As for Orlando, Hebrew, and Cassius, they were stationed in important areas to prevent slave riots and external attacks. As the sun set, Celt came to the appointment in a black dress with 12 attendants. Thank you for coming, Captain Celt. Wylan stepped forward and hugged him cordially, saying hello. Don't be so distant, just call me by my name, no need to add honorifics. Celt replied with a smile and said to Wylan, the two of them were very tacit and didn't talk about seniority or anything like that. According to normal seniority, he wanted to call Celt uncle, not to mention that Wylan couldn't say it. Even Celt didn't want to agree, which would alienate the relationship between the two sides invisibly. This is wine soaked in red and blue flowers, with a storage time of 60 years, which helps to increase the speed of fighting spirit. Celt ordered 3 wooden boxes to be lifted up, then opened the box in the middle, took out a bottle of wine from it, and explained to Wylan, "Thank you for your gift. I will accept it without hesitation." Wylan did not reject the other party's kindness. He waved his hand to call 3 guards to move the 3 boxes of wine to the tent next to him and invited Celt to sit down. Celt saw the other party accept his gift with a smile on his face. He was relieved in his heart, fearing that the other party would refuse. Not long after, Russell arrived. "Celt, let me introduce you to this. This is the commander of the 134th Legion, Count Russell Curisco, my friend. Russell, this is Count Celt Seeds, the commander of the 148th Legion of the 30th Legion." Seeing this, the two greeted each other and exchanged a few words, which was considered a formal acquaintance. Then Gray served the dishes as a waiter. "Try it, this is the dish made by my brother. And it tastes very good," Wylan said to the two with a smile. Seeing this, Celt and Russell did not hesitate to pick up their knives and forks and began to share the ferocious tiger steaks on the plate. Tasting the taste, the two showed satisfied expressions. The meat of the gold-level fierce tiger is paired with Kyle's cooking. Even if Wylan eats it many times, he will never feel tired of it. Half an hour after the dinner, when the 3 of them had almost finished chatting, Wylan began to reveal the purpose of this banquet. Celt and Russell put down their knives and forks tacitly and focused their eyes on Wylan. "I have more than 30 resource mining sites. Now there are only 8 months left before the end of the alert mission. But it is estimated that the mining time will take 3 years. Once we evacuate, these great resources will be left to the dwarves for nothing." Velen is right. Our legion also has some resources. Due to personnel issues, we are also facing some difficulties, but fortunately we can still cope with it. Russell understood and spoke. Celt's face was calm, but his heart was turbulent. He had heard a little about the 27th Legion's fortune, but he didn't expect that the other party actually had so many resource points. It really made people envy the other party's good luck. It is indeed a waste to leave it to the dwarves for nothing. Celt followed the words of the two and said, in a few words, the 3 people cooperated tacitly and quickly led the topic to outsourcing. One wanted to outsource, and the other acted as a witness, and soon the matter was settled. "Brother Celt, I will hand over the 26 resources in my hands to your legion. I didn't look for anyone else for the 30th Legion and 5 legions, but for you, because your style of doing things makes people feel that you are a reliable person. Velen, thank you for your appreciation, which gave me this precious opportunity to get some wealth with you." Celt replied with a smile and thanked Velen. "Except for the 20% you hand over to the headquarters, you only need to give me 20%. The remaining resources mined will be at your disposal," Wylan said generously. Russell saw this and whispered, "Celt, you know, it's not easy to get these resources in my hands. Thanks to Wylan's uncle, it wouldn't be so easy otherwise." Celt nodded after hearing this and did not doubt Russell's words. Bammond, the chief of staff of the 27th Corps, is the uncle of Wylan, the commander of the 135th Corps. This information is not only known to the nobles of the 27th Corps, but also to the upper and middle levels of the 30th Corps. "Thank you, Brother Wylan, for thinking highly of me," Celt said gratefully, raised his glass and toasted Wylan. "3 days later, Brother can send people to take over these places, but I will take away those gray-skinned goblin slaves. You still need to deal with the mining. I am also short of manpower. Don't worry, I will handle these things." The 3 of them talked and ended the dinner. Wylan's face was ruddy, obviously drunk. Seeing this, the two stood up and said goodbye and left. Kyle came out of the kitchen and looked at the drunk master, feeling a little helpless. This alcohol tolerance is really a bit poor. "Gray, clean up here." "Yes." Then Kyle helped Wylan back to the tent, washed him, covered him with a quilt, and left the tent. "My lord, will Count Celtic Seeds believe the master's words?" Gray came to Kyle and asked in a low voice. Kyle waved his hand, asked the guards around to retreat, and motioned for Huey to sit down and slowly explain to him. What the master took out was very attractive to him. The Seeds family, where the Celtic Earl is, has only 2 earls. The overall power is medium, and the resources in hand are limited. Even if the master's words are problematic, he will take the initiative to defend it and will not let others know about it. As for Commander Russell, the master did not communicate with him in advance, but defended the master so much. "You know why?" Kyle turned his head and asked. For the benefit, no, it should be for the long-term benefit. Huey thought for a while and answered, "That's right. Although the master is only a viscount now, no one can ignore his background and the resources he has in his hands." Kyle narrated slowly, "After this war, Kixing territory will usher in a takeoff within 10 years. You should seize the opportunity." "Yes, sir." "Well, you will still be responsible for guarding the tent tonight." "I will go back first." Gray stood up and saluted and replied respectfully, "Farewell, sir." After Kyle left, Gray came to the entrance of Wyland's tent and acted as a guard. On the way back to his residence, Kyle was very satisfied. As his dependent, Gray was very smart and a talent to be cultivated. Now he could look for a second one. After all, he had too much military power in his hands, which distracted his energy and made him a little busy. In his opinion, the most important position for him was the attendant, followed by the butler. The other positions were not as important as the first two. The next morning, Wyland got up from the bed and rubbed his head. He was a little confused. Thinking back to what he had said before, he felt a little embarrassed. Alas, forget it. With a self-deprecating smile, Wyland decided not to set a benchmark for himself anymore, since it was useless anyway. He lifted the curtain, looked at Huey at the door of the tent and asked, "Didn't Kyle come today?" "Master, the master said that you can take a day off today." Huey replied respectfully. "Really?" Cough. When Wyland heard the news, he lost his composure and said to Huey, "You go back and rest first, you don't have to stand guard here." "Yes, master." After Huey left, Wyland went into his tent, but the druid's book objected, so he stuffed a bunch of picnic tools into its body and prepared to go out and relax. After a day of leisure time, at dusk, Wyland just returned to the entrance of the tent, but found Kyle waiting here with a little girl who was less than 1.5 meters tall. "What's going on? Do you like this type?" Wyland blurted out without the slightest hesitation. Kyle's face was calm and he explained, "No, master, this is the second person I found. You can say an assistant." Where did you find her?" Wyland asked with some confusion. "I was lucky today. When I went to the camp next door to do something, I found her, so I spent 500 gold coins to buy her from a song and dance troupe." The blue-haired girl hid behind Kyle and held his hand tightly, as if it was the last straw in her life. Her eyes were full of fear, like a frightened deer, not daring to look at Wyland in front of her. Seeing this, Kyle patted her back and asked her to come to him. "Master." The blue-haired girl knelt on the ground, knocked her head on the ground, and said respectfully, "What's so special about her?" Wyland helped the blue-haired girl up, turned his head to look at Kyle, and asked. Hearing this, Kyle explained, "She has 1/8 of the blood elf bloodline, 1/8 of the moon elf bloodline, and some fairy breath, which is very strange." Wyland was completely convinced that the reason why Kyle bought her back was not for other reasons, but because he wanted to study something. "I won't reimburse you for your money." "Master, no, I have a lot of gold coins, more than I can spend." "No, I mean that you bought this blue-haired girl with your own money, so it belongs to you. I will stay with you as a maid in the future." "Is that so?" Kyle rarely showed a hesitant look. Wyland did not disturb the other party and quietly waited for Kyle to make a decision. The blue-haired girl lowered her head, waiting for her fate. Looking at her master, then at the blue-haired girl, and glancing at Huey who was standing guard, Kyle finally nodded and agreed. "That's right, I already have 2 maids, Hilda and Cisna, by my side. I'll leave her to you, train her well. She can help you with some affairs in the future." "Yes." Then Kyle took the blue-haired girl's hand and left. Seeing this, Wyland entered the tent. The druid's book attached to the back of his left hand could not wait to show its true form, spit out a bunch of garbage, and then returned to the back of Wyland's hand. Looking at such a temperamental book, Wyland was a little helpless. If you say to beat him, it is estimated that only Kyle can make it feel threatened. If you say not to beat it, this book does not know any etiquette. In the next 2 days, Kyle was busy with his own affairs, and Gray replaced Kyle as his eyes to supervise Wyland's hard training. It took more than 30 hours. And Kyle looked at the blue-haired girl lying on the bed and was very satisfied. In order to let the blood in her body merge with her own power without damaging her own potential, she really spent a lot of effort. From an ordinary little girl, she became a high-level bronze warrior, which made Kyle's control over her own strength rise to a higher level. The variant of the archer is called the Wind Dancer. At the same time, Kyle also gave her a code name, and like Gray, she used Blue as her code name. Half an hour later, the blue-haired girl opened her eyes, supported herself on the bed with both hands, and gently poked a hole out. Feeling the changes in her body, the blue-haired girl was a little confused. She looked at Kyle with awe, more admiration, and nostalgia. Meeting her eyes, Kyle naturally knew what this 13-year-old girl was thinking, but he had no such thoughts now, at least until his master got married. "Your real name is Lyanna, code name is Lan." "Yes, master." The blue-haired girl replied crisply. Seeing this, Kyle nodded with satisfaction and said, "During this period, I will teach you personally until you are promoted to the silver rank. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me and I will answer you. You also have a companion named Lahair, codenamed Gray. Your position is my assistant, and that's why I bought you back." "I understand, master. I won't let you down." Lan clenched her fists, her eyes became firm. She must become the master's most capable assistant. Looking at her eyes, Kyle seemed to see himself more than 10 years ago, exactly the same as he was then. Kyle reached out and rubbed Lan's hair, smiling and said, "Don't be too stressed." Lan closed her eyes and enjoyed this peaceful and warm moment. Mid-December of the 9737th year of the glorious calendar, the alert mission that lasted less than 2 years officially ended. On the morning of December 21, all the troops of the 27th Corps returned to their bases and moved south. In the 135th Corps, everyone had regrets on their faces, and there was only one reason: they had not dug enough. Looking around, Wylan could clearly see that the skin of the little nobles had whitened a lot. It was obvious that they ran into the mine and personally picked up the iron pickaxe to dig, praying to collect more wealth. Sure enough, in the face of interests, these nobles put down their faces. After all, compared to their own faces, the benefits in hand are more important. This time we retreat southward. Our legion will be the last to evacuate. In order to prevent the dwarves from attacking, keep your armor on your body and your weapons in your hands, and be ready for battle at any time. Yes, Legion Commander. The meeting was very brief. Wylan just announced some important matters and then dissolved the meeting. A new military operation is about to begin. Wylan has a rare leisure time. Doesn't have to get up at 6 in the morning and go to bed at 11 in the evening, and he doesn't have to be watched by Kyle every day. Walk out of the tent, open your arms, greet the sun, and feel unprecedented ease. After 8 months of hard training, his strength has increased significantly, but the desire to be lazy has become more and more serious. It is really a contradictory psychology. "My lord, how to deal with those gray goblins? There are as many as 150,000 slaves in the 2 batches. Kyle came to Wylan and asked in a low voice, "Send someone to contact the centaur Sulilan and hand these slaves over to them." "I understand." Kyle naturally understood his master's thoughts. There were too many gray-skinned goblin slaves. If they were found to be massacred, they would have a bad reputation. If they were all handed over to the centaurs, it would have nothing to do with them. It just so happened that there were 30,000 feather arrows in the warehouse. I believe those centaurs would be very happy to accept this batch of gray-skinned goblin slaves. In the centaur camp at the foot of Black Kiln Mountain, the chieftain of the centaur tribe, Rhodys Duskhammer, fell into deep thought after listening to Sulilan's report. Thanks to the trade with humans, they obtained a large number of weapons. Although some of them could not adapt to the size of the weapons, they were very sharp in killing gray-skinned goblins. After all, this was the standard weapon of the dwarf army and was very durable. "Chief, the human mind is very simple. They are about to evacuate. But these cunning and sly humans are unwilling to massacre the gray-skinned goblin slaves, so they want to use our hands to eliminate this hidden danger." Sulilan crossed his hands, bowed and saluted, and expressed his guess. "If it were on the battlefield, I would kill all the enemies without hesitation. But facing this group of gray-skinned goblin slaves who could not resist, if I did this, it would cause hostility from other races around." Rhodys was very envious of the feather arrows in the hands of humans, but it was difficult for him to make up his mind to massacre the unarmed gray-skinned goblin slaves. "Chief, we have discovered a lot of mineral resources. Since these gray-skinned goblins have been digging for nearly 2 years. We can take over and send them to the mines to dig, creating a steady stream of income for our centaurs." A centaur general reminded him, and the situation was opened up instantly. Rhodys thought for a moment and felt that his thoughts had gone astray. After the guidance of the centaur general, he instantly found the way to make a fortune. In the past, they also captured gray goblins as slaves and as food, but they did not have the ability to train slaves to mine. As for these gray goblins with low IQ, it goes without saying that they were just a group of worms with some IQ who only knew how to reproduce. Amos, your proposal is very good. In my opinion, this is not a burden at all. It is clearly 150,000 mining experts. Rhodes praised highly. He is worthy of being the most intelligent centaur general. He is just a little smaller and thinner. He is not a threat to himself at all. He is a very capable assistant. Surilun, this matter is handed over to you. Remember to pretend to be embarrassed. Yes, chieftain. Rhodes is in a very good mood now. Since he started trading with humans, everything has been going well for him. The gray goblins, who used to be regarded as lowly as worms, brought him a steady stream of weapons and equipment. Now they can be used as mining slaves to create a steady stream of value for their tribe. 3 days later, after Kyle packed up the 150,000 gray goblins in his hand and handed them to Surilun, he devoted himself to the statistics of this harvest. Late at night, Lan brought a cup of hot tea and placed it next to Kyle, then stood aside, staring at his master intently. After Kyle's special training, it only took Lan 3 months to adapt to his own strength and advance to become a silver low-level wind dancer archer. You go and rest first, I still have things to do. Kyle turned his head and looked at Lan, who was still waiting for him, and said softly, Yes, master? Lan said reluctantly, but still returned to his tent to rest. 2 hours later, looking at the statistical data in his hand, Kyle smiled. Except for the things handed over to the 6th command, the harvest this time was not cheap, with a total value of about 2.1 billion gold coins. The next morning, Wylan looked at the data table that Kyle had sorted out. There were 3 copies in total. The first copy, the second copy, the third copy. The first copy was the share of the income given to him by the other 4 Legion commanders, accounting for about 25%. The second copy was his direct income, which he was directly responsible for mining, accounting for 65%. The third copy came from the 148th Legion of the 30th Legion, accounting for 10% of the total income, which was enough to show the efforts of Count Celtic Seeds. As for the income of other nobles of the 135th Legion, Wylan only symbolically collected half of it, but did not record it in it. It was listed separately and converted into gold coins, as a reward for the 5,000 soldiers who went to the battle. After the war, the province of Cadlo was his one-man show. If he said to go east, these nobles would never go west. In addition, he had another most important gain, which was the favor from the Legion Commander Bulborn and the Deputy Legion Commander Madmanchi. This was something that could not be obtained even with money. My lord, Count Celtic Seeds has sent me an invitation letter inviting you to visit Seeds in New Province after the war. Kyle took out an invitation letter with the Seeds family crest and placed it in front of Wylan, saying, You can go and take a look, then accept it first. Wylan took the invitation letter and put it in his space ring. I heard that there are many ancient treasures buried underground in the province of Nu. If you have the opportunity, you can go on an adventure and travel casually. The most important thing is to be lazy. I believe that with such an excuse, even Kyle can't stop me from slacking off. It's really exciting. Having been with Wylan for more than 10 years, Kyle knows his expression changes very well. He smiled smugly in his heart and prepared to put some pressure on his master and move the training tasks behind to the front. On December 26, the army set off and marched south. The dwarf army in the direction of Angara province did not take any action to the departure of the army of the Kingdom of Elijah. The strategy of stabilizing the south and attacking the north was implemented consistently by the governor of Angara province. Wylan rode a red phosphorus horse, stood at the shore of the short stone, looked at the turbulent river, and felt a little emotional. After 2 years of absence, he returned to Ziga's province again. Compared with the peaceful Angara province, small wars occurred from time to time on the southern battlefield, but no large-scale battles like the last Battle of Densibai were launched. As for the northern battlefield, the Kingdom of Bashio was tough for a while and fought a war of attrition with the iron-forged dwarf mountain kingdom. I heard from my third uncle that it took 5 soldiers of the Kingdom of Bashio to kill 1 dwarf soldier, which was a great progress. The kingdom's seizure of the ownership of the new land in the north is a foregone conclusion. How much do you think the dwarves need to take back from the Kingdom of Bashio to make up for the loss of territory? Wylan pointed to the water of the misty river and said to the people around him. Orlando heard this, thought about it, and looked around. Except for his stupid brother and Cassius, Kyle obviously had the answer, but was waiting for him to answer first. There was no other reason Kyle was willing to do this. In Kyle's heart, there were three people he wanted to thank the most. The first one was his master, who gave him the opportunity to get rid of his status as a serf who farmed the land. If it weren't for the master's gift, he would probably still be working in the fields as an ordinary serf. Orlando's influence on him was crucial. Without Orlando's guidance and teachings, it would be almost impossible for him to embark on the extraordinary road. It can be said that Orlando is his enlightenment mentor. The last one is Hebrew. Although this person looks a little silly and may have forgotten his help to him, Kyle still remembers it in his heart. My lord, I think the kingdom of Basio will launch an offensive to take back the land occupied by the dwarves, otherwise it may become the next new land in the north and become the inherent territory of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom after decades. Orlando answered and expressed his guess. That's right. If the kingdom of Basio doesn't want to lose its territory, it must take back the lost territory before the end of the war, otherwise the two provinces close to the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom will be permanently lost. Wylan nodded in agreement. Then Kyle said, My lord, if nothing unexpected happens before the end of the war, the kingdom will launch a war to cooperate with the kingdom of Basio to recover the lost territory. Wylan looked at Kyle with some doubts. The other people were no exception. They all had doubts in their hearts and didn't know why Kyle said that. My lord, if the kingdom of Basio offers something that His Majesty the King cannot refuse, and this final battle will inevitably take place. If it cannot offer something that moves the king, the southern battlefield will remain deadlocked until the war ends, and our country will take the initiative to withdraw its troops and obtain the legal right to rule the new land in the north. In my opinion, the probability of this final battle is very high. Wellen shook his head. He couldn't judge it now, but it was definitely not far from the end of the war. In this situation, we can only take one step at a time. No one knows what will happen next. In the 6th commander of the Type 1 Magic War Fortress in the province of Serap, 4 people sat together with bitter smiles on their faces. I never thought that those self-righteous guys would actually take out that thing that was kept in the bottom of the box. No wonder His Majesty the King ordered us to launch a campaign before October next year. Alfred Silves, the commander of the 6th Command, said in a deep voice with a gloomy face, throwing the document on the table. What else can we do? We can only fight. Fortunately, the 2nd Command and the 3rd Command are the main forces this time. We only need to play a supporting role. We don't need to be the main force. Alex Simi spread his hands and said helplessly, Okay, I will send someone to notify the commanders, deputy commanders and staff officers of the 5 Corps to come to the headquarters for a meeting. Discuss how to fight. Ioris stood up and left the meeting room. On January 1, 9738 of the glorious calendar, this war has lasted for nearly 6 years, and it has been 6 years since he left Kixing territory. In the camp on the east bank of Ashiku, Wylan stayed in his tent, doing nothing. Yesterday, Corps Commander Bulborn, Deputy Corps Commander Madmonch, and Chief of Staff Bommond went to the 6th Command headquarters to attend a meeting, and Varen keenly realized that Kyle's guess might come true. The kingdom of Basio really spent a lot of money and took out a certain treasure to let the kingdom of Ilia send troops and mobilize the army of the Ironforged Dwarf Mountain Kingdom to create an opportunity for them to counterattack. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the pleasant voice came again.